Hi all, welcome to Code Affection. With this video, we are starting our complete JavaScript beginners tutorial. Since this tutorial is lengthy, feel free to change the speed of the video from this option here, or you could use these shortcuts to increase or decrease the playback speed. Now, some of you might be thinking this is another typical YouTube JavaScript tutorial, but it's not. We can discuss that in a bit. Nowadays, JavaScript is an inevitable language for almost every programmer. It is the most popular language as per the last year Stack Overflow insights. Apart from that, nowadays to work with popular frameworks or technologies like React.js, Angular, Node, Vue.js, etc., you need JavaScript to work in these technologies. So this is the right time for learning JavaScript. Since you are watching this tutorial already, I know you are determined in learning JavaScript. Don't worry, we got you covered. You came to the right place. We'll be discussing everything from scratch, assuming that you are a newbie in JavaScript or learning a programming language for the first time. If you already know JavaScript but you are a little doubtful that there might be some topics that you have left unexplored, or you want to update your JavaScript skills with latest syntax and features, then I'll tell you, just hang in there till the end of this course. I'm sure all of you will thoroughly enjoy this entire JavaScript too. Now, what makes this course different from others and how you can benefit from this course? Apart from in-depth topic explanation along with real-world examples, here in this tutorial we will talk about latest JavaScript syntax and features. This tutorial is question-driven. In order to have a better confidence in any topic you learn, you have to find answers for your questions or doubts. Your question must be important for you independent of how relevant or how stupid it is. Some of you might have already gone through many JavaScript courses. Still, deep inside your mind, you might have the feeling that some topics are not well understood or not connected to each other because of few unanswered questions. So in this tutorial, I have prepared topics to answer common questions that you might have while learning JavaScript. If you have any other questions, let me know in comment section below. Apart from YouTube comments, you can ask your questions in our Discord community. Link is given in video description and inside the first comment of this video. Above all, try to Google them first. Now, let's talk about this JavaScript course structure. Obviously, we will be starting from scratch with basics or fundamentals of JavaScript. It includes variables, data type, operators, control flow statements, loop iteration, function, etc. Not only in JavaScript, basics are the most important thing in anything you learn. Everything after that is built upon fundamentals. And let me tell you this. I also learned many programming languages on my own like you are doing here. I can assure you that you're gonna enjoy it once you become more patient and curious throughout this learning process. If something doesn't work for the first time, don't worry, it happens for everyone. Don't lose your motivation, take your time, seek help from others as I mentioned above. Okay? Now after basics we have DOM, where we will be applying JavaScript basics that we have learned into a website with HTML and CSS to make the website user interactive. Then after that we will be discussing object, class, object-oriented programming concept in JavaScript. And then we'll be handling HTTP requests and async operation to an outside web application or API, and much more with practical examples or projects. As we go forward, we'll be adding more and more topics into this course. For this course, I would say no prerequisite required. You can learn JavaScript as your first programming language, but basic knowledge in HTML and CSS would be better. If not, don't worry, we can also discuss them in brief when it is required. In this session, we will discuss what is JavaScript, why you should learn JavaScript and its importance. Now, let's start with what is JavaScript. It is one of the most popular scripting language for web pages. So that would be a one-line definition for JavaScript. And here is the formal definition for JavaScript from MDN official documentation. MDN stands for Mozilla Developer Network. They provide official documentation for JavaScript. I have given the JavaScript guide link in video description. JavaScript is a lightweight, interpreted or just-in-time compiled programming language with first-class functions. Here, the language is defined with its features, and that's how any programming language is defined. In addition to those features, you could say JavaScript is prototype-based, multi-paradigm, dynamically typed language. Now, this video is not enough to explain these features here, or some of you may not understand all of them without knowing supporting basics. So, we will be discussing each of them in appropriate future sections of this course. Brendan Eich invented JavaScript in 1995 for adding functionality or behaviors to a website frontend along with HTML and CSS. After that, it evolved a lot into current modern JavaScript. We could discuss that in a bit. Now, let's get familiar with these terms: frontend or client-side, server-side, HTML and CSS. After that, we can discuss what JavaScript does in practical. Now, when it comes to a web application, there are two main sides: server-side and client-side, or you could say front-end. For example, considering the current context, you are watching this YouTube video from your computer or from mobile or using any other device. So everything happening on your device is called client-side or front-end. It includes whatever you see, such as images, text, video, and rest of the elements and their actions like click, scrolling, seeking. Everything is summed up into one word: client side. On the other end, we have server side. To work a website, we need both client side and server side. As we mentioned above, visible parts of a website is called client side. But that's not all. Everything is processed and fetched from server side. It will be a group of one or more computers specially made for handling multiple requests at a given time. In most of the case, to watch a YouTube video, a request with this URL pattern is used: youtube.com/watch ? Then through vsimple, we will be passing video ID. In YouTube, there are large number of videos are uploaded. All of them will be stored in a server machine. Out of them, we are watching a single video with the given video ID. So when we use this URL at YouTube server side, it will search for the video with given ID along with its metadata and statistics like number of views, likes, dislikes, and channel details, etc. and etc. All of these data along with video is returned in response and displayed within our device or client side. So I hope you understood what is client side and server side with this request and response example. Now let's briefly explain HTML and CSS for newbies. HTML is a markup language, so it uses tags to define or add elements within a web page. Each element on a web page, like paragraph, image, link or hyperlink, video, etc., are displayed with corresponding tags. So HTML defines structure of a web page. Now we have CSS. It is a style sheet language used to describe presentation of a web page and elements within it, like font size, alignment, font color, background color, etc. Now, what else to do for JavaScript? Making a web page user interactive is done by JavaScript. Web page with only HTML and CSS is like a radio. Radio is made only to hear what they broadcast. Same with website with only HTML and CSS. We can only see the HTML elements with applied CSS styles. User interactions like that you see in current web pages is not possible without JavaScript. For example, if you click on YouTube like button, it will update the like count and changes the thumbs up button appearance. And same with the subscribe button also. If you have any doubt, try them now. If you are not a subscriber already, I will appreciate that. YouTube share button, posting comments without reloading the page, showing search suggestions, seeking through video seek bar, etc. are made possible with JavaScript. Now, can you imagine websites like YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, etc. without these user interactions offered by JavaScript? Of course not. So in short, HTML, CSS and JavaScript are the essential building blocks of a website. Where HTML structures the website, CSS controls the page appearance, and JavaScript adds functionality or behaviors to its elements. So far we have discussed JavaScript in web development. Even though JavaScript was initially created to work with front-end HTML and CSS, nowadays JavaScript is used almost everywhere. Like in web design, along with HTML and CSS, JavaScript front-end frameworks like React, Angular, Vue.js makes web development easier and faster. Nowadays these frameworks are widely used in web development. Node.js uses JavaScript for creating API at server side, which handles requests from user as we mentioned above for YouTube server. React Native and Ionic are two JavaScript frameworks for creating hybrid mobile applications. Even desktop application can be built with Electron framework using JavaScript. Internet of Things or IoT and artificial intelligence uses JavaScript with these frameworks like TensorFlow.js, Cyclone, Favor, etc. Even though HTML, CSS and JavaScript are essential blocks for web development, nowadays JavaScript is widely used through these frameworks and libraries. That's not the case with HTML and CSS, they are only used for web designing. I hope you understood the importance of learning JavaScript. JavaScript is everywhere, you can't run away from it. Now, if you know the programming language Java already, you might be having this question. Is there any similarity between Java and JavaScript? Java has nothing to do with JavaScript. It's just the word Java in JavaScript. The word Java in JavaScript is used because of its hype during the initial period of JavaScript invention. It's like car and carpet as mentioned in this Stack Overflow answer here. In this session, we will be discussing JavaScript engine and its version history. Now, suppose you have written a JavaScript code in a file, say program.js. We have not yet started writing JavaScript code yet. We will do that in next session. By the way, JavaScript file extension is JS, like we abbreviate JavaScript to JS. Now, once we write the program, where do we run it? Do we need to install some developer kit for JavaScript like we do for other programming languages? For example, for Python programming language, we need to install Python SDK, and that of Java is Java SDK. SDK stands for Software Developer Kit. SDK of a programming language provides a platform to run the program, or you could say it provides a runtime environment for the written program. One of the main functions of the platform is compilation or interpretation. Consider the following code written in JavaScript. The symbols we used, numbers, operations in this program is unknown to our machine. It can only understand binary information, meaning sequence of zeros and ones. The process of converting our code in a specific language to machine-readable binary code is done by the SDK, and this process is called either compilation or interpretation. We could discuss these terms later. Now come back to our question. Do we need to install SDK for JavaScript? The answer is no. We don't have to install the runtime environment or SDK for JavaScript separately, meaning it already comes with web browsers. And this JavaScript runtime environment is commonly called as JavaScript engine. Each web browser has its own separate JavaScript engine and their own name. The JavaScript engine of Google Chrome is known as V8, and that of Mozilla Firefox is SpiderMonkey. Chakra is the JavaScript engine for Microsoft Edge, which is the successor of old Internet Explorer. JavaScript engine is not an engine like we see in our automobile vehicles. It is a software program. Now here we should be aware of the fact that for a single language JavaScript, each web browser comes with their own JavaScript engine. Hence, the implementation of them will be different. Even though these engines are developed by different companies, for a given JavaScript program, say program.js file, these web browser's engine must provide same result. Otherwise, we developers will be writing different JavaScript program for each web browser for a single solution. That's impossible and frustrating for us to do. So there comes standardization of JavaScript engines. Standardization is a must when same product is made by multiple manufacturers. For example, consider USB port and pen drive. In our laptop, we have an USB female port. Into it, we connect devices from different manufacturers with USB male port like pen drive. Even I agree the fact that for a proper fit of USB pen drive, we may need to try thrice for weird reasons. Okay, at the end they fit perfectly because their measurements are already standardized among their manufacturers. Like that, JavaScript engines are also standardized for consistent output from all web browsers. The standardization of JavaScript engine is done by ECMA International. ECMA stands for European Computer Manufacturers Association. They create standards for technologies in IT industry. ECMA script, abbreviated as ES, serve as guidelines for web browsers for building their own JavaScript engine to ensure same output across different web browsers for a given script file. These guidelines specifies language syntax and semantics. For a programming language, syntax and semantics are similar to grammar in spoken language. Other than JavaScript, JScript, ActionScript, etc. follows ECMAScript guidelines, but JavaScript is the most popular implementation of ECMAScript, and hence most of the time the word JavaScript and ECMAScript are used interchangeably. Hence the JavaScript version is same as that of ECMAScript. The first version of ECMAScript is published in 1997, called as ECMAScript 1, since ECMAScript often abbreviated as ES. In short, it is also called as ES1. Here is the JavaScript version history from ES1 onwards. It is necessary to have a brief idea about these versions while learning JavaScript. So the important takeaway from this version table is that major changes into modern JavaScript is proposed in ES6 or ECMAScript 2015. Before that, we had ECMAScript versions ES1, ES2, ES3 and ES5. The version ES4 is skipped because of various reasons. Before ES6, for naming these versions, sequence number from 1 to 5 is used. After that, the published year is used like ECMAScript 2015, 2016 up to this year. While recording this video, the latest versions are ES10 and ES11. When someone says ES7, just understand that it is same as ECMAScript 2016. The year version ends with a number less than version name with sequence number. And keep this in mind, ECMA 262 is another name for ECMAScript. Now it's time to write our first JavaScript program. Before getting into it, let's talk about required development environment for JavaScript. Let's start with tools to write JavaScript program. To write JavaScript program, we have various text editors starting from Notepad to more sophisticated IDEs like VS Code, Sublime, Atom, etc. The choice of text editor is yours, but I prefer VS Code editor by considering the features it offers. If you are already a fan of other text editor, go for it. Else, please download and install VS Code editor if you haven't yet. Now, runtime environment. Even though JavaScript can be executed in many ways, here in this entire JavaScript course, we'll be using a web browser, either Google Chrome or Mozilla Firefox. Unlike other programming languages, we don't have to install a runtime environment software separately for JavaScript. Web browser already comes with the JavaScript engine to run our JavaScript program. We have already discussed that in our previous session. Finally, we have IDE extensions. There are some extensions which can be added to our IDEs to make the development more easier. We will mention them when it is required. Now let's start writing our first JavaScript program. Do you know we can write and run JavaScript code within our web browser directly? Here is my web browser, Google Chrome. Now we have to open developer console. For that, right click here, then click on inspect. Now within this console tab here, we can directly write JavaScript code. Now let me zoom this browser so that you can see what I'm typing here. For example, if you want to do math operation in JavaScript like addition, subtraction, multiplication, etc., we can do that here directly. 5 plus 3, hit enter to see the output of the operation. Like that, if you want to print a message into this console from JavaScript, you can do this console.log, and then within a pair of parentheses like this, we can pass the message something like hello world. Hit enter to see the output. We'll be explaining how this statement works in JavaScript. For now, let's understand how to get started with JavaScript. Whatever JavaScript code you can write can also be executed with this console tab. But this tab is just to test how things works in JavaScript. For a real JavaScript project, we'll be executing JavaScript code along with HTML page. And there is one more easy way to execute JavaScript exclusively for learning purpose, where an HTML page is not required. We'll discuss that in a bit. Now let's look how to run JavaScript within HTML page. So here we have a fresh folder. Within it, first of all, I'll be adding an HTML file. I will name it as index.html. For now, I will edit this file within a notepad. So right click on it, then open with notepad. If this is the first time you are seeing someone coding HTML, just understand this: the HTML file of a website contains elements to be shown within the web page like image, paragraph, heading, video, etc. First of all, within an HTML file, we have to declare the document type like this: doc type HTML. So with this doc type added here, our web browser identifies this file as an HTML. You might have already heard this. HTML is a markup language, meaning it uses tags to add elements within the web page. So this is how an HTML tag looks like. So here we have the open tag ABC, and after that we'll be having the corresponding close tag. If there is a content to be shown within this element, it can be added here. Okay, in an HTML file, there are two important tags, head and body. So first of all, here we have the head tag and then body tag. Now let me save this. Now let's open this file within web browser. So here we have the HTML file. Double click on this file to see the output. Currently this website is empty. If you want to add elements within this website, you can add that within this body tag here. For now, let me add a paragraph here. Let me save this and reload this page. So here we have the paragraph. Like this, we can add elements into a website using this body tag here. Elements added into this head tag won't be shown. Inside this head tag, we'll be adding information about this website. Most of the time, they are called as metadata. They are useful for search engines like Google, Bing, Yahoo, etc. Now, let me show you how to run JavaScript within this HTML file here. For that, first of all, within this head tag, we can add this script tag. So here we have the both open tag and close tag for the script. In between them, we can add our script. Normally, using JavaScript, we can add HTML elements or delete or modify existing elements like this paragraph here. For now, I will just keep this JavaScript code here simple as possible. Let's print a message into this website console tab. So right click, inspect. Now within this console tab, we need to print the message hello world like we have done before. So here we go, console.log, and here we have the message hello world. Console.log is a function to print message into this console tab. We will discuss them later. Now let me save this and let's check whether it is working or not. Let's reload this page here. Boom. So here we have the message saying hello world. Now let me try the same for mathematical operation. So I will just copy this line from here and let's paste that below. Instead of just printing this message here, I will try to do the math operation like we have done before. 5 plus 3. Let me save this. Let's reload this page. That's it. Here we have printed the message after this math operation 5 plus 3. So this is how we can run JavaScript within an HTML file. This script tag can be added either within this head tag or within this body tag here. Let's try this script tag within this body tag here. So let me cut this and paste that here within this body tag. Let me save this and reload this page. Still it works fine. So you can execute JavaScript from both of these tags, head and body. In a practical project, as a best practice, we'll be creating a separate JavaScript file for all of the JavaScript code. And then we will mention that file within this HTML file here. So here we have the folder where we have already created an HTML index.html. Let's create another file for JavaScript. So right click, new text document. I will name this file as script.js. JavaScript file has the extension JS. Now let's open this file within Notepad. Now let's move this JavaScript code into this separate JavaScript file script.js. For that, I will cut this JavaScript code and then let's paste that here. So here we have the both print statement. Let me save this. Now we just need to mention this script file within this HTML file here. For that, we need this script tag, just like this, with this attribute or additional information src, which means source of the JavaScript file. In this case, we just need to pass the relative path of this script file in respect to the HTML file here. Since both of these files resides in a same folder, we just need to provide the path file here. So script.js. So this is how we can refer an external JavaScript file. Okay, let me save this and back to the web page here, reload this. Still it works fine. Now instead of keeping this script file here, let's assume there is a separate folder for script files. So let's create that folder here, scripts. Let's move this script file into this folder here. Then the relative path of this script file, scripts, then / name of the file, which is script.js. So this is how we can provide the relative path of the script file in respect to the HTML that we are currently working with. So far we have been using Notepad for writing our first JavaScript program. Now let me open this project within Visual Studio Code or VS Code. So let's close these notepads here. After installing VS Code, once you right click on a folder, you could see this option open with code. Click on it. So here we have the files within the directory. So here we have the index.html and here we have the script file. I really like this IDE because of its lightweight and aesthetics. You could already notice the formatting of codes with proper indentation. The code is highlighted with various color codes. You will be familiar with the features it offers as we go forward. Back to the project. In JavaScript, it is optional to add semicolon at the end of each statement like this. Now let's discuss the final method for running JavaScript with a VS Code extension called Quokka. So first of all, you have to install this extension here, Quokka. Once you install this extension, you don't need an HTML file to run JavaScript. So it will be really helpful for students of JavaScript. So all you have to do, just go to this extension tab here, then install Quokka. I have already installed this extension Quokka in my IDE. Once you install the extension from our JavaScript file, just use this shortcut Ctrl+Shift+P, which open the command panel for the IDE, and then just type quokka.js start on current file. Or you could use this shortcut, hold Ctrl, then press K, release both of them, then press Q. Now let me select this option here. Boom. So here we have started Quokka from this JavaScript file. Now you could see the JavaScript output along with each JavaScript line. Sorry, I hate to bother you. Since you have watched this far, can I ask you a small favor? Please consider subscribing to this channel, Codeaffection, and also please like and share this video. It will really motivate me to make more awesome videos like this in future. In this session, we will discuss comments and statements in JavaScript. Let's start with statement in JavaScript. Statement in any programming language is a complete set of instructions to perform a particular action. Let me show you the examples here. Here we have the same project from our previous tutorial. It consists of an HTML page. Within it, we are running this JavaScript file script.js. So here we have the JavaScript file and here we have the output from this HTML index.html, and corresponding dev console is opened here already. Now let me show you an example for JavaScript statement. So here we have a statement to print a message into developer console, which we have already discussed in previous tutorial. So this is a statement which perform an action which is printing this message hello world into this developer console here. Let me save this and reload this page. So here we have the output. So here we have a JavaScript statement. Now let me show you one more example here. I want to show a pop-up dialog within this web page here. For that, with JavaScript, we can call this function alert. We will be discussing what is a function later. Within a pair of parentheses like this, we can pass the content. It will be shown within the dialog. Boom. So here we have the pop-up dialog with the content that we have passed here. So this is an example for another JavaScript statement. Like I mentioned before, semicolon in JavaScript is optional after each statement. So let's add the semicolon at the end of these statements here. Commonly we split statements into multiple lines. So usually everyone says semicolon is optional at the end of each line of code. But if you insist on writing multiple statements in a single line, then semicolon is a must to separate those statements from each other. Now let's talk about comments in JavaScript. Comments are added to provide an explanation or annotation in our code. It makes the code easier to understand for ourselves and others who works in the same project. It has nothing to do with any operation like rest of the code. It is a normal text to explain the code we write. In JavaScript, mainly there are two types of comments. First of all, we have single line comment. It only works with a single line. It starts with 2 / like this. And then after that, we can provide the comments here. So it should not exceed this line here. To write multiple lines of comments, we have multi-line comment. So it starts with a / and then an asterisk mark like this. And we can end this comment with an asterisk followed by a / like this. In between them, we can have any number of lines of comments. Let's add a single line comment for this statement here, just to explain what this line does. It might be helpful for a JavaScript newbie. So this line prints hello world into developer console. So this is an example for single line comment. Okay, now let's talk about the application of multi-line comment. It is a best practice to add informations like author, purpose of code, return date, etc. at the beginning of the code. Let's try that with single line comment first. So we will start with author. For that, we'll be using this single line comment. So here we have the author name, something like Olivia Kathleen, and then we have the date, and finally some description. Instead of using single line comment, if we use multi-line comment, we can avoid / in each line here. So multi-line comment start with / then an asterisk mark. Now we can skip these / on each line. It should end with this sequence asterisk mark then followed by this /. So this is an application of multi-line comment in JavaScript. Once you become serious about documenting your code like this, you can use JSTalk for structuring and organizing comments in JavaScript documentation. Considering the depth of the topic, JSTalk, I will discuss it later in this course. In this session, we are going to discuss about variables, declarations, and identifiers in JavaScript. Consider you are meeting someone special for the first time. You both introduce each other with your beautiful names, and then you by heart their name so that when you meet them next time, you can greet them with their name like hi Trevor, hi Alex, etc. If you don't remember their name from last meeting, you will ask their name again in future. So name is important. It helps us to recognize people among us easily. Same thing is true in programming also. We need to associate names to things which we frequently needed in our program. In JavaScript, there are various types of elements to be named. One of them is variable. You could think of variable as a container that hold information. They provide a way of labeling data with descriptive names. Let's define a JavaScript variable first. So go to this extension tab from the left panel, then search for the extension Live Server. I have already installed the extension on my system. If you haven't, please install it. Let's look how this extension is helpful. First of all, back to the project. Inside this project, we have this index.html, and here we have the JavaScript file, commonpractice.js. Rest of the JavaScript topics will be discussed from this JavaScript file. And please ignore rest of the folders from this project here. Now let's run this project with the live server. Once you install the extension, you could see this button here, go live. If you click on it, the live server will start the application. So this is how the application looks like. Just ignore these controls here. Let me open the console tab. Now let's move this dev tool to the bottom part. For that, click on this three dots here. Now select this option dock to bottom. Now let's open the browser side by side with the IDE here. Now the benefit of using this extension is that we don't want to reload the application once we make the changes. The live server will reload the application automatically once we make the changes inside the application, and thereby we could see the new changes reflected inside the output here. Okay, for now you could ignore these interface or controls here, and let's focus on this console window to see the output for JavaScript code writing within this common practice file here. Now let me show you how to define a variable. Let amount, that's it. So here we have defined or created a variable amount. To declare JavaScript variables like this, we'll be using keywords like let at the beginning. We will talk about such keywords in next session. Now the process of creating a variable is called declaration. Okay, declaration, and this statement is called as declaration statement. So far we have created a variable called amount. Now let's assign a value into it. So amount is equal to $5. Now we have just stored the data value 5 into the variable. The process of assigning initial value to a variable is called as initialization. Don't be confused with these terms. Through declaration we create a new variable, and the process of assigning initial value into it is called as initialization. Here keep in mind that as the name variable suggests, the value inside them may vary during the program execution. We're gonna see that later. Now when we create and store data into a variable, in terms of memory allocation, the data will be stored somewhere in memory. Say the location address is 1000. The value 5 will be stored here in this memory location, and it will be labeled as amount. So amount is pointing to this address 1000. Here variable allows us to label the memory slot with a meaningful name like amount. It makes the code more readable. By the way, you don't have to worry about memory addresses while creating variables. I'm just explaining these things to let you know what happens behind the scene. So again, variable is a container to hold information, and they are labeled with a name. Most of the time we combine both declaration and initialization in a single line as follows. For that I will declare a new variable total amount. So here we have declared the variable. At the same time I will initialize that with 100. So both initialization and declaration is done within a single line. This is what we are going to do in most of the case. So far we have discussed what is a variable and what is a declaration in JavaScript. Now I want to add few more points here. JavaScript is case sensitive, means uppercase and lowercase letters are treated as distinct. For example, let's consider following variable declarations. So here we have the variable address. You will be seeing errors like this while typing our code here, because the extension live server will be reloading this page whenever we make changes within this project here. So that's fine. Now let's initialize this address variable with some random address like this. Okay, so here we have the variable address, and we have initialized that with a random address. Now let me create one more address variable like this address, but this time I will replace this lowercase a with uppercase A, and let's initialize that here with a different address. This time I will change the address like this. Here two variables will be created because there is a difference in first letter. If first variable is stored in memory address, say 2000, second variable will be somewhere 2100th location. So that's what we meant by case sensitivity in JavaScript. Now if you replace this uppercase A with lowercase a, you could see an error here. Uncaught syntax error, identifier address has already been declared. Now JavaScript finds both the variable names as equivalent. Variables created through let keyword can't be repeated. More about let keyword will be discussed in next session. So I hope you understood what we meant by case sensitivity in JavaScript. Now within the error message, you you could see this term identifier. So what is an identifier? Let me change this to uppercase A. So identifier is a sequence of characters in code used to name elements within our program. Here the elements includes variables that we currently working with, and there are other JavaScript elements that can be named like variables such as functions, properties, etc. All of them will be discussed in future sections. So the name of JavaScript elements like variable, function, property, etc. are collectively known as identifier. So this amount is an identifier, and this total amount is also an identifier, and these two address variations are also identifiers. Before concluding this session, let's discuss rules for naming identifiers in JavaScript. So we are going to discuss how to name a variable, and these rules are same for rest of the identifiers also, like function, property, etc. There are 3 rules for naming identifier. First one, it can have Unicode letters, digits from 0 to 9, and special characters $ and underscore. For now, just understand this. Unicode letters consist of English alphabetic letters from A to Z and letters in other languages also. We will discuss that in a bit. Now the second rule, it can't begin with digits from 0 to 9. And final rule, identifier can't be an existing JavaScript keyword like let. Actually, there are plenty of keywords like let with some predefined meaning in JavaScript, so we can use them for naming identifiers. Now let's go through some examples for valid identifiers. So amount, of course, it's a valid identifier because it only consists of English alphabetic letters. Now if you prefix the same with underscore or $, it's also a valid identifier. As per the first rule, apart from these, we can have digits from 0 to 9 also. So amount 1, 2, 3 is also a valid identifier. But it's not possible to start an identifier with a digit. Let's discuss such invalid identifiers here. Now, if you name a variable like one amount, it's not a valid identifier because it is starting with digit. Now, what about this identifier here? It is also invalid because this pound symbol is not allowed in identifier. The only special characters allowed in identifier are $, and underscore. Okay? And what do you think about this identifier here? It's also invalid. A JavaScript keyword as it is an invalid identifier. It already has some meaning in JavaScript, so it's not possible to declare a variable with this name let. If we add other valid characters into it, it's allowed, but the keyword as it is not allowed as an identifier. You could check any of these invalid identifier here. So I'm trying to create a variable with an invalid identifier. So here we have busted, invalid, or unexpected token. Okay, that's all about rules for naming identifiers. Now some of you might be thinking, what the hell is Unicode letters? I'm sorry to say this, it's a big topic. This video won't be enough to explain it. For now, I have given an article link in video description where Unicode character representation is discussed in great depth with the context of JavaScript. You could check that later. So long story short, within this first rule, with Unicode letters, we meant letters in languages across the world. In English, we have alphabetic letters from A to Z in both lowercase and uppercase. So 26 plus 26, total 52 letters. As per the first rule in identifier, we can also include alphabetic letters in other languages that Unicode supports. Usually we don't do that in our course, but it is possible. Let's try that by creating address variable in other languages. I think it will be fun too. So let's search for the word address in other languages. So I searched for the word address in Japanese. So I found this. Let's create a variable with it. And let's initialize that here. So here we have the Japanese version, and let's try this with Hindi also. So here we have the word corresponding to address, and let's create a variable with it. Now if you want to print the message within this variable, we could do this console.log. It's not easy to type this word, so I will copy this and paste it here. Boom, so it works. So I think it's not easy to work with these variables declared in non-English language, but it is possible to do since identifiers allows Unicode letters in them. In this session, we will talk about const, let, and var, 3 keywords used to create JavaScript variables. What's their difference, when to use let and const, what's the best practice on using these keywords in modern JavaScript. Everything is explained with required prerequisite topics. Keywords in any programming language which are reserved words with some predefined meanings to it. In JavaScript, there is around 60 plus keywords. We will get familiar with them as we go forward. In previous video, we have discussed how to create and name JavaScript variables, where the keyword let is used to create new variables. Other than let, we have var and const keywords for creating new variables. Let's discuss how they differ in action and their proper usage. First of all, you should know this: all variable declaration starts with any of these keywords. Let's start with comparing keywords var and let. All the things that I'm gonna talk about let is same for const keyword also. There is only one difference between them. We will get into that later. Previously, before JavaScript version ES6 or ECMAScript 2015, we only had var keyword for creating variables. Both keywords let and const are introduced in ES6, that means in the year 2015. If you are going to remember the introduced version name, either remember ES6 or ECMAScript 2015. Both are same. If you remember both, you will be confused. Let's start with creating variables with let and var. We'll be writing JavaScript code within this common practice file here, and it will be executed within this file index.html. Currently, we are running this project within this web browser using the VS Code extension live server. For now, you could ignore these interface or controls here, and let's focus on this console window to see the output for JavaScript code writing within this common practice file here. Now let's create variables with let and var. So first of all, we have the variable a. Now to identify this variable is created through let keyword, I will rename this variable as let a. So here we have the variable let a, and I will initialize some value 1. Okay. Now let's create another variable using var keyword. I will name this variable as var a so that we can tell this is created using var keyword. Let's initialize that with 2. Before explaining difference between these keywords, we need to have a brief idea on block statement and JavaScript functions. We'll be discussing JavaScript functions in a separate section later in this course. Now to fully understand this session of these 3 keywords, we'll be discussing necessary prerequisite topics like this in advance. So first of all, let's start with block statement. It is also known as compound statement. A block statement is used to group multiple statements. To make a block statement, we just need to wrap these statements with a pair of curly braces like this. Now, why do we need a block statement like this? We can discuss that after introducing JavaScript functions. So let's discuss what is a function in JavaScript. Function is one of the fundamental building blocks in JavaScript. It's a group of statements in our code to perform a particular action. Now before saying anything further, let me show you how a function looks like. So first of all, we will start with this keyword function and then provide a name for the function. For now, I will name it as print greetings. So this is the function name. After function name, we will be having a pair of parentheses like this, and then followed by a pair of curly braces like this. We are just using the keyword function along with its associated name before a pair of curly braces like this, which is common to block statement also. But both function and block statement are entirely different in action. Block statement is used just to limit the availability of variables defined within this curly brace here. We will discuss that in a bit. Now let's complete this function here. With this function, as the name suggests, we just need to print some greetings to this developer console here. For that, we just need to do this console.log. Within it, we can pass this message hi there. So this is a function definition. A function definition alone does not do anything. We have to invoke this function somewhere. To call this function, we can do this print greetings, so the function name, and then the same pair of brackets like this. This will invoke this function here, and thereby the code or statements within it is executed. So this line of code or statement is executed by which we print this message into the developer console. So this is how a function is defined, and it is invoked like this. Now in other places, if you want to execute this function, we just need to call this function again like this. So the function is defined only once, and it is invoked in different places of our code code when it is necessary. So if there is no function and it is having multiple statements like this, instead of calling this function, we may need to rewrite that code like this. And whenever there is a change of code in them, we just need to do that separately in each places like this. Instead of repeating these code in several places in our program, if we were using functions like this, we just need to do the change only here, and the changes will be reflected whenever we call the function throughout the program. So that's the benefit of using function. We will dig deep into JavaScript functions later in this course. For now, just understand how a JavaScript function looks like and how it is used. Function is a prerequisite to understand these keywords let, var, and const. Now, before explaining why do we need a block statement, let's discuss what is meant by scope in JavaScript. I'm just explaining the concept of scope in brief here. We will also discuss JavaScript scope later in this course. So, scope simply defines availability of a variable in our code, or you could say it adds some encapsulation to the variables. For example, consider the code snippets here. We have declared two variables with let and var, and here we have a block statement. And let me remove these comments from here. Along with this block statement, we need a function to print the values of these variables here. So I will just rename this function as print is. Inside that, we just need to print the values of these variables. So first of all, we have let a. Now let me duplicate this line here. For that, you could use this shortcut Ctrl+C then Ctrl+V, and let's replace this with var variable, and let's call the function here print s. You could see the values printed in this developer console after executing this function print s. Now in JavaScript, there is 4 types of scope: block scope, function scope, module scope, and global scope. For now, let's completely ignore module scope. We will get into that later. If a variable is accessible across the whole application, then it is in global scope. Variable accessible only to a block statement or a function are known as block scope or function scope respectively. Now talking about var variables, they are accessible within the immediate function where it is created. So in that case, the variable will be in function scope. It can't be accessible outside the function. If a var variable is not surrounded by any function, then it is in global scope. It can be accessed anywhere in our application. Let's check that here. Currently, this var variable is in global scope because it is not surrounded by any function, so it is in global scope. So you can access this var variable var a anywhere in this application, and that's how we are able to print the value within this function here. Now let's move this var declaration statement into this function here. For that, you could use VS Code shortcut, hold Alt, then use arrows, down arrow like this. So currently this variable is defined within the function print is. Since this variable is created within this function, we can access it within the function anywhere. But outside the function, we can't access that. So this variable is within the scope of this function here. Currently, we are able to print the value of the variable here, okay, within the function. Now let's move this log statement outside the function. So use the shortcut, hold Alt, then use arrows. So here we have the error var a is not defined. Since this variable is created within the function here, it can only be accessed within the function. That's what we meant by function scope. Now let's undo the changes quickly. Now I want to try one more thing. Let's move this var declaration into this block statement here. Even after declaring the var variable within the block scope, we can access that outside the block here. So block statement does not limit the scope of var variables. Now let me undo this. With the help of developer tools here, we can see variables categorized into different scope. For that, open this sources tab, and then you could see this tab scope along with watch. Inside that, we can see variables in different scopes. Inside the tab, you could see this message not post. So to see scope of a variable, we have to post the program execution. For that, we need to add debugger into our application or project. Within this tab here, page tab here, you could see the files that we are currently running, and here we have the JavaScript file commonpractice.js. Now we could see the JavaScript code that we have written. Now this is how a debugger works. First of all, we have to add a debugger by clicking on these lines here. So I will add a debugger to the first line like this. Now let's reload this page here. So while executing this JavaScript file, once it reaches this line, it will pause the execution. To see line by line execution, you can click on this button here. So that's how a debugger works. At the same time, you could see the values in these variables if you hover on them. Normally we use debugger when there is an error and you want to find which line of code is causing this error. So debugger helps us to debug our application to find what's the real problem behind an error. Here we have used the debugger to see the scope of variables within our application. Currently we have 2 scopes. Actually we have categorized scope into 4: block scope, function scope, module scope, and global scope. There is also another way of categorizing scope. They are local and global scope. So here we have the global scope. This is similar to the global scope that we have categorized previously. And all of the other scopes, block scope, function scope, module scope, comes under local scope. That's what we have inside this script section here. Currently, as we have mentioned, this var variable is outside all the functions. And we don't have to worry about block statements because block statement does not limit the scope of a var variable. So currently this var variable must be there inside this global scope here. So let's expand this. And if you scroll down, you must see the variable var a. All of these functions or variables are in ascending order, so you could easily find the variable. So here is the variable var a, and it is initialized with the value 2. In global scope, there will be an object, commonly referred as global object. It will be accessible across the application. If you are a beginner, you may not know what is an object. Just think of an object as a variable. Within it, we have multiple variables. We will talk about them later. So the global object will be different based on execution environment. In browser, the global object is known as window. You could see the same here. Along with this global, you could see the object name, global object name window. When I say in browser, you could think of applications when JavaScript is executed in client side or front end with HTML. The global object will be different when JavaScript is executed within Node.js server side, where the global object is called as global itself. So, based on where JavaScript is executed, global scope object will be different. Since we are discussing JavaScript basics, here it should be explained in a broad sense so that it is applicable wherever JavaScript is used. Since this var variable is in global scope, it will be added to this object window. So the var variable within this window can be accessed like this. Let me switch to the console tab here. Just type window.var a. See, so this is how we can access variables within an object like this. Window, which is the object, dot, the variable within that is var a. So the variable var a is added to the global object window, and you could see its value here too. Now let's summarize what we have discussed about scope of var variables. Only a function could limit the scope of a var variable. Once you learn module or module scope later, you will know module scope also can limit the scope of var variable. Don't bother about module scope now, we will discuss that later. If var variable is not surrounded with a function, then it is in global scope. Block statement has nothing to do with scope of a var variable since function limits var variable scope at lower level. In general, we say var variables are function scoped. Now let's discuss scope of let variables. Let keyword creates block scope variables, meaning let variables will only be accessible within the block for which they are created. In other words, within the immediate pair of curly brace where it is defined that even include function. So anything wrapped within a pair of curly brackets creates a new scope for let variables. So let's check that within our program here. So here is the let variable let a. Since this let variable is defined outside any block statement or a function, it will be accessible throughout this file. Now let's move this let variable declaration to this block statement here. Save, that's it. here we have an error, let A is not defined. So this is what we are doing here. The let variable is defined within this block statement and we are trying to access that within this function. Since this variable is created within this block statement, it can only be accessed within this block. So let's move this block statement into this block statement here. Now we could access the variable let A. Since the variable is created within the block statement, it can only be accessed within this block statement, not outside the block. Now let's undo all the changes. Let's move this let variable declaration to this function here. Okay, since function is also a block statement because it is surrounded with a pair of curly braces, so it also creates a block statement for this variable declaration here. It can only be accessed within the function. Now the function is able to access the variable since both of them is in same scope. Now let's move this log statement outside the function. See, here we have the error let A is not defined. Since the let variable is created within the function here, it can only be accessed within this function. In other words, scope of let variable is determined by the immediate pair of curly braces where it is defined, that even include function. So anything wrapped within a pair of curly brackets creates new scope for let variables. Keep this point in mind because in future sessions we'll be seeing statements like if, for, etc. with a pair of brackets like this. All of them creates block scope for let variables. Okay, now let's undo the changes here. Let variables not enclosed in any block statement or a function is only available to the local file. Now that's the case for this variable here. Let variables won't be added to global scope or global object like var variables. So in brief, let variables are block scope. Let variables are only accessible within the immediate pair of curly brackets for which they are created. If there is no surrounding curly brackets, then it will be accessible anywhere within the local file. Let variables are not added to global object or global scope like var variables. A JavaScript module or module scope can influence scope of let variables. We can discuss that in appropriate future sessions. So that's all about scope comparison with var and let. Now let's answer this question. Why do we need a block statement in JavaScript? As you might have guessed, scope defines how long the variable is available in memory. So memory allocated for variables within a block statement will be released after its execution. So that's the only reason for having block statement in JavaScript. And this block scope is introduced in ES6, which was in the year 2015 again. Now, I want to tell you an interesting thing. We can create JavaScript variables without any of these keywords. Just like this, I'm going to create a variable, say the variable name something like some variable, and I will just initialize that with some random value. Actually, it may look like an initialization to an existing variable. But even if there is no such variable declared before, this direct assignment creates a new variable. Independent of the place where the variable is created, whether it is in a function or a block statement, the created variable will be in global scope. And thereby, you could access the same with global object window like this, window.some variable. That's it. But this way of declaring variable is not at all recommended in any way. JavaScript has some loopholes like this. Don't fall for it. It creates confusion and problems later in the development process. We'll be discussing how to avoid such bad practices later in this course. So once you initialize a variable like this, it will work like a normal variable. You could do everything that you can do with normal variables, but this way of variable declaration is not at all recommended in any way. Now let's talk about redeclaration. Var variables allows to redeclare variables in same scope but not let. Here the word same scope is important. Let's check that here. We have already defined a variable var a. Now let's duplicate this with the shortcut Ctrl+C then Ctrl+V. Now let's initialize this with another value. See, its value is changed here, and thereby the previous declaration of this variable is undone and it is redeclared with this statement here. So it is possible with var variables. but not with let variables. Let's try to redeclare this variable. So Control C, then Control V. Here we have the syntax error. Identifier let a has already been declared. Here in this redeclaration definition, the word same scope is important. If we declare let variables with same name in different block statement or function, it is allowed because they are in different scope. Let's try that here. Let me move this line. Let's try that with this function here. Okay, and let's change this value to 3. So here the variable let a is redeclared within this function. So inside this function scope, the value of this variable let a will be 3. If we try to log the variable outside this function, it will print the value 1. So outside this function scope, the variable let a has this value 1. Since both variables are declared in different scope, there is no conflict. Value of the variable within this function will be 3, and outside the function, the variable will be having this value 1. So that's all about redeclaration. Let me undo the previous changes here. Now finally, we have to talk about hoisting. We need to have a brief idea about hoisting also. This is also a big topic for another session, but for the comparison here, we need to brief this concept. Hoisting is the process of moving declarations to the first stage of program execution. Not physically moving the declaration statement to the top, but while running a JavaScript file through hoisting, memory will be allocated to the functions and for var variables before even executing the first line of code, and thereby we could access such functions and variables even before the declaration statement. First of all, let's check function hoisting. So here we have defined the function print s, and we have called this function after declaring the function up above. Now even if you move this invocation or calling statement above this function declaration, it still works. See, the value of variables let a and var a is still printing through this function call here. This is possible because of hoisting. Before executing any statement from this JavaScript file, the memory for function will be allocated, and thereby the function can be invoked whenever it is called, even before the definition or declaration. That is what is happening here because of hoisting. The same behavior is possible with var variables, not with let variables. Let's check that here. I'm gonna copy this line from here, and I will just paste that above the variable declaration. Boom. Even before declaring this var variable, this log statement prints the value of var a. So before any line of statement execution from this file, the memory for this var variable var a is allocated in the memory. When a var variable is hoisted, it will be initialized with undefined. When it reaches up to this line here, it will be initialized with the value that we have provided. That's what we print from this function. So after this line of code, the variable will be initialized with the value provided here. Before that, the variable will be having this value undefined. This is because of hoisting behavior in var variables. If you don't know what is an undefined, this value undefined is a keyword in JavaScript. It has some meaning that the variable is existing but not initialized before. We will talk about such values and data types in next session. Even we declare an initialized the variable var variable in a single statement through hoisting, it will be initialized with this value undefined. So through hoisting of var variables, only declaration is happening, not initialization. Now hoisting won't work for let variables. Let's check that here. Let me copy this line from here, and we are trying to access the let variable even before it is actually declared. Let me save this. Here we have the error, cannot access let a before initialization. So hoisting won't work for let variables. That's all about comparison between var and let variables in JavaScript. Whatever we have discussed for let is exactly the same for const variables also. There is only one difference between const and let keywords. Let's check that here. Let me declare a variable variable with const keyword. I will name it as const a and I will initialize that with 0. Variables created through const keyword are called as constants because the value inside them can't be changed in rest of the program. Means once a constant is created, for rest of the program it is read-only variable. We can only read the variable, not to modify it. So it is a must to initialize variables while declaring it. Otherwise we will have this error, missing initializer in const declaration. So we should declare and initialize constants at the same time. Now after that we can't change the value of constant in rest of the program. Let's try to assign a new value into it. See, here we have the error, assignment to constant variable is not allowed. So that's the only difference between let and constant. Rest of the comparisons, scope, hoisting, no redeclaration is same for constants also. Both let and constant are introduced in year 6, that is in the year 2015. Let's discuss best practices while using these keywords var, const and let. So the order of keywords is like this. Use constants wherever it is possible. If constant is not an option, then go for let variables. If it is necessary to have a global scope variable, then only go for var variables. It is least recommended way of declaring variables in modern JavaScript. Here the agenda behind the order of these keywords are based on small scope, thereby early release of memory and less memory overhead. So use constants wherever it is possible. That means in advance, if you know a variable is not going to change its value later in the program, then use constants. If change of value in that variable is necessary, then go for let. As I told you above, the only difference with let and constant is that constant is not going to change its value throughout the program execution. So even the scope is same for JavaScript engine, memory management for constant is much easier than let variable. Since it knows in advance constants are not going to change their value, the engine only need to take few precautions than changing let variables. You will understand this concept better once we learn what happens behind the scene when a JavaScript program is executed. So that's explained the first priority of constants over let. Now talking about the least priority of var. Now actually in a real world program, after introducing let and constant into JavaScript, var variables are not at all recommended unless if you have a special requirement of leaving the variable in global scope. First of all, var keyword provides topmost scope for its variables, that is global scope. So the variable will take memory space for a long time than it's actually needed. Since it allows redeclaration in same scope, you may accidentally override variables that you don't intend to. That is, you may redeclare variables that you created before, or var variables in other third-party libraries will be redeclared. Finally, hoisting for var variables creates confusions for a developer, like whether it is already defined or not, but the hoisting behavior of a function is expected in common sense.
Hi all, sorry for the interruption. I just want to say this before getting into the next topics like DOM or OOP or HTTP requests, etc. We'll be discussing important JavaScript concepts like recursion, execution context, what happens behind JavaScript engine, JavaScript closure, etc. in a separate video. Once I upload the video, I'll be sharing it in iCard top right corner and inside the first comment of this video.
In this session, we discuss various data types in JavaScript, why JavaScript is called as a dynamically typed language, what is mutable and what is immutable. Everything is explained with real-world examples. First of all, let me start with a normal variable declaration pattern in JavaScript. In previous session, we have already discussed the keywords let, var and const. As we have discussed, the variable declaration must start with any of these keywords and then followed by a variable name. If we want to initialize the variable, we can pass the value here. To verify this pattern, let's declare a few variables. So I have created the variable name with the keyword let and it is initialized with this value ben. Now let me create one more variable. Let me introduce you a new term, literals. Literals are the fixed or hard-coded values in our programs. Fixed values that we provide for initializing a variable is definitely a literal. So instead of the term value here, the right term would be literal. Fixed values outside a declaration statement is also a literal. Along with this pattern, I would also like to show you how to create multiple variables in a single statement. First of all, we can use any of the keywords for let or const. And then we can have the first variable, and let's initialize that with some random value. And then put a comma before the next variable. And let's initialize that. Then put a comma and then the third variable and so on. So this is how we can create multiple variables in a single statement. Here in this statement, only one type of keyword is allowed, either var or const or let. Now back to our topic, data types in JavaScript. Basically, data is information. It could be related to anything. We collect data through our application interface and we will store it somewhere in database. Finally, we will show the data in visual representations through graphs and maps. Application will process the data for better conclusion and analysis as per the application requirement. So that's the brief life cycle of data. In software development, data is everything. It's the fuel for an application, where the application or software is like an engine. Definitely you will understand it gradually in your software development career. Now, the primary agenda behind this session is to get familiar with different categories or types of data as per the language JavaScript. All programming language will categorize data into different types. There could be few differences in the categorization of data types of one language to other. In JavaScript, there are 8 data types: Boolean, null, undefined, number, big int, string, symbol, and object. I will be explaining these types in a different order than from the listed order here. So, the first data type, Boolean. It only contains 2 values, true and false. These values are used to indicate the logic yes or no. For example, let me create a new variable here is adult. Like the variable name implies, this variable is used to indicate whether a given person is an adult or not. Now, if I assign the variable with the Boolean value true, now this variable initialized with this Boolean value true indicates this person is an adult. Now, if I replace this true with false, we assign this Boolean value false to this variable when the person is below the age 18, means he or she is not an adult. So Boolean values can be used when there is only 2 possibilities, like whether active or not, whether logged in or not, etc. Now let's talk about the data type number. It represents numeric data including integers and floating point numbers. To make things more easier, think about number line that we learned in our elementary school. At the center we have 0, onto the right side all the positive numbers 1, 2, 3 and so on. On the other end we have corresponding negative numbers -1, -2, etc. In between these integers we have values with fractions like 1.5, 2.3, etc. Same on the negative side also. So these numbers that we can represent on this number line comes under the type number. For example, I will create a variable age and let's initialize that with an integer. So currently this age is having the data type number because we have initialized that with this integer 45. Floating point numbers is also comes under the data type number. For example, let's create a variable amount and let's initialize that with this floating point number 4.5. So currently this variable amount is also having the data type number. Now there are some limitations to the values that a number type can represent. The range of values that a number type can safely represent is in this range. The maximum value is 2 to the power 53 minus 1. Same on the negative side also, which is equal to these numbers here. You can check these max and min values through JavaScript code itself. For that, we can use this JavaScript standard object number. We'll be discussing what is an object in JavaScript in a bit. For now, you could assume it as a collection of variables. Okay, so this object number represents the number type. So this object is available in global scope. Inside this object, we have different values or functions regarding this type, data type number. To see the max safe value that a number type can store, we can access this value, max safe integer, from this object number. Now let's print that into the console window. So console.log, inside that we can pass this value. So here we have the max safe value. Now to see the min safe value, we could do this. Okay, if we store a value outside this range, then it would be rounded to nearest number, or in other words, JavaScript doesn't guarantee the same number while retrieving it back. We may lose the precision. Let's check that here. So first of all, I will save this max safe integer into this variable amount. Instead of min, we have to pass max safe integer. So this is the maximum safe value that we can store within the number type. Now let's print this variable amount. So here we have the exact value printed in the developer console. Now let me copy this and let's assign the same directly to this variable amount. Now it prints the same value as that we have passed. Now let's assign a higher value. It works fine. Let's increment this by 1. Boom. See, the precision is lost here. These two numbers are different. Okay, so that's what we meant by round error. So that's what happens when we save a value outside the safe range into a number type. While trying the same on your system, so don't expect to see the same error for the same number. You might be having the round error for a different number. It will be different to different web browser and system. Sometimes the value outside the safe range may work as it should. For some values, it may not work. Same in the case of min safe value also. If we go beyond the min safe value, same will happen. Now, how far this number type allows to store the values outside the safe range. So these are the ultimate max and min value a number type can store even after rounding. It's not safe to store value outside the safe range, even though it's possible up to this max and min values here. We might be losing the precision in this unsafe range. If we store a value greater than that, it will be treated as infinity. So plus infinity on positive side and negative infinity on the other end. Infinity is a constant to indicate the number is insanely huge that the type can't represent it. So these values plus infinity and minus infinity also comes under number type. Now what should we do if we want to store a value outside the safe range here? For that we have the data type big int. We can discuss that in a bit. Before that, let me show you a few operations that you can work with number type, starting with addition, subtraction, multiplication, division, etc. So here we have the value age and it is initialized with the value 45. So we can use this operator plus. So the operators for basic math operations is same as that of mathematical operators. Let's add 5 into it. So here we have the result 50. Like this, we could do any math operation, subtraction, multiplication, division, etc. In mathematics, we all learned that any number divided by 0 is infinity. So we could see the same infinity in this case also. So this is the plus infinity. If this number is negative, then it will be negative infinity. See? Now if we perform an invalid operation on this number type, it will end up in a new value. Let me try to multiply the value with a name John. See, here we have a new value NaN. It means not a number. So this value NaN is also comes under the data type number. So whenever you see this value in your program output, just understand this, there is some invalid operation performed on number type. And keep in mind that JavaScript is case sensitive. So the case of this NaN and infinity must be as it is. Then only it will have these meanings that we have described here. Now let's talk about the data type big int. To store integer numbers greater than the value that a number type can safely represent, we use big int type. Big int can store arbitrarily large numbers. With this type, we can only store integers, not floating point numbers. There is no limit specified for it, but it can have any big number as long as the memory space is available. Now let me show you how to assign a big int number to a JavaScript variable. So here we have the variable some big number. Now to assign a big int number to this variable, first of all we have to type the number. After that we can append n to indicate this number is belong to the data type big int. So this is one way of assigning big int data type into a variable. Now let's print this value to the developer console. So while printing the value also, we are seeing the letter n at the end. Now there is one more way to assign a big int number to a variable. For that, we can use this function big int. Inside this function, we can pass the value. Here we have reassigned the variable with another big int number. Now that's what we are seeing inside this developer console. At the end we can see this letter N indicating this is also a big int number. To store a value within this big int type, it's not necessary to have an insanely big number. We can store small numbers in big int type too. But for numbers within the safe range, it's better to use the number type. If we are dealing with insanely large values like scientific measures, then we can use big int type. For example, number of stars in the universe or number of atoms per molecule, etc. So I hope you got the idea. Now most of you might be having this question: if big int type can store values outside this safe range, why number type would store values in this unsafe range? To understand this, first therefore we need to know how JavaScript stores number type. JavaScript uses IEEE 754 double precision 64-bit floating point representation. If these technical terms bothers you, just understand this. To store a number type value, JavaScript uses 64 bits in binary representation, and all numbers are stored as floating point numbers, even an integer. Even if we store the value 5, it will be saved as corresponding floating point number 5.0. As per this representation, these are the safest max and min value that can be represented within this floating point representation. If the number goes beyond this range, then the number will be rounded as per the rules or instructions in the IEEE 754 representation. Definitely we don't want to dig deep into the particular floating point representation, it's too mathematical. So in short, the particular floating point representation does the rounding, and for the numbers outside this range, you could expect rounding error, or in other words, the number loses its precision. Data type big int is added to JavaScript in the year 2020. With it, we could store any big integer as long as the memory space is available. Now, that's all about JavaScript numeric data types, number, and big int. Now, before covering rest of the data types, let's discuss why JavaScript is called as dynamically typed language. I have mentioned this terminology while defining what is a JavaScript. In some languages like Java, C, C++, C#, we have to explicitly mention the type of a variable while declaring it. Such type of languages are called as strongly typed language. For example, if you want to declare an integer variable, we have to declare it with this keyword int, meaning this variable is of the type integer. If we want to declare a variable to store floating point numbers, we have to specify the keyword float while creating the variable. In rest of the program, we are not allowed to assign a value outside the type of the variable, meaning we can't assign floating point number to an integer variable. That's not the case with JavaScript. We don't have to specify the type of a variable while declaring it. Instead, we are using any of these keywords, let, var, or const. For the same reason, JavaScript is called as loosely typed language, because type of a variable is not specified while creating a variable. We could assign value from any data type. So here the variable a is created and it is initialized with this number data type. Then I have reassigned that with a boolean value false. So in JavaScript, a variable can have different data types at various stages of the application. Languages with these behaviors determines data type of a variable based on the assigned value at runtime. So a single variable can have different data types. Hence, JavaScript is also known as dynamically typed language. Since type of a variable is dynamic in accordance to the value assigned to it, in JavaScript we have a special operator typeof to check the type of a variable in between the program. For example, I want to check the type of the variable a in this line here. For that, we could do this type of, then a space. After that, we can provide the variable name. So at this line, the type of this variable a is number. See, now let me copy this and pasting that after this boolean assignment here. Here the type of the variable a is boolean. So for a same variable in JavaScript, it can have different data types. So that's what we meant by dynamically typed language. And keep this in mind, this operator typeof can be used to find data type of a variable at various stages of the program. Now let's talk about the data type string. It represents sequence of characters. They are declared through quotations. For For example, let me declare a variable name and I will initialize that with this name Fiona Green. So currently this variable name is having the data type string. To assign a string value, we can either use single quotes or double quotes. In between them, we can throw any character. So let me create one more variable address. So the string must start with either of the quotes. Inside them, we can pass the address like this. So this is also a string. So I hope you understood what is meant by string. We have a lot to talk about JavaScript strings. We'll do that in a separate section after discussing operators in JavaScript. Now let's talk about both these types, undefined and null. Actually, both are two values in JavaScript. Undefined indicates the variable is created but not initialized yet. We have seen this undefined in previous session while talking about hoisting. Now, null indicates non-existence of something, or you could say absence of a value. For example, here I have defined this variable name but not initialized yet. Now, if you try to log this variable here, we could see the value undefined because we have only created the variable not initialized. See, here we have the value undefined, means the variable is created but not yet initialized. Now, to give a proper example for null variable would be difficult. Let me try that. Now, assume that you are dealing with a human resource management software or HR software, and inside the application we have a variable team lead ID. So inside the application, for every employee there will be a unique ID for each employee, and inside this variable for a given person we have to store the corresponding employee team lead ID. Now assume that the person or employee is a manager or a head of a department. Then for that person there won't be a team lead. Then this value or data type null is more appropriate to indicate this situation. This toilet paper picture illustrates these concepts perfectly. If you are confused, don't worry, you will understand once you encounter them in your programs. Now let's talk about the data type objects. For now, I would say it's a collection of key value pair wrapped within a pair of curly brackets. Before saying anything, let me show you an example here. So here we have the variable student. Into it, I would like to store an object. So the object must be wrapped or enclosed within a pair of curly brackets like this. Now inside this, we can provide all the information about this student through key value collection like this. So here we have the admission number, and then we can provide the name also, then age, etc. It goes like this. So this is an example for an object. It often resembles a real-world entity, like all the information about an entity is grouped or structured into one thing. We will dig deep into JavaScript objects later. For now, just have the basic idea about them. So this is a key, this is another key. Into them we have assigned the values here. So totally a key value collection. These keys in an object is called as properties. Let's look how to retrieve and modify values inside these keys or properties. To retrieve a value from this object, we could do this. First of all, the object name, which is student, then a dot or period symbol followed by the key or property name. So from now onwards, these keys will be called as properties. So now we are going to access the property name here. See, here we have the output. So this is how we can retrieve a value or a property from an object. If you want to change this value, you could do this student dot name. Let's assign that with another value. Here we have the updated name. So this is how we can work with objects in JavaScript. Now, data types other than objects are collectively known as primitive data types because they are their own, not derived or made up of other types of data. That's not the case with objects. We are storing numbers and strings in JavaScript object properties. Now, let's look how an object is stored in the memory. Objects are stored somewhere in memory, and the variable used to declare the object stores the reference or address to the stored memory location. And for the same reason, objects are also called as reference type. That's not the case with primitive data types. The actual value is saved in the corresponding variables. Now let me demonstrate it with few examples. Here we have the object student. Let's rename it with student1. Now let me create another variable student2, and let's assign student1 to it. Here, this is what happens. The object is saved somewhere in the memory. Say the memory location address is 1000. So the variable student1 is having the reference 1000. So that reference 1000 is assigned to this variable student2. Here the reference to this object is passed, not the object as it is. As a result of that, when we make an update or change in a property through one variable, the same change reflected while accessing with other variable also, because the actual object is saved once and the same reference is used or passed to two variables student1 and student2. Let me show you that here. First of all, I will print the age of this student. So student2 dot age, currently it is 24. Now before this log statement here, I will update the age with this student1 variable. So student1 dot age is equal to 20. The age is also updated inside this object student2 also, because both of these variables student1 and student2 referring same object or same location where this object is saved. So whenever we are making changes like this and the same change is retrieved with this variable student2. So that's the behavior you could expect from a reference type. That's not the case with a primitive type. For example, let me declare a variable score1 and let's initialize that with 50. Let's create one more variable score2 and let's assign score1 to it. Here this variable is having the data type number which is of the type primitive. So when we assign score1 to score2, it is actually passing this value itself, not the reference to this variable. So that's the difference between reference type and primitive type. Now let's remove these second variables here. Now with this assignment statement here, we are able to change a value of a single property from this object age from 24 to 20. This is only possible with the data type objects. We can modify a part of an object without modifying rest of the properties or redeclaring the entire object. So they are called as mutable, means they can be changed. That's not the case with primitive data types. We can't modify a primitive value. Can we make modifications within this 50 like we have done within this object here? It's not logical or not possible. So that's why primitive types are called as immutable. Of course, we can change the value inside this variable here to something 40 or 30 like that, but we can't make modifications within these values 50 or 40 like we do in this objects here. Here we are actually redeclaring a new variable 40 to initialize this variable score1. So primitive types are immutable, means they can't be changed, but objects can be changed, so they are called as mutable. Now finally we have the data type simples. This is also a primitive data type. It's a special data type. Its value is unique so that it can't be recreated. I know you are confused. Let's try a few examples here. I will create a variable symbol1. To create a symbol, we can only use this function here, simple. Okay, so this function will return a symbol that we have stored into this variable symbol1. Now let me duplicate this line here. Let's rename this variable as symbol2. In this second line of assignment, we are calling this simple function exactly same as we have done for the first simple here, even though these simples won't match each other. So that's what makes this data type special. How can we compare two variables in JavaScript? For that, we have this operator, strict comparison operator. The operator looks like this: 3 equality simples. If you want to compare two values, you could do this. Let's try that with some integers to check whether 4 is equal to 4. You could do this. If they are equal, it will print the boolean value true. If they are not equal, it will print the value false. We'll be discussing more about these types of operators in next few sessions. For now, let's compare these two variables or simples. So first of all, we have simple1. Let's compare it with simple2. See, they are not equal even though we are using same function as it is for declaring both of these variables. So this is what we meant by simples. They return always a unique value and we can't recreate it. While creating a simple inside this function, we can pass a title or description like this. It will be helpful to identify these simples during testing or debugging. So these descriptions or title has nothing to do with the value of these simples. because even if you pass same title or description inside these functions, still they won't match each other. Still, this comparison shows this value false, meaning these simples are not equal. Don't need to think much about simples, just think they always return a unique value when we call the function simple. This data type is introduced in the version ES6 because there are few requirements in JavaScript that was not possible or difficult without simples. I would like to discuss those special cases or requirements here, but it would be better if we postpone that discussion for future sessions after learning required prerequisite topics. Meanwhile, don't worry, simples are rarely used in JavaScript programs, so please wait for the discussion where we will dig deep into simples data type. In this session, we will discuss all about JavaScript operators with practical examples. Here we also discuss operator precedence with associativity. Let's start with a variable declaration. So here we have the variable name. Let's initialize that here. If you look at various parts of this declaration statement, we have talked about variables and rules for naming them. After that, we have discussed how to use keywords let, var, and const for creating variables. In last session, we have covered data types of variables based on the assigned value to it. Now, what is remaining here? This assignment operator, right? So that's what we are going to discuss in this session. Operators in JavaScript. Before getting into various operators, let's get familiar with these terminologies, operator and operand. For that, consider the following code snippet. So here we have the variable sum. Into it, I will save the result of this addition operation here. Let me create one more variable, type of sum. Into this variable, I will save the data type of this variable sum. For that, we could use this operator, type of, that we have learned in previous session. So type of sum. So in this statement, here we have the operator, which is the addition, which add these two numbers 4 and 6. So here we have the operator, and in this statement, here we have the operator type of, which will find the data type of this variable here. So type of is another operator. So operator is something that specifies an action or operation to perform, and these values or variable on which the operation is performed is called as operand. Hope you understood these terminologies, operator and operand. This is an operator, this is another operator, sum is an operand for this type of operator, and for this addition operation here, these values 4 and 6 are operand. Now here we have the broad categorization of JavaScript operators. As always, I will be discussing each of these operators in a different order than from this listed order here. First of all, let's start with arithmetic operators. For that, first of all, let me declare three variables, a, which is initialized with 4, and then b with value 2, and finally result variable, and which is having the value 0. Into this result variable, we'll be saving the result of the operations that we are going to perform here. Obviously, we all know how these basic arithmetic operators works. So it would be easy to discuss them here. First of all, we have the addition operation, and the result is saved into this variable. Now let me log this variable into the developer console. So result. So 4 plus 2, which is 6. So here it is. So these variables a and b are the operand for this operator plus or addition. Now we have subtraction, 4 minus 2, which is 2. Then we have multiplication, 4 into 2, which is 8. And then we have division, 4 divided by 2, which is 2 again. So that's the basic 4 arithmetic operators. Now I will replace this 4. Now 3 divided by 2, which gives 1.5. Since we have a fraction here, 3 is not completely divisible by 2. When 3 is divided by 2, there is a remainder 1. When we divide 5 by 2, there is a remainder 1. When we divide 5 with 3, there is a remainder 2, which means we can only have 1 3 within this 5, and there is 2 remaining. So in order to find that remainder after division, we can have this modulus operator. So here we have the simple for remainder operator. So it gives the remainder after the division operation between a and b. So this is the remainder 2 after the operation a divided by b. So that's the modulus operator. Now we have exponent operator. So it looks like this, 2 asterisk marks. So mathematically 5 to the power 3, or in other words 5 cube, which is equal to 125. Now let's replace this 3 with 2, so which is 5 raised to 2. So this operation becomes 5 square, which gives this value 25. Now we'll be discussing rest of the arithmetic operators in a bit. Before that, let's talk about what is an expression and difference between expression and statement. In one of our previous sessions, we have already talked about what is a statement. Statement is a complete set of instructions to perform a particular action, while an expression is a unit of code that can be evaluated to a value. Let's check that with this example here. This first line is a statement because it does something, that is creating these variables a, b and result. And this is another statement which is saving the operation result into this variable result variable. This is another statement which print the value of this result variable into the dev console here. Now expression is something that can be evaluated to a value. For initializing these variables, we are passing the fixed or literal values 5 to 0. They are also an expression because they gives a value. This is another expression. This is an expression because it can be evaluated to a value. Now into this console log function also we are passing an expression result. It is also an expression which contains the value 25. So expression is something that can be evaluated to a value, while a statement does something or some action like variable declaration, printing a message to dev console, etc. So from now onwards, I hope you can differentiate these terminologies, expression and statement. These terminologies are important while learning a programming language. You will be hearing them over and over again. So don't take it lightly. In certain contexts or places in our programs, it expects an expression, means a value. In those places, we can't pass a statement. For example, in case of this console log statement, as you know, this function prints a value into developer console. So we have to pass a value within this pair of parentheses, that is an expression. We can't pass an expression here like declaring a variable like this. We have to pass a value like this. Here we are assigning a value into this variable result. Here also we can only pass an expression that can be evaluated to a value. We can't pass like declaring a variable here. So hope you understood the concept. Now let's move on with rest of the operators. Let's talk about normal assignment operator. We have been using them for initializing and assigning a value to a variable. So no more explanation needed for this assignment operator. So it will just evaluate the right hand side expression. As I mentioned, I will be using the word expression from now onwards. So an assignment operator evaluates the right hand side expression and the value will be assigned to the left hand side variable here. Same in case of this initialization also. These simple expressions are assigned to the corresponding variables while declaring them. Now consider the following code snippets. Here, the immediate or adjacent variables on both sides of this assignment are same. In this context, JavaScript has shorthand operators. They are called as compound assignment operators. Instead of this elaborated line of code, when we have same variables on both sides of this assignment operator, we could do this. This is it. So it is similar to writing A is equal to A plus B. So this is a shorthand operator for this operation here. And this operator is called as addition assignment operator. Now let me copy this. We have the shorthand operator like this. Here the operator is called as subtraction assignment. And here we have multiplication assignment. And here we have division assignment. So in order to use these compound assignment operators, the immediate or adjacent operators on both sides of this assignment must be same. In order to write a compound assignment operator like this, B addition assignment A, the actual operation would be B is equal to B plus A. So here also the adjacent or immediate operators on both sides of the assignment are same, which is B. So we could use this addition assignment syntax. So hope you understood how this compound assignment works. So these compound assignment operators gives a shortcut for writing the code for these patterns of operations. So that's all about compound assignment operators regarding arithmetic operators. There are a few other compound assignment operators also. We will discuss that after logical operators. Now let me get rid of these statements from here. Now let's discuss increment and decrement operators. These are also a kind of shorthand syntax. Imagine an application where a counter is involved. Most of the time, we may have to increment the score or counter as follows. In these types of application, we'll be having a variable like score. It is having this value 0. In an application with a counter involved, we frequently need to increment the counter by 1 like this. The exact reverse operation would be happening in an application involving countdown operation. For example, we are dealing with a countdown seconds for a shopping deal. So we have this variable seconds left. Let it be 5 minutes. So 5 into 60. After each seconds, we have to decrement this counter by 1. So we will do the operation like this. In various stages of the application development, you will be seeing an operation involving increment or decrement by 1 unit. For these situations, JavaScript already have a shorthand syntax. It looks like this. So here we have the increment operator, and here we have the decrement operator. Now let me comment these previous operations here. Now let's print these variables score. Let me copy this and pasting here for seconds left. Initially, score is having this value 0. After this statement here, it is incremented by 1. So that's what we can see inside this developer console here. With this short syntax, we don't even need an assignment operator. It will increment the value inside it. It will assign the incremented value into the variable. Same in case of this decrement operator also. Initially, we have 300 and it is decremented by 1. Now, there is one more way to increment this counter here. So it looks like this. Score. So with this statement, we have incremented 0 to 1, then incremented to 2. That's what we can see here. Same in case of this decrement operator also. Here we again decremented the number to 298. So this is what we call post increment, and this is pre-increment. So here we have post decrement. This is pre-increment. Independent of the place of the operator, the increment operation is working as it should. Then what is the difference in doing this? In order to find the difference, you have to assign the result to a variable. So I will declare a new variable result. Let's initialize that with 0 and let's assign this value to result. Either way, the value will be incremented. Now we don't want to check the value of score. Instead, let's check the value of result. So I will just print the value of result. We have already seen after this operation here, the value inside the score will be incremented. Even though the value inside the result is same as before, it is 0. Why is that so? So that's the difference. This post increment operator returns the value of score before incrementing the value. So 0 is returned to this result and then incremented its value to 1. You might have confused before this operation also inside this variable we are having 0. So in order to avoid the confusion, I will change the value of score to something 5. Now see, the value of score is assigned to this result and then the increment operation is done. If you check the value of score, it will be 7 because we have done 2 increment operations here. So let's check that also. See, here we have the value 7. Here it is incremented to 6, then 7. Now let me cut this assignment. Now let's paste that for this pre-increment operation here. Let me comment this line here. So initially score is having the value 5. After this operation, result is having the value 6 because this pre-increment operation returns the value after incrementing the value. First of all, it will increment the value to 6 and then return the value to result. So between these operators, post and pre-increment, in post increment it returns the value first and then the increment operation. Here it will do the increment operation first and it will return the value. So that's the difference between post increment and pre-increment. So this is pre-decrement, and same thing happens in case of this post decrement and pre-decrement operations. Here it returns the value first and then the decrement operation. In case of pre-decrement, decrement the value first and then return the value. So hope you understood the difference between them. So that's all about increment and decrement operation. Now let me ask you one thing. How do you change a sign of a number from positive to negative and vice versa? You would probably say multiply the number by -1, right? For example, we are having this variable a with the value 5. Now to change the sign of this variable, we could do this. I will do the operation within this console log statement. Here we have the variable a. Let's multiply that with -1. See, it's working. It's not that unexpected. We all learned that in our elementary schools. But in JavaScript, we have a simple way to do it. For that, we could use this unary negation operator. For that, we just use this minus symbol and then the variable. We switch the sign of this variable. If it is -5, then we have +5. So this unary negation operator comes under arithmetic operators. So this is also a short syntax by removing the multiplication by -1. Now we have unary plus operator. It works like this. For example, we have this variable x, and inside that we have this string 5. This is a string. Inside that we have this number 5. In order to convert this string number to a number type, we just need to do this. Let me assign this operation result into another variable y. Now let's print the type of these two variables are x and y. So we could use this operator type of x. Let me duplicate this line for y. See, x is having the data type string because it is assigned with a string containing 5. To convert the value into corresponding number type, we just use this unary plus operator, and that's why we are having the data type number for this y variable. Now let me print the value of y here. See, it is 5. Now if we pass an invalid number here, say some name Smith, this unary operation results in NaN, meaning not a number, because this string can't be converted to a number. This value NaN is discussed in previous session already. So that's how a unary plus operation works. It will just convert the string into number type. If the string does not contain a valid number, it will return NaN. Here you must understand this. Even these unary plus operator symbol and this unary negation symbols looks exactly opposite. Their operations are not exact opposite, like we have seen in case of addition and subtraction or increment or decrement operation. Here the unary negation operator just switch the sign of the variable, and unary plus operator convert a string number to number type. So just keep that point in mind. Here the operator symbols used for these operations, plus and minus, are same for addition and subtraction too. But based on the number of operands, JavaScript determines whether it is an addition or unary plus operation. Plus symbol comes between two variables, then it is an addition. If there is no variable before plus operator, then it is unary plus operation. Same in case of subtraction and unary negator. Now before discussing comparison and logical operators, we have to get familiar with JavaScript if statement as a prerequisite, which comes under control flow statements in JavaScript. We will be discussing such control flow statements in a separate section. To better understand comparison and logical operators, if statement would be helpful. So far, the order of execution of our JavaScript code starts from first line to the last line without skipping any line in between. By the way, JavaScript skip these comments which are only for the developer. These comments will be skipped by the JavaScript engine. So the first line will be this one, and then this one, then followed by these lines here in the top to bottom order. No line is skipped in between. But in a normal application, that's not the case. Some portion of the code will be executed only if it satisfies a given condition. For that, we use if statement. For example, consider the password comparison during login operation. So we'll be having two variables, actual password, and then we'll be having another variable entered password. So inside this variable, actual password will be retrieving the password that we have saved during the sign up procedure, and inside this entered password variable we'll be having the password that we have typed in login screen. Before successfully authenticating the user, we must have to check whether these passwords match each other. For that, we could use the if statement like this. So first of all, it starts with this if, and then we have the variable actual password, and we will compare that, and then we could use this operator, equals operator, and then we can provide the entered password. Here it will just compare these two variables whether they are equal or not. If they match each other, then we can provide the code block here. So the statements within this if block will be executed only if these two passwords match each other. So inside this if block here, we can authenticate the user, and we can show the user the home page of our application. So that's how an if statement works. And here we have used equals to operator. So all the comparison operator returns Boolean values, either true or false. And that's what an if statement is expecting in between these parentheses here, either true or false. If it is a true, then it will execute the code block here, else it will skip the code block. Like this if statement here, there are various contexts where comparison and logical operators are used. We will see such situations as we move along further in this course. For now, let's look at remaining comparison operators. For that, let's declare two variables, number 1 and number 2. Now here we have the log statement. Inside that we will compare these two variables like this. Number 1, let's compare them with equals operator. See, it is printing the value, boolean value true, means they are equal. Both of them is having 5, so they are equal. If they are different, it will print the value false. Now here we have the corresponding opposite operator, not equal to, means we want to check these numbers are not equal or not. It returns true, meaning these two values are not equal. It will return false only if they are equal. See, now there is one more comparison operator which is more strict in case of data type. In previous comparison operator we have 2 equals simple, here we have 3 equals simple, and this is called as strict equal operator. If we were using normal comparison operator, the type of this operand doesn't matter. Means if we pass string 5 here, still it will return true. See, this operator doesn't care the type of the operator if their values are matching. If we use strict equals simple, it will return false because first of all it will check for the data type and then only it will check for the value. So this strict equal operator returns true only if they are having the same value and data type. For this operator also we have the opposite operator, strict not equal operator. So this operator returns false only if their values and data types are matching. In all other cases, it will return true. Now let's consider another example. We have a variable age and inside that we have this value 16 and we want to check whether this person is an adult or not. For that we have this if statement. We could use this greater than operator. So it looks like this. If the value inside this age variable is greater than 18, then we can decide this person is an adult. And let's print the message adult. See, it's not printing the message adult here because this age 16 is not greater than 18. If it is 19, it will print the message adult because age 19 is greater than 18. So this comparison return true and hence this code block is executed. Here this comparison operator will return true for numbers greater than 18. If you also want to include 18, you could use this operator greater than or equal to. So this is greater than operator. If we pass 18 here, it won't execute this code block because it is not greater than 18. If you want to include 18 also, you could use this operator greater than or equal to. Now this comparison operator will return true for values 18 and above. Now let's check the reverse. Currently this code block will be executed only if this age is 18 or above. Instead, if you want to execute this code block for a person who is minor, means not an adult. In that case, we want to check whether the age is less than 18. For that, we can use this opposite operator, less than. So this is the less than operator and this is the greater than operator. They are completely opposite. So here we are checking whether this person is not an adult or not. If the age is less than 18, then this code block will be executed. Let me pass 16 here. 16 is less than 18, so it will return true and hence this code block will be executed. Just the exact reverse condition. Even if you pass 18 here, this won't return true. In order to include 18 here, we have to do the same like we have done before. Just add the equals symbol here. So currently it is less than or equal to operator. Instead of providing these comparison operations inside an if statement, you could directly check that with console log statement also. Age is less than 18, so it returns false. If you pass less than or equal to, it will return true. So the comparison operator always returns true or false. Now let's get back to this if statement here. Now before discussing logical operators, I want to talk about truthy and falsy values in JavaScript. As I mentioned before, there are various contexts or situations in JavaScript where a boolean value is expected, like this if statement here. Here we expect a boolean value, but But in these situations, we don't have to literally pass a boolean value exactly as it is. Let me explain that with an example here. I will rename this variable as x. Let's remove these comments from here, and I will change this message to something working. Now in place of this if condition here, I will directly pass true, which is a boolean value. So this if statement will always works because this condition is true always. If we pass false here, this code block won't be executing no matter what happens because we are directly passing the boolean value false. In order to execute this code block, this condition should be evaluated to true. Now instead of passing false, even if you pass values like 0 or null or undefined or NaN, JavaScript treats these values as false. So they are called as falsy values. So when these values comes in a boolean context, means in a situation where JavaScript expect a boolean value, these values will be treated as falsy values. So they are called as falsy values. So other than boolean value false, 0, whether it is plus 0, minus 0 or 0 in big int, empty string also is treated as a falsy value. Then null, undefined, NaN, all of them will be treated as false in a boolean context, and all the other values are treated as truthy. Means if you pass 1 here, this code block will be executed because this one is treated as truthy. If we pass x here, it is having this value 18, so this code block will be executed. If we pass an empty string here, this won't be executed because empty string is a falsy value. If there is something inside that string, then it will be executed because only empty string is treated as falsy. Suppose this variable is just declared, not initialized yet, then inside this variable we will be having undefined, so that undefined also is treated as falsy inside a boolean context. Not only in this if statement, as I mentioned, there are various contexts or places JavaScript expect boolean values. In those situations, these values are treated as falsy and all other values are treated as truthy. So hope you understood the concept. Now we can discuss logical operators. These operators are used with boolean values. There are 3 logical operators: and, or, not. This table shows how they operate on a boolean value. So consider 2 variables a and b, both of them having boolean values either true or false. The result of AND operation is here. For now, just understand the summary of this table. We will be looking into it with few examples in a bit. So A and B will be true only if both the operand A and B are true. Then A or B. The result of OR operator will be true if any of the operand is true. And for this logical NOT operator, we only have one operand. It will just switch the value from true to false and false to true. As shown in this picture, operand for these operators won't be literally boolean values. Most of the time, it would be boolean values returned from other expressions involving comparison operators, because comparison operators also return boolean values. Let's check that with an example. We have a number 1, and let's initialize that with 45, and now we want to check whether this number is 2-digit or not. For that, we could use this if statement. Inside that, we will print this message: given number is 2-digit. Now here we have to pass the condition inside this if statement here. For that, we'll be using comparison operator along with logical operators. So we will do this: number 1 is greater than 9 and number 1 less than 100. So this is the condition for checking given number is 2-digit or not. Here we have the comparison operators greater than and less than. In order to be a 2-digit number, the number should be greater than 9 and less than 100. So that and can be represented with this logical operator and here. So as per the table, this logical operator and will return true only if both of these operand returns true. For example, if we pass 2000 here, this comparison operator will return true, means 200 is greater than 9, but it's not less than 100, so this will be having the value false. So this logical operator will return false, and hence this code block won't be executed. And same happens if the number is less than 9. This condition is false and this condition is true. Since one of the operand is returning false, the total expression would be false. So that's what we meant by this truth table here. For AND operator, both operator must be true, then only it will return true. So hope you understood this logical AND operator. Now let's discuss logical logical OR operator. For that, let me declare a variable day of week. Let's initialize that with Monday. And here we want to check whether the given day of week is a working day or not. For that, we could do this. First of all, we will check whether day of week is equal to Saturday or day of week is equal to Sunday. See, here also we are using the comparison operator, so we will compare whether the value inside this variable is Saturday or Sunday. So those are the conditions here. So inside this code block, I will print the message weekend. So current day is Monday, so both of these conditions are false. So this code block won't be executed. Now let's pass Saturday. Now the code block works because one of the operand for this OR operator is true. That is, this side is true. So that's how OR operator works. If any of the operand is true, then the whole result will be true. So that's how logical OR and AND operator works. As you might have already noticed, these logical AND, logical OR operators helps to combine different conditions like this. Here we are combining these two conditions, number greater than 9 and number less than 100. Here we are combining these conditions, day of week is Saturday or day of week is Sunday. So that's what logical AND or OR operator does. Now we have one more logical operator which is not. For that I will be creating a variable is adult. Let's initialize that with true. If you want to execute few lines of code, if the person is not an adult, you could use the comparison operator like this. Is adult is not equal to true, then we can execute the code block here. So here we have the comparison operator not equals. So this code block will be executed if the value inside this variable is not true. This will be executed. Instead of doing this, we could just use this logical not operator like this. Let's log a message here, something working. As you can see from the table, the logical NOT operator just switched the value from true to false and false to true. Here currently it is having true, so this logical NOT operator will result false. So this code won't be working. If we pass false here, this code block will be executing because false with this NOT operator returns true. So this is a shorthand for doing this comparison is adult not equal to true. Instead of doing this, we could just use this logical not operator. So that's all about logical operators in JavaScript. Now in this session, we are only going to discuss 3 compound assignment statements. For now, just understand what they are capable of. You will understand them better when you come across in such a requirement. For now, let's discuss how they operate. So we have two variables, a with 1, then b initialized with 0. Now here we have the logical AND assignment. A AND operator, then equals operator, then let's assign that with 2. Now let me log the value of a here. This expression value will be only assigned to this variable a if this a is a truthy value. We have already discussed what is a truthy value before, all the values that are not falsy. Currently this value a is a truthy value, means it is having 1, so it is a truthy value. 1 is a truthy value, so this 2 will be assigned to it. Currently in my editor, you could see this red squiggly line here indicating there is an error. Actually, it's not an error. These 3 compound assignment statements that we are going to discuss are latest addition into JavaScript. This error is showing here because this IDE or its extension is not updated to the latest JavaScript version. So in case of logical AND assignment, the assignment will happen only if the right hand variable is truthy. Let's try the same with the variable b here. Since b is having the value 0, it is falsy, not truthy, so this value 2 will not be assigned to it, and hence you could see the value of b as 0. Now the exact reverse operation is happening with a logical AND assignment. The assignment will only be working if this variable is falsy. So currently a is having 1, which is truthy, not falsy, so this assignment won't work. So that's why we are having the same value here. Initially b is 0, b is falsy, so this assignment will be done. So b currently having this value 2. So hope you understood how this logical AND assignment and logical OR assignment works. Now let's talk about logical nullish operator. So for that, I will be declaring another variable c. Okay, I'm not initializing it here. Now let's do the logical nullish assignment here. So we are having 2 question mark, then equals simple, and let's assign the value 3 here. And let me log the variable c. Currently you could see the value of c is 3, meaning this assignment is working. For a nullish assignment, the assignment will be happening only if this variable is nullish, meaning the variable is having either undefined or null value. So these values, undefined and null, are commonly known as nullish. So if any of these values there inside the C variable, then this assignment works. If it is having another value, then this assignment won't happen. C is having its initial value 67. These 3 compound assignment operators are used to assign values to an existing variable based on their value, whether it is truthy, falsy or nullish. You will understand it more when it comes to a practical application. So these are the operators that we want to discuss in this session. Here I have completely skipped the binary operators. It will be required only if we are dealing with bitwise operations, which is so rare. If you come across in such a requirement, you could refer the MDN official documentation. I have given the link in video description. Now there are few more operators, 2 unary operators, type of and delete. We have already discussed type of operator in previous session. The delete operator will be discussed in a separate section along with objects. And then we have ternary operator. It will be discussed under conditional operators in a different section. Then in and instance of operators are remaining. We will discuss that in object-oriented programming concept or OOP concept. So that's all about JavaScript operators. Now before concluding this session, we have to discuss operator, precedence and associativity. Let's consider these operations here. First of all, we have the variable a1. Into it, I will save the result of this operation 5 plus 3 into 2. Let me print the value of the variable a1 here. You could see the result here, 11. How does it came to this result? Because if you check, first of all, we have 5 plus 3, which is 8, multiplied by 2, so 8 into 2, which is 16. But here we have the result 11. How does that work? In order to understand it, we have to know operator precedence. In order to explain this concept, I will be using this official documentation precedence table. For any JavaScript operator, it has some precedence, so which is explained in this table. So the operator with highest precedence will be executed first. The multiplication operator has the highest precedence than this addition. So this multiplication happens first. 3 into 2, which is 6, 6 plus 5, 11. So that's what we are seeing in this result. So this precedence table defines precedence to each operator in JavaScript. So operators is there inside this second column, and then here we have the symbol for that column, and associative will be discussed in a bit. And inside the first column we have the precedence. So the highest precedence is 21 and the lowest precedence is here 1. Okay, in case of this operation here, the multiplication operator has this precedence 50 and the addition is having the precedence 40. So that's why multiplication happens before addition. You don't have to literally by heart these precedence order here. Just having an idea what comes first would be better. If not, you can refer this table later. Even though in this written order, addition comes first before multiplication. As per precedence, multiplication will be happen first and then addition. But if you want to do it in the same order as we have written here, first addition then multiplication, you can group these operations in a parenthesis like this. So addition will happen first and then this multiplication. You can explain the same with this precedence table here. Grouping with a pair of parentheses has the highest precedence 21. Everything comes after that. So anything grouped within a pair of parentheses will be executed first. Now let's talk about these operations. A2, 5 plus 3 multiplied by 2 minus 5. Let's print the result here, A2. See, here we have the result 6. So here we have 3 operations: addition, multiplication, subtraction. As per the precedence table, among these 3 operators, multiplication has the highest precedence. You could check that here, 15, and that of this subtraction and addition is 14. So we could do the multiplication first. 5 plus, so as a result of the multiplication, we'll be having 6 here. Now we have remaining 2 operations, addition and subtraction. If you look at the precedence table, both of them having same precedence 14. Now which is to be executed first? So that is what explained with this associativity here. For this addition and subtraction, the left to right associativity is mentioned. So the execution will start from left to right. So first of all, 5 plus 3 happens, so which is 11 minus 5, then 11 minus 5 is 6. So that is what we are getting here. Let's talk about another example for associativity. We have a variable a, then variable b, and let's assign the value to it like this. A is equal to b is equal to 3. So here we have two operators, both are same, so same precedence. Now here, which assignment works first? You could check that within this precedence table here. Here we have the assignment operators. Here the associativity is mentioned as right to left. So this assignment works first. And that 3 is assigned to this variable. So both of these variables after this statement will be having the same value 3. With that, we conclude this JavaScript operators section here. In this session, we will discuss JavaScript strings. This is a dedicated session for JavaScript strings, so we could discuss everything in depth, like what is a string, different ways to generate a string, and methods or functions related to them. As per the definition, string is a sequence of characters enclosed within a pair of quotes. Let's check that in action. Start with a variable declaration, full name. You can either use single quotes or double quotes also. So here we go. In between these quotes, you can throw any character you want. You could use either single quotes or double quotes like this. Both are same. Now let's declare another variable, street address. Into it, I will pass this address here. Now you could see a red squiggly line here indicating an error, because inside this value itself we have a single quotes. So this is what JavaScript interprets. This is a string and rest of these parts are written by mistake. In these situations, instead of enclosing this string with a single quotes, you could use a double quotes. Now we don't have any issue. Now instead of this single quotes here, suppose you have a double quotes in between, then also we have this error. Now to avoid this error, we can wrap this string with single quotes. Now this is how we handle when we have quotes within the string itself. Now let me declare another variable, address. Into it, I will save this whole address. See, the whole address is written within a single line here. Instead of this, we have a better way to do this. Now I'm gonna reassign the same address into this variable using template string. Now let me copy paste the same here. Instead of these double quotes or single quotes, we'll be using backticks. You could see this character in your keyboard on top left corner along with escape key. So here we have enclosed everything within backticks like this. In template strings, we could split a string into multiple lines like this so that we could easily understand it. So using template strings, we can split the string into multiple lines like this, and it is much easier to read than from this single line here. And also we don't have to worry about these quotes within the string itself. So here I will rename this variable as address1 and this will be address2. Now let's print these values into developer console here. So address1, let's duplicate this for address2. So here we have the same address stored in different methods. This string template is saved as we have provided here. The same new lines is there in the saved version also. Now the important benefit of using template string is that it allows placeholders within a string. Let me show you that with a real world example here. This is a screenshot of MailChimp website dashboard. Here you could see the greetings message, good morning Marijana. Now say for a different user Alex, this greetings message should be good morning Alex. In order to generate such string, template string would be helpful. Let's check that in action. Let's declare a new variable, greeting message. Now let's assign the message here, good morning. Now instead of hard coding this name here, we'll be using string interpolation. For that, we could do this $, then a pair of curly braces. Within that, we can provide this variable name, full name here. Instead of this single quotes, it should be backtick. So here we have the template string. Inside that we can pass a placeholder like this. During runtime, this placeholder will be replaced with the value inside this variable full name. So this is what we call a placeholder, and this way of generating a string is called as string interpolation. Now after the placeholder, we can pass anything we want. Just before this portion here, the value of full name will be replaced replaced. Now instead of this random string, we need an exclamation mark like this. Let's print this variable into the developer console. So greeting message, boom. That's it. Good morning, John Smith. So this placeholder is replaced with the value that we have within this variable. So this is what we call a string interpolation. The placeholder will be replaced with the value of the expression within it. In this case, we have a full name variable. So the value of full name will be replaced in place of this. In between this, we could write any JavaScript expression. We have already explained what is an expression in previous session. So anything that returns a value is an expression. If you want to do some mathematical operation in between these curly brackets, it's possible because it is an expression. So we can pass any expression in between these pair of brackets and the value will be replaced at runtime. In this MailChimp website, once user login into the website, corresponding username Marijana will be saved into a variable like this. For now, let's replace this with Marijana. So there will be a variable similar to this full name. Once user login into the website, corresponding username will be assigned to this variable and that name will be replaced in place of this placeholder here. And that's how we can generate dynamic strings like this. You got it? I know it can't be always good morning. Based on current time, we could program like good morning, good afternoon, etc. with another variable like this full name here. We'll be discussing JavaScript date and time in a separate session so that you can handle these types of requirements. As you can see, these template strings are like a template. We could dynamically replace or modify the string during runtime. This way of generating string values are called as string interpolation. Now there is one more way to create a string. To show you that, let me create another variable here, message. Now to generate this string, we could use this function string. It is a standard or a default function in JavaScript. Inside that, we could pass the string. So here we have used data type function string. So these types of data type function is available for all data type like number, boolean, begin, object, etc. Out of which we have already used begin function for creating begin variables in data type session. For example, if you want to assign a number to this variable, you could use the data type function number. Inside that we can pass the value. So for all data types, there is a standard function for generating value of its type. For example, you can generate an object with its type function. So it looks like this object. Inside that we can pass the object directly. Finally, let's log this variable object. See, here we have the object that we have created with its data type function object. So these types of function is available for all data types. So just keep that in mind. There is nothing special to the values that we have created with a data type or through direct assignment here. Most of the time we'll be using single quotes or double quotes. If there is a requirement for string interpolation, we'll be using template strings like this. Now let's discuss another scenario. We have already mentioned that if there is a quote within the string itself, we have to use the alternative quotes to wrap them. For example, here we have a double quotes. To wrap this string, we have used single quotes. Here we have a single quotes. To enclose this string, we have used a double quotes. In these situations, you can also insist on using a particular type of quotes to wrap this string. For example, let me copy this variable declaration here and let's paste that here. Now you could see this error. The variable has already been declared. We have already discussed that let variables does not allow duplicate variable names. So I will just rename this as street address 2. So here we have a single quotes and we also used a pair of single quotes to wrap this string. Here we have this error because the single quotes already has a meaning that it is treated as an indication for starting or ending a string. In order to consider this character as a part of this string here, just before the character we just need to add this backslash like this. Now the special meaning of the single character is ignored and it became a part of this text here. Now let's print this variable here, street address 2. See, here we have this string. The forward slash that we have provided is ignored. In place of this backward slash single quotes, we only have a single quotes here. Normally in a string, everything in between the quotes is treated as a plain text. But with these types of sequences, we can accomplish certain operations within the string itself. So here we have the complete list of escape sequences in JavaScript. I have given the link in video description. All of these escape sequences starts with a backward slash. We have already discussed escape sequence for single quotes. Now back to the application here. Normally JavaScript engine treats single quotes or double quotes as an indication for starting or ending a string. In order to escape from normal behavior, we are using a backward slash, and that's why these types of sequences are called as escape sequences. Now there is an escape sequence for double quotes also in this string. Instead of this single quotes, if you want to have a double quotes, you could do this. We don't need an escape sequence here because we are wrapping this string with single quotes. Instead of that, let's try double quotes. Now we have to escape this double quotes. For that, you could use backward slash like this. Now instead of these quotes here, you actually want to show a backward slash itself. In that case, we'll be doing this. But this won't work, as you can see here. You don't have a backward slash here. It's because when JavaScript finds a backward slash, it expects a special character. So in order to escape from its default behavior, you could use this backward slash here. Now you could see the backslash. So just go through this list of escape sequences so that you could refer this table later when you have such a requirement in future. Now let's discuss one of the common escape sequence, which is new line. For that, I will be copying this address variable from here, and let's paste that here. I will rename this variable as address3. Let's print the value here. In order to split the same string into multiple lines, we have used template strings here. You could do the same using new line escape sequence. So after this name, we need a new line. So backward slash n. So here we have a new line. See, let me add rest of the new line character here. So this new line escape sequence can be used to put line breaks in between the string. Now instead of this new line sequence, if you use this sequence, we can have a tab in between the string. Let's try that here. See, instead of a new line, we have a tab in between the string. So that's how escape sequence works. Now let me show you a small tip here. This enter variable declaration is done within this line 18. If you want to split this return string into multiple lines for better readability, like we have done within this string template, you could do this. Normally, string declared with quotes does not allow to split them into multiple lines. That's why we have this red squiggly line here. In order to avoid this problem, just use backward slash just before the line break. While printing the value, we can't see the new line. When you have a long string, you can split them into multiple lines like this for better readability. While saving the value, line breaks or new line won't be there inside the string. Isn't that cool? So that's all about different ways to generate a string. Now let me get rid of these sample quotes here. Now we are going to discuss string concatenation operator. So through concatenation, we can append or merge multiple strings into one string. For example, let me declare two variables here. First name, then last name. Now here we have the variable full name. We can combine this first name and last name here. For that, we will do the concatenation like this. First name, and here we have the concatenation plus operator. Then last name. Let's print the value here. So here we have used plus operator to concat these two variables, and here we have the concatenation result. To have a separation between first name and last name, we can have this space string like this. So here we have the space string, and let's combine them in this order. So here we have combined these three strings. Let's try one more example here. Let me declare one more variable place. Into it I will assign this value Florida. Now let's print a message like this. Today's, here we need a single quotes or apostrophe. For that, we will use the escape sequence like this. Today's guest is, let me concat the full name here. Into it, we will concat this from, and let's append the place here. So here we have the final output as a result of the concatenation. In previous session, we have learned compound assignments. Let's try that for this concatenation plus operator. Suppose we have a variable sample text. And let's initialize that with 1, 2, 3. Now let's append few more numbers into this string here. So we could do this sample text plus 5, 6, 7. Let's print the value into the developer console. So here we have the output. Since we have same variable on both sides of this assignment here, we could use compound assignment. So let me duplicate this line here, and let's comment this first line, and let's use this compound assignment. The operation is working as we expected. you might have already noticed the same plus operator is used to add two numbers. So based on the adjacent operand type, JavaScript determines whether we need an addition operation or a concatenation. If both of them are string, then there will be a concatenation. If both of them are numbers, then addition will happen. Now what happens when we do this operation by mixing the type? I will try that inside this log statement here. Let's try to do the operation with this number 3 and this string good. See, here we have the output. So here we have a concatenation. If the printed value is a number, then the printed color will be different. See, here we have this number in a string, so they are in white color. This is in pink color, meaning this is a number type. So from the color itself, we could say it's not a number. So in this plus operation here, this number is converted into corresponding string and then appended with this string here. Why it's not the other way? That would be converting the string into a number. It's too difficult to convert a string into a number than a number is getting converted into a string. So that's what happens here. JavaScript always looks for the easy way. Now let me duplicate this. What will be the output of this operation here? See, here we have the output 7 good. How does that happen? If both these numbers are converted to string, then the output will be 4, 3 good. Instead of that, here we have 7 good. It can be explained with operator associativity. For plus operator, associativity is from left to right. So first of all, this addition operation happens. So 7, and then we have this plus operator in between 7 and good. So the 7 is converted to string and then the concatenation is happens. So that's why we have this final output here. So this is what happens when we have a plus operator in between number and string. Now instead of this number, let's pass a boolean value true. See, this boolean is converted to a string and it is concatenated with this string here. Now if you are thinking about doing other arithmetic operators like multiplication or division, we will end up in this output NaN, meaning not a number. This multiplication operator can only be used for arithmetic operations between number type or big int. It can't be used with a string. It will end up in this value NaN, meaning not a number. So there is only one common operator between number type and string, which is this plus operator. In case of a string, it will do the concatenation, and in case of number type, it will do the addition. So that's all about string concatenation. Now let me get rid of these code snippets here. Now let's look how to find number of characters in a string. To find number of characters inside this string, we could do this. Name dot length. It prints 5, meaning there are 5 characters inside this string. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Here we have used length property of a string object. Did I say object? Yes, this is a property of string object. If you remember, string is a primitive data type. As per the definition, primitive types are they or not derived from anything else. They are simple as this string here. They don't have a property like this length. Then from where this property length is coming from. To clarify this doubt, let me declare another variable place. Let's initialize that with the Datatype function string. Into it we will pass Sydney. Now if you check the data type of this variable, you could see it is string. Now let's consider this variable here, country. To initialize this variable, I will do this new string. Inside that we can pass this. Now if you check the type of this variable, you could see it is an object. See? The only difference in between these variables is that we have used a new keyword. We will discuss about new keyword along with JavaScript class. For now, just understand this. This string is a class and this is a function. So this function returns the string that we have passed and it is assigned to this variable here. And this string is a class. So inside this string class, we have various properties and functions related to string. So those properties or functions will be there inside the object that is created through this new keyword here. So this is a string object. This country is a string object. It contains various properties. You could see that. First of all, let's log this variable here, place, and let's log this object country. See, while we print the value of this variable place, we could only see the value. The same is passed here. So this string is similar to the string that we have created through single quotation or string templates, etc. All of them comes under primitive strings. But when you print a string object, see here we have the string object. We have briefly explained what is an object during data type session. Inside that we have various properties, 1, 2, 3. These are properties actually, and here we have the property length. That is what we have used here. If you expand this prototype here, you could see various functions related to string. We'll be discussing that in a bit. So here we have declared the variable name using primitive string, but we are able to access the length property like this name is a string object, but actually it's not a string object, it is a primitive string. Then how it is possible? Actually it is done by JavaScript itself. Whenever we try to access these properties or execute these functions on a primitive string like this one here, behind the scene JavaScript convert primitive string to corresponding string object for that particular expression or statement. Not literally changing the primitive to an object, it will create a temporary string object corresponding to the string primitive and then access the property or execute functions within it. The same thing happens for other data types also. Now finally, we have to get familiar with commonly used string functions in JavaScript. For that, let me get rid of these sample codes here. So first of all, we will start with the function for concatenation. For that, I will be declaring a variable greetings. Let's initialize that with hello. We have already discussed how to concat or merge strings with plus operator. Along with the plus operator, we have a string function for doing that. Let me try that within this log function here. So here we have the variable greetings. From that, we can call this function concat. Inside this function, we could pass strings like this. So this function returns the result after concatenating these two strings hello and the. So here we have the result hello the. Like this string, you could pass any number of strings within this function here. All of them will be concatenated like this. So that's how this concat function append or merge strings like we have done with plus operator. To concat two strings, you could either use plus operator or this concat function for combining two strings. Now let's talk about accessing characters within a string. For that, we'll be using index number. It's like an ordinal number, but it is starting from 0. So this first character is at 0th index, and this E is having index 1, then 2, then 3, then 4, and so on. Now to access a character for a given index, we have a function called char at. Let's try that here. Greetings. Then let's call this function char at. If we pass 0, it will return the character at 0th index. So that will be this capital H here. If we pass 1, it will return the character at index 1. Then let's try 2. So for 2 and 3, we'll be having letter L, and then at 4th index, we have O. So that's how this char at function works. Now there is one more way to access a character within a string. For that, we are not using any function. We have a pair of square brackets like this. Inside that, we can pass the index. This is also similar to this char at function. Here also it returns the character at the given index here. If you already know arrays, you should know this syntax is similar to accessing elements within an array. Most of you might have heard of arrays before. If not, don't worry, we will discuss that in a separate session. So most often this syntax is used to access or retrieve characters within a string rather than this char at function here. Now there is a similar function to this char at function which is known as char code at. It will return Unicode number of a character. We have briefly explained what is Unicode number stands for while discussing identifiers in JavaScript. Everything in JavaScript is stored in binary representation. We could directly convert decimal numbers into a binary easily. But for characters in a string, first of all, we have to map those characters into a number, and then only we can convert that into a string. For that, we have Unicode representation. In it, each letter or character is associated with a number. For example, capital letter A has 65 Unicode number, for B it is 66, and so on. For capital Z, Unicode number is 90. Not only for English letters, it could represent letters in most of the languages across the world. We have already seen that in our Identifiers session. This function is rarely used in a practical project unless if you have a special requirement. Though this function would be helpful to solve certain exercises that you might have to deal with during interview practical session. For example, if I want to find the Unicode number of capital H, I could do this. Greetings.char code at. Inside this function we can pass the index. So here we have the Unicode number of capital H. In same way you could find the Unicode numbers of rest of the characters inside this string here. Unicode number of small letter E is 101. Now let me duplicate this line. If you want to find Unicode number of capital A, you could do this. Here we have a string with capital A, and let's call the function char code at. Inside that you could pass the index 0. So here we have the Unicode number of capital A. Unicode number of capital B is 66. Then 67 for C, so on. By default this function looks for the index 0. So it's not necessary to pass 0 here. If there is no value passed inside this function, it will look for the 0th index. So remember this function char code at. It might be helpful to solve certain exercises in interview practical sessions. So these are the most commonly used string functions in JavaScript. For better understanding, I have split these functions into two categories: functions for inspection and functions for modification. So these modification functions returns the result with some modifications inside the string, and these functions under inspection will search or match or retrieve characters or strings within the string. They does not modify the string. Out of this we have already discussed concatenation function concat and the functions for character access like char code and char code at. Now let's discuss rest of the functions under inspection. For that I will be declaring a variable here, sentence, and I will initialize this variable with this string. Now rest of the string functions will be demonstrated with this variable sentence. First of all, we have these functions starts with and end with. Without further explanation, let me show you how these functions works. Let's call the function from this variable sentence starts with. Inside the function we can pass a string like this. As this function name suggests, this function checks whether this string is starting with this string here. If it is starting with the provided string, it will return true, otherwise it will return false. Here we have passed she, but it returns false because JavaScript is case sensitive. Instead of small letter s, if you pass capital S, it will return true. See, she was young. So it is starting with this provided string here. If there is a typo, it won't work. The exact reverse comparison is done with this function ends with. Let's call that here. Of course it will return false because this string is not ending with this string here. Instead of this, if you pass young, it should return true. So this function checks whether this string is ending with the provided string here. So these functions are comparison functions just to check whether the given string is starting or ending with a given sequence. So this function always returns boolean value true or false. Now let's discuss next two functions, index of and last index of. It doesn't need an explanation. I will just start with an example here. So let's call the function index of from this sentence variable. So inside this function we can pass a string like this, and it will return the index of first match. So in this case this was string is there at this place. So let's check the index. S is having the index 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. So that's why this function returns 4, because this string was is starting at the index 4. Now what I meant by first matching index. Inside this string, this word young is repeated thrice. If you run this function with the word young, it will return the first match, that means the index of this word here. If you want to find the index of last match, instead of index of function, you could call the function last index of. So let's try that here, last index of. Now it returns the value 48. To verify the starting index of this word here, we don't need to count the index from start. Instead, we can check the length of the string like this. So sentence dot length. So the total length of this string is 53. So the index of last character will be always less than 1 unit than that of this length. So this character is having the index 52, so 51, 50, 49, 48. So that's what we have the output from this last index here. Now let me remove this length statement here. Hi guys, sorry to interrupt. I'm coming from future. I forgot to explain the function include. So let me explain the function includes here. So here we have the console log function. From this sentence variable, we can call the function includes. So basically this function will look for a substring within this string here. If that particular substring is present within this string, then it will return true, otherwise it will return false. That's all. So let's check whether this substring young is inside this string. So here we have the output from the function, means this word is present inside this string. Now let me try a different word. This word is not present within this string, so it will return false. So this function includes always returns boolean value true or false based on whether the substring is present within the string. So that's all about the function includes. Now you can continue with the rest of the functions. Now under this inspection category, we have two more functions, search and match. We'll be discussing that after these modifications functions. Now let's talk about repeat function. Without further explanation, let's try the function here. So I have a string, within it we have a period symbol. In order to repeat this string, we can call this function repeat. Inside the function, we can specify the number of times that we want to repeat this string. So this string is repeated thrice here. Another example would be, let me duplicate this line here, and here we have a good example, blah 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 blah. Okay, so that's all about repeat function. Now let's discuss these functions, replace and replace all. Let's try the function here. Inside this string, I want to replace this word she with he. For that, we could call the function replace. Into this function, first of all, we want to pass the string that we want to replace. So I will pass she here, and we want to replace that with he. So here we have the output. He was young the way an actual young person is young. Now there is a limitation for this function, replace function. It will only replace the first match. For example, if I want to replace this young with old, we could do this. Let's replace young with old. See, this replace function only replaces the first match, and rest of the young are not replaced. In order to do this, we can call this function replace all. So here we have the output, she was old the way an actual old person is old. So in this return string, all the occurrence of young is replaced with old. Now let's talk about the functions substring and slice. Like the name suggests, these functions returns a portion of the string. Let's try that here. Let's call the function substring. So this substring function is used to retrieve a part of the string. So into this function, we need to pass start index and end index. If I pass 0 here, it will return the complete string. If I pass 1 here, the substring will start from this first index character. Let's replace that with 2. So it is starting with E and so on. So as we increment this number, the starting index is moving forward. So the substring will start from the given index here, and you can also provide a number for n index. Let's try 10 here. The substring will end just before this given index here. So the substring will start from 4 and end at 9. So the substring starts with this W, then 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So just before this given index, it will stop the substring. So that's what we can see here. This is exactly what this slice function does. Let me duplicate this line here. Instead of this substring function, let's call slice. Though there are few differences between these functions, substring and slice. If this start index is greater than the end index, then this function will swap those two numbers, meaning it is same as calling this function in this order for 10. That's why we have the same result as before. Now if we do the same for this slice function here, it will return an empty string. So there are only few differences in these rare situations. There are 1 or 2 more differences between these functions. I have given a Stack Overflow link in video description. There you could see rest of the differences between these functions. Now let's talk about this function split. This function is used to split a string with a given substring. Let's say I want to split this string with these spaces here. So we can call this function split. Inside that, let's pass the space. That's it. The entire string is split with the space. This string is split into multiple strings like she, was, young, etc. So this is what we call an array. It's a collection of multiple elements wrapped within a pair of square brackets like this. We'll be discussing JavaScript array in a future session. So this function split the string with the given substring, and the result will be in the form of an array. Let's try to split this string with this word young. So the first split is happened here, she was, and then this young is used for the split operation. And then after that, the way an actual is the another string, and here we have the final split. After this last young, we don't have anything else, so that's why we have an empty string left. So that's how a split function works. This function will make more sense once you learn JavaScript arrays. For now, let's move to the next functions. These two functions are self-explanatory. Let's try that here. So the first function, to lowercase, convert each of the characters inside the string into lowercase. Here, the string is started with the capital S, but here we have small s. The exact reverse operation happens when we call this function to uppercase. Every characters inside this string will be uppercased. So that's all about those two functions. Now we have this function trim, then trim start, then trim end. These functions are used to skip or ignore white spaces before a string or after a string. Let's try to call these functions. So I have called the function trim here. Let's duplicate this twice. Here I will call the function trim start, and finally I will call this trim end function. Here you can't see the difference because we don't have any white space in the beginning or at the end of this string. Let's add some white spaces here. Now you could see the difference. This trim function will remove white space from both ends. So that is what this function returns here. We have white spaces in the beginning and in the end. Trim start function will remove the white space from the starting but not at the end. And the reverse is happening for this function. It will only remove the white space at the end, not from beginning. Now, to give you a practical situation where this trim function would be helpful in a data entry application, before saving the data entered through the form, it would be better to remove the white spaces from both of the ends. We have already discussed that primitive data types are immutable, so the string. So that's the reason these functions does not modify the original string. Instead, they returns the modified string as a new string. Now let's talk about functions involving regular expression, search and match. They comes under functions for inspection. These two functions only accept regular expression. So to discuss this function, regular expression is a prerequisite. Unfortunately, we can't discuss regular expression in this session. I will discuss that in a different video. Once I do that, I will give the link in video description and inside the video icon. For now, let's briefly explain what is a regular expression. Regular expression is a sequence of characters that specifies a search pattern. Consider situations where we can't look for a fixed value. For example, we have a long string. From that long string, we want to return all of the email addresses. In this situation, we can't look for a fixed value. Instead, we can look for the words with the pattern. There are few characters before the symbol, then few characters, then period followed by few characters, like that. So this is the pattern of a valid email address. So using regular expression, we can define such patterns and we can match and search for such patterns in a string. So there will be a lot of situations where regular expressions are super helpful. For now, let me explain these two functions with simple regular expression. So let's discuss these two functions, match and search. And let's call the function here. First of all, we'll call this function match. Inside that, we have to pass a regular expression. Regular expressions are expressed within a pair of forward slashes like this. At the end, we'll be passing tokens like this. So here we have the global token, which means we want to match the entire string from start to end. And in between these forward slashes, we can provide the regular expression. Suppose we want to return all of the capital letters, then the regular expression will be like this. capital A to capital Z. So it will look for the capital letters from A to Z, and here is the result. It returns an array matching this expression here. Inside this string we only have one capital letter, which is this capital S here. Now let's try one more example. For that, let me duplicate this line. This time I want to have words starting with W. So here we have the corresponding regular expression. So these are the two words starting with W, was and way. So this match function will return the substring which matches this regular expression pattern here. Now let me duplicate this line for search function. I will use the same regular expression. Instead of the match function, I will call search. Instead of returning the exact words, this search function will return the index of the first match for this regular expression pattern. If there is no match found, the search function returns -1. So that's all about these two functions, match and search.
Can you say the output of following code snippet? It's a tricky question to check whether you understood arithmetic operators from previous sessions. I will answer the question at the end of this session. This session covers how to deal with numbers in JavaScript. We have already discussed numeric data types, number and begin during data type session. Things like different ways to create number and begin variables, range of number values, both safe and unsafe, how to create a begin variable, when to use number and when to use begin type, etc. Here in this session, I want to add few more points to it. First of all, let me show you some classification of numbers. It will be helpful for JavaScript entry exercises. So first of all, we have integers, numbers that can be represented without a fractional part. So these values, both positive and negative, including 0, comes under integers. And then we have whole numbers. They are starting from 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, and so on. And finally, we have natural numbers. They are whole numbers without 0. So natural numbers starts with 1, 2, 3, 4, and so on. So remember these classifications. It might be helpful when you are asked to write a JavaScript program to print whole numbers. So you should know what are the values it involves, right? So just have a brief idea on these classifications here. In previous session, we have discussed difference between primitive string and string object. You could find similar objects for other primitive data types also. Let's try primitive number and number object. For that, first of all, let me declare a variable amount and let's initialize that with some random number. Let's print the value to the developer console. Let's duplicate this line and let's print the type of this variable. As you can see, the type of the variable amount is number. Now let me reassign this variable amount using this number function here. Let's pass 45 here. See, it is initialized with the value 45 and still the type of the variable is number. Now let me declare another variable, price. Let me initialize that with this syntax, new number, and then let's pass 45 here. Let's print the variable to the developer console. Let's duplicate this line and let's check the type of this variable. See, this is what we have inside this variable, price, after initializing with this syntax here. And the type of this price variable is object. So this is what we are calling a number object. And this amount variable is a primitive number and this price variable is a number object. Here we have called a function number, but while initializing this price variable, we have called number class. We'll be discussing JavaScript classes in a separate session. Now inside this log statement, I will call the function to fixed from this amount variable. We'll be discussing this function in a bit. This function just limit the number of digits after the decimal point. Currently this amount is having the value 45. There is no decimal point, so it will add a decimal point, then after that it will provide 2 zeros as we have passed here. Now let me change this number like this. Now you could see the result from this function to fixed. It is limiting the number of digits after the decimal point, so only 2 digits are taken after this decimal point here. Also it will round the number. number. For example, if we were passing 65 here, you see it is rounding. If the number after the cutoff is greater than 5, last digit will be incremented by 1. So that's how this function works to fixed. Like we discussed for string primitive, we call a function or method like this amount variable is an object. But it's not an object, but it is a primitive number. The definition of number itself says they are simple, like this simple number here. They don't have any property or function like an object. Then how we are able to access or call this function like an object? Normally, JavaScript object contains functions or properties like this, and they are accessed with this dot or period syntax. So this is what happens here. When we try to access number object functions with primitive number, behind the scene JavaScript creates a temporary object corresponding to the primitive number, and from that temporary object this function is called. You could see these two fixed functions inside this number object here. Let's expand this prototype. Here we have the function toFixed. We'll be discussing more commonly used number functions in a bit. Before that, I want to discuss few more things about this function number. There are functions like this for all data types in JavaScript. With that, we can create the value of its type. For example, here we are creating number with this number function. Here we are directly passing a number, so this function returns the same as it is. So that's how this variable is initialized with the value here. Now let me duplicate this line here. Instead of directly passing a number, you can also pass string like this. String containing a valid number. Here the function converts this string number to a number type. If you pass an invalid number here, it will return NaN, meaning not a number. If you pass boolean values like true or false, it will return 1 or 0. For true, it will return 1. For false, it will return 0. So that's how this number function works. Now, let's discuss most commonly used functions related to number type. Let me get rid of these codes here. First of all, we have the function parse float. So basically, this function parses or converts an argument to a floating point number. This is how we do it. Here we have the log statement. We have this class, number class. From that, we have to call this function parse float. Now whatever we pass inside these pair of parentheses here is called an argument. We will be discussing that in our session for function. So whatever argument we pass to this function will be converted to a floating point number. If it fails to pass or convert the number to a floating point number, it will return NaN. So let's try a few examples here. So here we have the output 345, which is exactly what we have passed here. Let's try another number. So here we have the floating point number corresponding to this string here. Now this will work even if you pass an invalid number after these numbers here. See? So this function tries to pass the first number given in the argument, and rest of them will be skipped. So even if we pass numbers separated with spaces, only this first number will be considered. So that's how this function works. If the given argument right away start with non-valid numbers like this, then it will return NaN. Here we have called this function parse float from this class number itself. This is what we call static functions. We will discuss that during our OOP session. To make this syntax more easier, JavaScript added this function to global object so that we can directly call the function like this, parse float like this. So this is one of the commonly used function over JavaScript number type. There is another function called parse int. It parses a string argument and return an integer. So let's try that within this log statement here. We can call the function from this number class like this, parse int, and this function expect a string. So whatever we pass here, corresponding number integer will be returned. Even if we pass floating point numbers like this, the function will return the integer part only. So that's how this parse int function works. If we pass an invalid number within the string, it also returns NaN. This function is also added to the global object. So instead of calling this function from class number, we can directly call like this, parse int. Once you start working with input controls of a form, you will be using these functions for parsing the input from input controls. For now, that's all about static functions. Now let's discuss the function toFixed. We have already seen how this function works. It formats a number using fixed point notation. Let's try that again here. We have a variable x initialized with some random value like this, and let's call the function toFixed on this variable toFixed, and let's pass to here. So only 2 digits after the decimal point will be taken. So the number after the cutoff is having the value greater than 5, so it is rounded to 0.09. So that's how this toFixed function works. Try one more example. Here I will just directly pass a number like this, 0.004. Only 2 digits are taken after this decimal point. So that's how this function toFixed works. So these two functions will convert other types of data into number, and this function toFixed convert a number to a string. So these outputs here are of the type string data type. Now here we have the final function toString. So basically this function converts the number to a string type. Let's try that here. First of all, I will declare a variable y, and let's initialize that with a number, and let's call the function here y toString. Let's print the value of y. See, it is not in pink color, meaning it is converted to string type. Let's move this line above this function invocation. See, it is printing the number in pink color, meaning it is of the type number. So this function will convert the number into corresponding string. Now there are two functions. They could do more than what we discussed here. So those two functions are this function toString and this function parseInt. These functions helps us to convert a number to a different number system. So first of all, let me explain the number systems we have. So let me get rid of these codes here. So there are 4 important number systems. So first of all, we have decimal number system. So this is the number system that we extensively use in our real life. So it has 10 simples. That's why this is called as decimal number system. Deci means 10. So inside this system we have 10 simples: 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So these are the 10 simples inside this decimal system. And then we have binary system. As you know, it only has 2 simples, 0 and 1. Then we have hexadecimal system, and finally octa number system. Inside this hexadecimal number system, we have 16 simples. So it includes all of these 10 simples from decimal system. Along with that, it includes these alphabetic letters A, B, C, D, E, F. And in case of this octal number system, we have 8 simples from 0 to 8. So decimal number system is we use on a daily basis. As you know, this binary system is used to save data in computer memory. An example for using hexadecimal number system would be the color codes for designing a web page. Octa number system is used in operating systems like Unix. So basically these functions parseInt and toString can be used to convert from one number system to other. So first of all, let's look how this parseInt function helps us to convert a number to decimal number system. I will do that inside this log statement here. Let's call the function parseInt. Inside that, as a first parameter, I will be passing a string with some numbers like this. So here we have the output integer number corresponding to the passed string here. So that's what generally this parseInt function does. Instead of a decimal number, you could also pass binary number here. Currently this function treated this number as a decimal number, and that's how we are able to see this value 100 here. Instead of that, if you want to treat this number as a binary number, you could pass 2 here. Here we have the output 4. Since we are passing 2 as a second argument here, function knows this is a binary number, so it converts the number into corresponding decimal number, which is 4. So this function always converts the input into decimal number. So as a second argument, here we are passing number of simples or radix of the system. For now, you could think of radix as a number of simples inside the number system. In case of hexadecimal, it is 16. So if we pass f here, and you want to treat this as a hexadecimal number, we have to pass 16. Then we have the output 15. So the hexadecimal f is equal to 15 in decimal number. So that's how this function is helpful to convert any number system to a decimal number. Now let's try toString function here. I'll be calling the function in another log statement like this. I will directly call the function from a direct value like this, 45, and let's call the function here toString. So generally when we call the function like this, it will convert the number to corresponding string like this. Instead of this, if I pass 2 here, it will convert this number to binary. See, if I pass 4 here, it should result 100. If I pass 5 here, it should return 101. So that's how this toString function works. Now let me show you how you can assign values in these number systems here. So first of all, I'll be declaring a variable x here. If you want to assign a decimal number, you just need to directly pass the number here. Instead of that, if you want to pass a hexadecimal number, first of all you have to start the number with the prefix 0, small x or capital X. See, and then provide the number like this. So here we are only passing the hexadecimal number f, and this prefix here is just to indicate this is a hexadecimal number. Let's call the function toString from this x variable here. So in decimal, this is 15. So here we are trying to convert 15 into binary. So here we have the output. If you want to convert this into decimal, just pass 10 here, or just ignore passing any value here. So this is how you can assign an hexadecimal number to a variable. Instead of this, if you want to assign a binary number, just use the prefix 0, small b or capital B, and let's pass the number here 100, meaning 4. So here we are converting the number to corresponding decimal number. So 4, this is equal to 4 in decimal number. In same way, if you want to assign an octa number, you just use the prefix 0, small o or capital O, and let's pass the number. Sorry, in case of octa number system, only these much simples will be there. So 10 in octa number system is equal to 8. So that's how these functions parse in, and toString functions helps us to convert the numbers from one system to another number system. Finally, I just want to introduce you the built-in object math. It contains various properties or functions related to mathematical operations. For example, here we have the property math.py. It returns the value of pi 3.14 like this. And there are some functions like trigonometric functions. Here we have the function to find exponential operations. We have already learned the operator exponential, so it looks like this. 2 raised to 3, we could do that using this exponential operator star star then 3. So it should return 8. The same can be achieved with this function here. See, math.power 2, 3. See, here we have the same output. If you want to find largest or smallest number from a collection of numbers, you could use these functions max and min. Let's try that here. Let's call the function max, and let's pass few values. So here the maximum number from these given numbers is 5. So here we have the output 5. Like this, you could also find minimum of given collection. So it should be 0. So these functions will give the direct solution to many problems that you might encounter in our applications. For example, this random function will be helpful for developing gaming applications where a random number is to be generated. You may not know these functions exist if you haven't go through this page here, right? So just remember these functions are present within math object. You could use them when necessary. Now let's explain the tricky question that I have mentioned while starting this session. First of all, we have a variable I which is initialized with the value 5. Actually, we just need to find the value of this expression here. So these are two additions, right? And these are increment operators. We have already discussed that under operators session. So this post increment first return the value 5. So let me write that here. So this will return the value 5 first. And then after returning the value 5, this increment operation happens. So 6. So for this addition operation, value of I will be 6. Here we have a pre-increment operation. So first for the increment operation happens. So 6 plus 1, 7. So 7 will be returned. So 5 plus 6, 11 plus 7, 18. So the value of I after these two lines will be 18. Let's print the value of I here. Boom. That's it. Hope you found the question interesting. So far our programs was executing from the first line to the last line without skipping any line in between. But in a real world program we have to have the provision to control the flow of program execution based on few conditions. For that, we have control flow statements in JavaScript. In this session, we discuss JavaScript control flow statements. So we are going to discuss if or if-else statement, ternary operator, and switch statement. Let's start with if statement. If statement execute a statement or a block of statement if given expression can be evaluated to true. So here we have the syntax. We'll start with if keyword and then within a pair of parentheses like this we will have the condition expression. So let's write expression here. So here we have the expression. It will be evaluated to true or false. If this expression is evaluated to true, then this block of statement will be executed. We have already discussed what is a block statement before. It is just a group of statements wrapped or enclosed within a pair of curly brackets like this. So if this expression is evaluated to true, then this block of statement will be executed. Along with if statement, we have the counterpart which is else. So if this expression is evaluated to false, then this else block will be executed. So that's how if else works. And there is one more thing. We can have as much as else if like this. Else if inside this also we can have condition expression like this followed by a block statement. Like this else if we can have any number of else if like this. So the order of execution is from the top. This is evaluated first. If it is false, then this one. If it is false, then this one. And finally, if all of the above else if or if statements are evaluated to false, this else block will be executed because there is no condition for else like this if statement or else if statement here. So that's how if or if else works. Let's try a few examples here. We have already learned this modulus operator which will just return the value of the fraction after division operation. So using this operator, let's write a program to check whether a given number is even or odd. For that, I will be declaring a variable num and let's initialize that with 5, and here we have the if statement. Inside that, we'll do the modulus operator with 2. If it is equal to 0, then we can say the number is even. If there is no remainder after dividing the number with 2, then the number is even, right? So that's what we are going to print within this if statement here. We'll print this, the number num, and let's concat the message here is an even number. Currently this number 5 is not completely divisible by 2, hence it is an odd number. So we have to handle that within this else block here. Let me copy this line here and let's paste that here. And here the message would be number is an odd number. See, here we have the output 5 is an odd number. Let's try an even number. So here we have the simple program just to check whether a given number is even or odd. We can even simplify this program here because inside this block statement we only have one statement, which is this console log statement here. When we have a single statement inside the block statement, we can ignore these curly brackets here. See, this will also works. So if you have a single statement within the block statement, you can ignore wrapping the statement within a pair of curly brackets. Now let's try another program. Find biggest number from 3 numbers.
So I will declare three variables here. Let's initialize them with some random numbers like this, B, C. So first of all, here we have the if statement. Inside this if statement, we will check the conditions for which the variable A is the biggest among these three numbers here. So here we have the condition A is greater than or equal to B, and we have already learned these operators in our operator session. If A is the biggest number, it should be greater than B and C. That's what we are checking here. A is greater than or equal to C. Then we could say A is the biggest number. Since we have only one statement, I will skip the enclosing with the curly brackets. So inside this if statement, I will just print this message, A is the biggest number. Now here we have the else if statement, and here we will check the conditions for B becoming the highest number. So I will just copy these conditions from here and let's paste that here. B greater than or equal to A and B greater than or equal to C. If these conditions are met, then we could say B is the biggest number. If A and B are not the biggest number, then we could directly say C is the biggest number, right? So that's what we are doing within this else statement here. C is the biggest number. With the given values here, B is the biggest number, and that's what we are printing within this dev console here. B is the biggest number. Let's change these assigned values here. This time A is the biggest number. Let's make C as the biggest number. It works. This time B is the biggest number. So this is how we can make use of else if statements. If or else if statement gives the provision to control the flow of execution by providing a condition like this. And it is certainly mandatory to solve most of the problems that you find in a real world situation. So this is how we can make use of if statements in JavaScript. Now let's talk about ternary operator in JavaScript. Basically, ternary operator is a shorthand syntax for if else statement. So first of all, we'll be having a condition, an expression that can be evaluated to true or false. And here we have the question mark. If this condition is true, then this expression, first expression right after the question mark, will be returned. Else, the expression after this colon will be returned. So that's how a ternary operator works. Let's try a few examples here. I'm gonna write a program to check whether a student passed an exam or not. So first of all, I'll be having this variable subject score. Let's initialize that with 75 or something. So here we have the mark or score out of 100. So out of 100, the student earned 75. So I will be storing the result within this variable result, and here we have the ternary operator. In order to pass this exam, student must score above 45. So here we have the condition checking whether the score is above 45 or not. If it is greater than 45, then this expression returns passed, else it will return failed. So this is how a ternary operator works. Finally, we just need to print the output like this. Student, let's concat the result here. So student failed or passed the exam. So this is how a ternary operator works. This can be achieved with if-else statement also, but this ternary operator gives a shorthand syntax for solving the problem. Let me try the same with if-else statement. So I will just comment this ternary operator statement here. First of all, I will be declaring the variable result. Let's initialize that with empty string like this. Here we have the if statement. Inside this, I will check this condition here. If the score is greater than 45, then I will just assign the variable result with this string passed, else failed. The output is same, but this ternary operator syntax provides a shorthand method. So it is recommended to use ternary operator when there is a small expression or statement to be executed like this here. So instead of doing this, it's better to use ternary operator like this here. So here the subject score is 75, which is of course greater than 45. So here we have the output student passed the exam. Let's try something below 45. So here we have the output student failed the exam. So this is how a ternary operator works. Now finally we have to learn switch statement in JavaScript. So a switch statement evaluates an expression and attempts to match the expression's value to case labels. Or you could say it provides a way for multiple choice selection. So here we have the syntax for switch statement. It will start with this keyword switch, and within a pair of parentheses like this, we can provide the expression, and everything else will be wrapped within a pair of brackets like this. Inside that, we'll be having a sequence of cases like this. So first of all, we have the case, and along with a case, we'll be having a label followed by colon. Within that, we have statements like this, and followed by a break. Now let me copy this case here and let me paste that here a few times. So this expression will be evaluated to a value, and the case with the matching value or label will be executed. So the expression value will be matched with these case labels here. If they match each other, that particular case statements will be executed. So just before this break statement and within this case line here, we can have any number of statements. So if the expression matches with the label, those statements will be executed until it reaches a break statement like this here. If this expression is not matching with any of these case labels or values, then we can provide a default case like this. Just provide the keyword default followed by colon, and then we can provide this statement like this. Finally, we have the break statement. So this is how a switch statement looks like. Let's try few examples here. So first of all, we'll be writing a program to return country name by code. So get country name by code. So here we have the variable country code. And let's initialize that with USA. Here we have the switch statement. In place of the expression, we can provide this variable country code, and here we have the case. So I will just provide the label, case label as USA. Inside that, we will just print the country name as United States of America. Now let's pass the break statement here. Let me copy this and pasting for few other countries: India, South Africa, Canada. So IND for India. This is for South Africa. And finally, Canada. Here we are passing USA, so the expression country code is matching with this case here, USA. So this statement here is executed, and that's how it is printing the country United States of America. So in between this case and this break, we can have any number of statements. All of them will be executed if it matches with this case value here. Now let's pass IND for India, so it is printing the country India. If you pass CAN, it should print Canada. So that's how this switch statement works. Now you should also know what happens if we skip the break statement in between. So let me remove this break statement from this case here, and let's pass IND. See, it is executing both of these console log statements. So once a case is matched with the expression here, the execution will be continued until it reaches a break statement here. So that's what's happening. If we pass USA, it will only execute this console log statement because we have a break here. If this break is not here, it will execute until it reaches a break statement like this. So hope you understood how switch statement works. Let's try one more example. I'm gonna write a program to check whether today is a holiday or not. So first of all, we'll be having a variable today, and I will just initialize that with Monday. And here we have the switch statement. And here we have the expression as this variable today. First of all, we have the case for Monday. And let me copy paste this few times here. This is for Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. So if these cases matches, we'll just print this today is a working day. And here we have the break statement. Now we have the weekends, Saturday and Sunday. Here we will just print this today is a holiday. Here we have the break statement. Currently we are passing Monday, so this case here matches. since we are not having any break here, it will continue the execution until it finds a break statement like this. So that's how it is printing today is a working day, and this is how we can group multiple cases with a single break statement like this. If we pass Sunday, it will print this message today is a holiday. So this is how a switch statement works in JavaScript. Now consider we are writing a JavaScript program. Within it we want to store values of similar kind. For example, we have some fruits name to be stored in our program and you don't know arrays yet, then we'll be declaring variables for each fruits we have. Like fruit 1 initialized with apple, then mango is assigned to fruit 2 and fruit 3 is assigned with banana. But this is not at all convenient. For each value we have to have a variable and we have to come up with a variable name also, like fruit 1, fruit 2, fruit 3, etc., which itself will be confusing in rest of the program. It is not easy to remember these variable names here. To address this particular issue, we have arrays in JavaScript. So a JavaScript array is an ordered collection of values. So here we have the pictorial representation of an array, and all of the values inside the array is put into a collection one after other. So apple, mango, banana, and this whole array is referred with a single name, fruits. Each of these values inside the array can be accessed in the same order they appear in this array here. We will look into that in a bit. Now let's look different ways to create JavaScript array. So here we have the first method, which is creating arrays through array literal or initializer. Here we have a pair of square brackets. Within it we can pass the collection of values separated with a comma. Let's create the array inside this program here. So instead of creating variables for each values, we could create an array like this, fruits. So here we have the array literal or array initializer. So all of the elements inside the array will be passed within this square brackets here. So here we have the first element, apple, then mango and banana. So this way of creating an array is called as array literal or initializer. We have already learned what is a literal. Literals are the fixed values that we pass in our program. That is what we exactly doing here. We are passing fixed or hard-coded values through this array. So this is a literal. Since this is an array, we call it as array literal, which is also known as array initializer. From now onwards, instead of creating these separate variables for each values, we'll be using arrays when we have values of similar kind, like these values here, apple, mango, banana. All of them can be stored into an ordered collection like this array and referred with a single name, fruits. If you want to make this array more fun, you could pass corresponding emojis for these fruits here. I will be copying corresponding emojis from this website here, Emojipedia. So first of all we have apple. So I will be copying the corresponding emoji for apple from here and we could just paste that within this program. Let me comment this fruits here. Now we have the array fruits. Within it we can pass the emoji like this. Like this, I have copied emojis for rest of the fruits also. Don't worry, it is perfectly fine to put emojis in our code, but don't forget to enclose them within quotes like this. Now let me create another array, friends. So let me provide few names here. So here we have the array friends. Within it we have the names of our friends. So far the arrays that we have created, all of the values are of same type. All of these are string. This is also string. In JavaScript arrays, we can mix different data types also. For example, inside this array we can pass number, boolean, etc. It is totally fine to mix data types in an array. Let me print this array to the developer console. See, here we have the array with given values. The number of elements within an array can be retrieved with this property length. So inside this array we have 5 elements. Let's check that with this fruits array also. As you can see, inside this array we have 3 elements. Now it is also possible to create an array without any value inside it. So we call such arrays as empty array, and this is how it looks like. Just a pair of square brackets. If you check the length of this empty array, you could see that it is 0. See? So that's all about creating arrays with array literal or array initializer. Now, before discussing second method of creating an array, let's check the type of an array. So here we have the log statement. Within it, I will call this operator type of on this array fruits. See, it is of the type object. So all the arrays that we create comes under the data type object. If you want to be more specific, you could say all arrays are the objects of this class array. So all the arrays that we create, independent of the method of creation, all of those arrays will be an object of the class array class. I know we haven't covered JavaScript classes yet. For now, you could think of a class as a factory that is used for creating objects of its type. So the array class is used for creating objects of its type array. More about class will be learned in later sessions. For all the classes, there will be a function with the same name that of the class, and that function is used to create the object of the class. So there will be a function called array to create objects of this array, and which is called as constructor function. It is also possible to know the constructor used for creating the object. For that, you could just do this. Here we have the log statement. We have this object fruits. From that, we can access this constructor and then dot name. So here we have the function array constructor, which is used for creating objects of this array class here. More about classes or constructor will be discussed under object-oriented programming concept. For now, that's enough. So the second method of creating an array is using array constructor. Through the constructor, we can create the array like this. First of all, we'll be using this keyword new, and then after that we can call the function like this, which is exactly similar to this function called here. So we can also skip this new keyword here. Let me show you how this works. So here we have the array colors, and I will be creating the array using the array constructor. So first of all, we have the keyword new, then the constructor array. Within that, we can pass the values. So these are the colors saved inside the array: blue, red, and yellow. So here we are creating an object of the class array using the keyword new. So the created array will be having these three values, nothing else. Let's check that within this log statement here, colors. An array is returned with the provided values. If you want to skip this new keyword here, it is totally fine. It returns the same array as before. When we use the array constructor, we have to be concerned with some special cases. For example, here we have the array x, and I will be creating the array with this function array. Let me pass few integers inside this function. The created array will be having those passed integers here. The ender game will be different if we pass a single integer like this. It creates an array with 3 elements within it. Let me print the array length also, x.length. So you could see the length 3. When this function is having a single value and which is integer, then this function assumes that the passed value is the length of the array which is to be created. So here the function is creating an array with 3 elements. Each of the elements value will be undefined. Okay, all of the elements will be having the value undefined. So when we pass a single integer to the array, the function returns an array with the given number of elements. All of the elements inside the array will be undefined. Now if you are calling the function with another type of value, single value, I mean if you are passing multiple values, of course it will create an array with given values, even all of those values are integers. So this special case will be happened when we pass a single value and which is an integer. If we pass boolean value true here, it will create an array with the given value. See, if you pass a string, the created array will be having that value. Now if you want to create an empty array like this, you just need to call the function array without any parameter. See, here we have the empty array. Now, if you don't like this special behavior of array constructor or function, we have final method of creating an array, which is using this function array_of. So we'll be calling the function array_of. It will return an array with passed values. With this method, you don't have to worry about this special case with the array constructor. Let's try that here. we could call the function array of. Into this function, we can pass values like this. As this name indicates, this will create an array of given values here. Let's print the array here, fruits. See, here we have the array. You don't have to worry about passing single integer to the function. It will only create the array with given value. So an array with given values will be created. So that's all about different ways to create an array. Now let's discuss how to retrieve values inside an array. Before that, I want to talk about index of an array. As I mentioned before, elements in an array are retrieved in the order they appear. When we talk about order, it is very common to think in terms of position like this. So this is at position 1, 2, 3. In terms of programming language, we'll be using another term, index, and which is starting from 0 instead of starting from 1 like position. So this apple is at 0th index, mango at index 1, index 2 is banana. Commonly in our real life, we start counting from 1, 2, 3 and so on. Element at first position, second position, third and so on. But programming, we use index, it starts from 0. If you haven't heard of index before, you might be confused. Don't worry, you will get used to start counting from 0 through index, especially when you work with arrays. So this array name fruits is referring to the whole array here. In order to access elements within it, we have to use index along with this array name fruits. Let's check that here. So I will just recreate the array here. So here we have the array fruits. In order to access elements within it, we could do this fruits, which is the array name. Along with the array, we have to pass a pair of square brackets. Within it, we could pass the index. If we pass 0 here, the value at 0th index will be returned, which is apple, then mango, banana. Instead of passing the hard-coded index number here, if somewhere in your program, if you have a variable to store the index like this, fruit index, let it be 0. Instead of passing the hard-coded value, then you could directly pass this index variable here. If we change the index here, corresponding element will be retrieved here. Now let me remove this variable here and let's pass the hard-coded index 0. If you want to update an element inside the array, first of all, you could refer the array with the same method here. So this is referring to the first element. If you want to change the value at this place, just pass the new value here, avocado. So here we updated the element at 0th index, and the updated value is returned here. You could see the same if you print the whole array. So first element we have avocado. If you want to add one more element to this array, you could just do this. Just specify the new index where you want to insert the element. So all of the indices 0, 1, 2 are occupied. Now let's add an element at index 3. It will be grape. See, here we have the updated array. Now instead of passing the index 3, let's pass 5. So the 5th index will be occupied with grape and the indices 3 and 4 will be empty. There won't be anything. If you try to access those indices here, it will return undefined. See? Now if you want to delete elements from the end of an array, there is a simple way to do it. Let me get rid of these lines here. Now to delete elements from the end of the array, we just need to update the length property here. Currently the length is 3, so we have apple, mango and banana. If I update the length to 2, then only these 2 elements will be there inside the array, as you can see here. So the given count of elements from the first will be reserved and rest of the elements inside the array will be deleted. So this is a simple way to delete elements from the end of an array. There are some functions or ways to delete elements from end of an array or from the start or in between. We will discuss those things in future sessions. Now finally, we want to discuss one more thing, which is 2D array, or you could say array within an array. Just understand the concept if you can. It will be helpful when you come up with such a requirement. So far we have discussed one-dimensional array. In one-dimensional array, we just need a single number like this 0 or 1 or 2 to refer a single element within the array. But there are some situations where we need two numbers to refer a single element. So I have few examples here. Here we have a two-dimensional matrix. Hope we learned all of these in our high secondary classes. So the first element can only be referred with two numbers. First is row. So the first row, second row, third row. So only knowing the number of row, we can't specify a number. We also need the column number. So to specify this element here, we have to mention that like second row, second column. So which is referring to this number 10 here. And here we have the chessboard. The position of an object within this chessboard can easily be represented with a two-dimensional array. Let's create a two-dimensional array to represent this chessboard. Let me get rid of these codes here. And here we have the variable chessboard. Let's assign it with a two-dimensional array. So a two-dimensional array is a normal array like this. Instead of having simple values like this, we'll be having arrays in place of these values here. Instead of this 23, we'll be having another array. This will be another array like that. So if this array is representing a chessboard, inside this first array here, we'll be having the pieces inside this first array here. And then second, then third, and so on. So you could think of these arrays as a row. In chessboard, we'll be having 8 rows. So currently we have 4 arrays here. Let me duplicate this here. So now we have 8 rows. So initially the first piece on first row will be rook. Then we have knight, then bishop, queen, king, and so on. So here we have the array representing the first row. Initially, before starting the game, the position of pieces at the last row will also be same. So I will just copy paste that here. And this second row and this row just before the last row will be having pawn. And rest of these rows are empty. So I will just pass with empty string like this. So here we have a two-dimensional array representing this chessboard here. In order to retrieve this rook, we will do this. First of all, we have the log statement and then the name of the array, which is chessboard, and then if we pass 0 here, it will return the entire array at the index 0. This is at 0th index, this is at index 1, then 2, then 4, up to 7. Since this is returning another array, in order to access a value inside this, we can use the index again, like this. So if we pass 0, 0, it will return the rook here. If we pass 1 here, it will return knight, and so on. So that's how we can access values from a two-dimensional array. If you want to access this pawn here, so this is at index 1, so 1, 0 gives this pawn here. Now let's make a move here. The first player moves this pawn to this position, then we will be updating the array like this. Let me copy this and pasting here. So this is moving to this place. So currently this is referring to this value here, and now I'll update that with empty string. Now let me duplicate this line. Since we are moving this 2 places forward, the pawn will reach up to this place here. So which is 0, 1, 2, 3. So 3, 0 is changed with pawn. So now let's print the array here, chessboard. See, here we have the array. As you can see, we have moved pawn from this position to this position. So this is how we represent pieces in a chessboard using two-dimensional array. Hope you understood what I meant here. If you want to represent this matrix here, let's create another variable x for now. So here we have the array. So this array is representing the first row, second row, and third row. So the first element is 26, then 12, then 43, then 12, so on. Then we have 17, and then the last row is starting with 36, and so on. So that's all about two-dimensional array in JavaScript. I can keep talk about JavaScript arrays like this for another 1 hour, but we haven't planned that for this session. There are few important functions to work with arrays like concat, join, split, etc. and etc. We will cover all of those functions once we discuss functions in JavaScript. If you want to do same thing repeatedly and you don't know loop statements yet, then you will be rewriting the same code as much as you want. But you know what, we all programmers are lazy and smart at the same time. To solve this particular issue, we came up with a better solution, which is loop statements in JavaScript. We will write this statement once and we will execute it within a loop. So the loop repeats the same code in its each iteration. It continues the execution until it reaches a stopping condition. Basically, there are three loop statements in JavaScript: for loop, while loop, and do while loop. Loop statements comes under control flow statements because they also controls the flow of program execution like if else, and switch statements. Now let's start with for loop. So here we have the syntax for loop. It starts with the keyword for, and then within a pair of parentheses like this we have three expressions: initialization, condition, and final expression, and all of them are separated with a semicolon like we separate statements in our program. And then within these brackets here we can put the statements that we want to repeat. Before explaining further, let me show you how to use for loop in our program with an example. Suppose here we have the statement that we want to repeat. Here we are just printing this string line and we want to repeat this a couple of times. So here we have repeated the same 5 times. Now let's use for loop to do the same. So here we have the for loop syntax. Now let's update it accordingly to execute these repeated statements here. So first of all we have initialization, and this is where we declare variables to track number of iterations executed. So I have declared the variable I, and let's initialize that with 0. After that we have to provide a condition. It will be evaluated before each iteration. So I will provide the condition like this: I less than 5, and here we have the final expression. It will be executed after each iteration. So inside this expression I will just increment the value of I by 1. We can even simplify this with increment operator. It does the same job. Now inside these curly brackets we need to provide the statement that we want to repeat. So I will just copy paste the line here. Boom, that's it. When we repeatedly print same thing on this developer console from a for loop or loop statements, instead of spreading them into multiple lines, dev console does this. Line is printed 5 times. Let me replace this with capital L. Now let me get rid of these repeated statements here. Now let's check how this for loop works. So here we have the flowchart of for loop. First of all we have initialization, and this is where we declare and initialize this loop variable I. And then this condition will be evaluated, which is here I less than 5. So before each iteration this condition is evaluated. If the condition is evaluated to true, then the conditions inside the loop will be executed, which means statements within the curly brackets get executed. Once we complete with the execution of loop statements, the final expression get executed. That's what we have here. The loop variable I get incremented by 1. So this final expression is executed after executing loop statements inside the curly brackets. Then the condition is again evaluated. If it is true, the iteration will go on until this condition is evaluated to false. Since we are updating the loop variable I, eventually this condition will be evaluated to false. In this case we start with 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. Once it is updated to 5, this condition will be evaluated to false, and then we exit from the for loop. Execution of statements after the for loop continues. So that's how for loop works. Now it's not necessary to initialize this loop variable with 0. You can start from anywhere. For example, I will start with 1. Now let me make few modifications here. Instead of printing line on each iteration, I will just concat the variable I here, so that it will print the line number like this: line 1, line 2, line 3. Currently we are printing 4 lines here. If you want to print 5 lines, just update this condition to I less than or equal to 5. And it's not always necessary to increment the I variable by 1 always. We can also increment by 2, 3 as per your requirement. So I will just do this: I is equal to I plus 2. See, this time first of all we have line 1, then the I variable is incremented with 2, so we have line 3 followed by line 1, then line 5. So that's all about for loop in JavaScript. If you only have a single statement like this inside the for loop, you can ignore the curly brackets here. Now before discussing while loop, I want to show you one common usage of for loop with arrays, which is iterating through array elements using for loop. So let me comment this existing for loop here. Now here we have the array fruits Let's initialize it with some random fruits. Now we need to retrieve the elements inside the array on each iteration. For that we can have this for loop, and here we have the loop variable j initialized with 0, and here we have the condition j less than fruits length. After each iteration we just need to increment this variable j. In each iteration we will print the element inside the array, one element per iteration. So we could do this fruits inside this square brackets. We just need to provide the index, and we will be treating this loop variable as the index. So just provide this j here. With first loop we have retrieved apple, then mango. With final iteration we have retrieved banana. Since array index is starting from 0, I have initialized this j with 0. So that's what happens here. The loop variable j is treated as the index, and after each iteration the loop variable get incremented and the next variable can be retrieved with this statement here, and the iteration continues up to the last element. So this is how we loop through elements in an array using for loop. Now let's look how while loop works, and we will use the same statement to print these stars in this triangular pattern. So here we have the syntax of while loop, which is much easier than for loop. Let's check how it works. First of all, let me get rid of this array example here, and let me paste the syntax of while loop. So it starts with this while keyword, and we can provide the condition within this parenthesis here, and the statement to be repeated is given within these curly brackets. Now let's update this while loop to print these lines like we have done with the for loop. So unlike for loop, we'll be declaring the loop variable outside the for loop. So let it be k, and I will initialize that with 1. And we need to repeat this statement here, so I will just copy paste that here. Instead of I, we have k. The loop variable is updated within the while loop here, usually just before ending the while loop like this, k++. And we could use the same condition. Let me copy paste that from here. Instead of I, we have k. See, it is printing exactly the same like for loop did. So unlike for loop, the loop variable k is declared and initialized outside the loop. So as part of the execution of this while loop, first of all, the condition is checked. If it is true, the statements inside the while loop will get executed. Along with it, the loop variable get updated, and then after that it will go for the next iteration, and the iteration continues. Eventually this condition becomes false, and the statements after the loop will get executed. So that's how the flow of execution works in a while loop. Now, as an exercise, let's check how to print these stars in this triangular pattern using while loop. First of all, let me comment these lines here. First of all, I will declare the loop variable number of stars, and let's initialize that with 1. And here we have the while loop. After each iteration, we will increment this loop variable number of stars like this, and here we have the condition. We will increment this number of stars variable until it reaches 10. Now let's provide the statement that we want to repeat inside this while loop here. Instead of the actual star, I will go for a much cheaper option, which is asterisk mark. So it will print asterisk marks 10 times here. Instead of printing single asterisk mark 10 times, we just need to increment number of stars on each line. For that, we could use this string function repeat. We have already discussed this under the session strings in JavaScript. So inside the first row here, we need 1 star, then 2 star, then 3 star, which is exactly what is happening inside this loop variable. So I will just provide that here. Boom, that's it. Now if you really want to go for the expensive star, just go to this website Emojipedia and let's search for star, and I will just copy this star from here. Let's replace the asterisk mark with the emoji. So hope you found this exercise fun and helpful at the same time. Now let's compare for loop and while loop. Whatever you can do with for loop can also be done with while loop also. It's like an alternative for loop. It's up to you whether to use for loop or while loop. Since all the expressions, initialization, stopping condition, and final expression are put together inside a for loop, it might be more readable than while loop. If loop variable is already declared early in the program, then you can go for while loop. Now finally, here we have the do while loop. And this is how the syntax of do while loop looks like. Now let's check how to use do while loop and how it is different from while loop. First of all, I will paste the syntax of do while loop. So it starts with the keyword do and followed by the block statement. Inside that we can provide the statements that we want to repeat, and followed by the while keyword. Inside this parenthesis here we can provide the loop condition, and you see it is recommended to end this do while loop with a semicolon like this. It is not recommended to end a while loop or for loop with a semicolon like do while loop. Now let's rewrite this program for printing the line. So here also we will start with declaring the loop variable x, and let's initialize that with 1, and let me copy paste this statement here, x, and let's increment the loop variable x, and we will provide the same condition here, x. See, it is printing exactly like for loop and while loop did. In do while loop, as you can see here, the loop statements get executed first. So whatever statements we have inside this curly brackets will get executed first, then only the condition is checked. If this condition is true, then the iteration will continue until this condition becomes false. So that's the difference with while loop and do while loop. In while loop, first the condition is checked and then only the statements inside the loop is executed. In case of do while loop, the statements are executed before verifying the condition. So always in do while loop, the statements inside this loop will get executed at least once, even the condition is not true, because the condition is verified after executing these statements at least once. I can show you that here. Suppose if I change this x to 10, these loop statements get executed at least once. See, these loop statements are executed even though this condition is false at the same time. So that's how do while loop works. Now let's use do while loop to reverse a given string. So we have this variable input, which is initialized with the string that we want to reverse. So I will initialize that with code affection, and we also need another variable to store the reversed string. Initially it will be an empty string. Now here we have the loop variable y, and I will initialize that with the last index of the given array here. So the logic of reversing this string, copying the characters from end of the string to the start of the string here. So I will initialize this loop variable with the last index of the input string. So we could do this input dot length will provide the number of characters inside the string. To get the index of last character, just subtract it with 1. Now here we have the do while loop, do while, and here we have the condition. In each iteration we will decrement this loop variable, and here we have the condition y greater than or equal to 0. To reverse the string, we will append characters inside the string in reverse order into this variable here. So I will just do this. Here we have the concat operation with the character inside this string input at this given index. Here we have the index y, which is starting from here and ending here. We can even simplify this with compound assignment like this. So inside the first iteration, the n is appended to this variable here, then o, then following characters here. Now let's print the reversed variable here. Boom, that's it. You know what, there are some words like stressed. If we reverse that, we will have another meaning. So stressed is reversed into desserts. Isn't that cool? So that's all about basic loop statements in JavaScript: for loop, while loop, and do while loop. Now finally, let's talk about the keywords break and continue. Break is used to end a loop. Continue is used to skip the current iteration, and execution continues with the next iteration. Now let me get rid of these codes here, and I will be showing the behavior of break and continue with for loop. You could expect the same behavior in other loop statements like while and do while also. So currently we are printing from line 1 to line 5 without skipping any line in between. Suppose you want to break this loop when I is equal to 3, you could do this. If I is equal to 3, then we will break this loop like this. Only first two lines are printing, line 1 and line 2. Once I is updated to 3 after the second iteration, this condition is met and this break statement is executed. And thereby the execution of this for loop ends, so rest of the iterations inside the loop will be skipped. and statements following the for loop will get executed immediately after this break statement here. We have seen the same behavior of break in switch statement also. Now instead of break, if you use continue, the iteration where I is equal to 3 is skipped. So continue will skip the current iteration and continue with the rest of the iterations. As you can see here, line 3 is skipped, and then after that line 4 and line 5 is executed. So that's all for this session. Functions are one of the fundamental building blocks in JavaScript. If you like JavaScript functions and the flexibility it offers, I can guarantee you that you will end up loving the language JavaScript. Let's get started with following code snippet and let's find out why functions are awesome. Now suppose we have three variables a, b and c. Now we are going to divide these numbers here. First of all, we will divide a with b. So I will have this log statement here, and let's do the operation a divided by b. Now I'm gonna divide a with c. So 8 divided by 2, which is 4. Now let me copy this and pasting here. Here we are going to divide b with c. So here we have the result after dividing 3 by 2. Now you just realized from looking at these various outputs here, we can really know what are these outputs here. So I will just format these outputs here with string concatenation. So I will be using the string templates like this. A, so here we have the string interpolation. A divided by b gives this output here. Now you could really understand what is this output means. Now I will do the same for rest of these outputs here. So I will just copy this and pasting here for rest of the operations. So a divided by c, which gives this output, and then b divided by c gives this output. Now somehow you find out another problem that you might have when dividing a number with 0. For example, let's assign this b with 0, then this output will be infinity. If you want to prevent that from happening, you have to check the denominator before the division operation. So we will check that with this if statement here. If b is equal to 0, then we will just print this denominator is 0, so division is not possible. Else we will do the division operation. See, so this is what we are doing here. Now you might have this problem for other division operations also. So I will just copy this if else statement from here and pasting for other operations and changing these variables accordingly. Now if you pass 0 as a denominator for any of these division operations, then it will print this message denominator is 0, so division is not possible. Now here we have done the same division operation with multiple variables separately like this, and thereby we are repeating the same steps at different places of this program. Repetition of code is not at all a good idea because of various reasons. For example, if you want to change the steps involved in this operation, you have to make the change at different places. Suppose you want to replace this 0 number with 0 word, you have to do that separately in places where you repeated the same step or code. It will become more frustrating when you have a big application. In order to prevent this from happening, we developers follow a principle called DRIVE principle, which is an abbreviation for don't repeat yourself. I will show you how JavaScript functions solve this problem and what are the other benefits of using JavaScript functions. Now I will just copy these code snippets from here and let's copy that into another file so that we can refer that after replacing these codes with functions. So I will just paste the code into this file here. Now back to the previous JavaScript file. First of all, I will start with function definition. Function is a set of instructions to perform a particular task or an action. And this is how the syntax for defining a function looks like. First of all, we have the keyword function followed by a function name and then a pair of parentheses. Within that we can pass values, or you could say parameters. We will discuss them in a bit. And then we have a code block. Inside that we can have multiple statements for the function. Now let's try to define a function here for this division operation. So here we have the function keyword and then name of the function, which is divide. And for this function we can define variables like this, number 1 and number 2. and these are called as parameters of a function. Through these variables, we can pass values into this function. And then here we have the curly brace. Within that, we can provide the statements of this function. So everything in between these curly brace is called as body of this function. Now let me complete this function for dividing two numbers, num1 and num2. First of all, I will check whether the denominator is 0 or not. So num2, which is what we are expecting as a denominator for this division operation. So if num2 is equal to 0, then we will print this message here. Else, we will do the division operation. For that, I will copy paste this statement from here. Num1 divided by num2. And let's do the division here. Num1 divided by num2. There are other ways to define functions in JavaScript. This way of defining a function is called function declaration or function statement. From now onwards, if you want to divide two numbers, you can use this function divide here. Let me show you that here. We will just call the function divide like this, divide a, comma, b. And then finally we will put a semicolon here. See, here we are dividing the number a with b. Same is accomplished with this function divide here. So we don't need these quotes here. Let me remove that. So this is what we call calling a function or invoking a function. Sometimes it may also refer as running a function or executing a function. So this is how we invoke a function. First of all, we have the function name and then a pair of parentheses like this. Within that, we can pass the values for these variables. So these are called as parameters of a function. And the values that we pass into this function, these a and b are called as arguments. So these are arguments of the divide function and these are parameters of this function. And these arguments are assigned to these parameters here in the same order, meaning the first argument is assigned to the first parameter and the second argument is assigned to this second parameter here. So that's how a function invocation works. If you only define a function like this function declaration here, it won't make any call. The function will be only executed by JavaScript engine if you call the function or invoke the function like this. Now let me replace these codes here with the same function divide. Divide a with c. Let's call the same function for this division operation also. Divide b with c. Now we have defined the function up above. Now you can reuse this function as much as you want. If you want to divide 8 with 4, you could do this. And here we have the output. So here the function is defined once and reused multiple times. Now let's discuss why functions are super helpful. Now here I have already opened this common practice file. Now let's open this copied code side by side. For that, just hold Alt on your keyboard, then click on this file here. So here we have the code snippet with function and without function. So the first reason why functions are super helpful is that they are defined once and they can be reused multiple times. And thereby we could achieve more with less code, as you can see here. And also that proves my next point. Since we are not repeating codes with functions, it is easy to modify a function. Suppose you want to end this message with a period or dot, you just need to make the change here and then the same change will be reflected wherever you invoke the function. If we were not using function, we have to make the modifications at each repetitions here. So if there is a change of procedure for doing this operation, we only need to make the modification within this function definition here, and the same modifications or updation will be reflected wherever we invoke the function. So that is more convenient and it helps us to save times in future development. Now there is one more benefit of using functions. Suppose we have a variable full name and let's assign that here. If you want to convert characters inside this string to uppercase, you just need to call the function to uppercase. If you want to change all of the characters inside the string to lowercase, you can just call this function to lowercase. So here we have the output through those two functions to uppercase and lowercase. Here, these two functions gives abstractions to what is happening behind the scene. So function gives abstraction, which means we don't have to know what is happening behind the scene, what are the steps involved in these functions. Here, we can just ignore the complexity of steps involved in this function. Instead, we can just think of what actually this function does in brief. So once a function is defined, we can invoke the function whenever it is necessary without thinking what is happening behind the scene. So hope you are convinced that functions are super helpful. Now let's talk about parameters here. We already learned that values that we pass into a function is called as arguments, and the variables that access those arguments are called as parameters. Here we have two parameters, num1 and num2. These parameters can only be accessed within this function here. And also, if you look at the function syntax, you can't see a semicolon at the end of this function. If you look at the output dev console here, we are not getting any error by putting a semicolon here, but it's not recommended to put a semicolon at the end of a function declaration. As a general rule of thumb, it is recommended to end all statements in JavaScript with semicolon, except block statements. A block statement is something that group multiple statements with a pair of curly brackets like this. See, here we have a block statement. It is not recommended to end the block statement with a semicolon. Same in case of this function also. If you end a statement with a closing brace, it's not recommended to follow that with a semicolon. We have seen the same with if statements also. It's not recommended to put a semicolon after this if statement. Same in case of switch statements also. So as per the syntax, it's not recommended to put a semicolon after a block statement or curly brace like this. But there is an exception. We will see that in a bit. Now let me get rid of these codes here. I want to talk about default parameters. For that, I will be defining a function to calculate total price per item and quantity. To save the total price, I will declare a variable total price. For this calculation, we just need to multiply price per item with quantity. Finally, we will just print this total price like this. Total price is equal to, just concat the variable total price here. So here we have the function declaration. A function declaration itself won't do anything or execute anything inside the program. We have to invoke the function when necessary. Suppose we bought 3 notebooks which cost around 39.55 cents. So we will call this function like this, calculate total price. Now let's pass this total price per item 3, which is the quantity here. So this function receives the first argument with this first parameter, and this 3 will be accepted through this parameter quantity. Inside the function, both of them are multiplied and the result is printed with this log statement here. You can call this function whenever it is necessary. Suppose you bought a pen also which costs around $5. Then we call this function calculate total price like this. Price per item is $5 and then the quantity will be 1. So here we have the output. See, here I just forgot to add a space before this total price here. So I will just do the modification inside the function and the same changes will be reflected wherever we call the function. Now let's talk about default value of a parameter. Here these parameters values are passed from these function invocations here. Instead of that, we can also provide the default value like this, directly assigning the default value within the function declaration itself along with the parameter with this assignment operator. So from now onwards, if quantity of the item is 1, we don't have to pass the value here. It will use this default value here. If there is no default value assigned and we are not passing the value for the second parameter, we will get the output as NaN. meaning we are not assigning a value to this parameter. It's like an unassigned variable. So all unassigned variables has the value undefined. So when we multiply that with price per item, we will get this output NAN, not a number. If there is a default value, we can avoid these situations also. So that's how a default value of a parameter works. In this session, we will discuss what is an arrow function in JavaScript, how to write shortest function with it, and compare it with other ways of defining functions. In previous session, we have discussed basics of JavaScript functions. Here, we are gonna discuss a special way of defining functions using arrow functions, which is much concise and more easier to read than from normal way of defining functions. Now, I'm gonna show you defining same function in different ways. First of all, we have function declaration. So here we have the function sum1, which is defined using this function declaration syntax. For this function, we have two parameters a and b. And this function returns the sum of the parameters. Now let's define the same function using function expression. So here we have the function sum2, which is defined using function expression, which we have already covered in previous session. So same function with two parameters a and b, and this function also returns the sum of both parameters. Now before defining an arrow function for this same operation, let's call these two functions here. For that, I will be declaring a variable result, and let's call the function sum1, which is created through function declaration. So here we have the function sum1, and let's pass 2 and 3. So the value returned from the function will be saved in this variable result. Now let's print that to the developer console. See, here we have the output from the function 5. Now the same operation is done within this function sum2 also, which is declared through function expression. Now let's declare an arrow function for this same operation. First of all, we have this variable sum3. Now in arrow functions, we don't use the keyword function. We could directly pass the parameters like this. A and B are the two parameters for this function. Then after the parameters, we just need to provide this sequence of simples, which is a kind of an arrow. So we have used these simples equals and greater than. After that, everything is same. We could provide the function body within these curly brackets here. So return the result of a plus b. Now let's try to call the function here sum3. Boom. It is giving the same output 5. Now you could see the similarity between function expression and arrow function here. Both of these functions, this function expression and this arrow function, are passed where JavaScript is expecting an expression. But there are few differences in defining functions in these three ways here. We will discuss that in a bit. You might have already heard that arrow functions is a sugar syntax for writing JavaScript functions. The terminology sugar syntax is common in programming. Basically, sugar syntax provides shortest or simplest syntax for writing something which is more easy to read and write. Let's verify that with the sum function here. So initially we started with function declaration, which is a normal way of declaring a JavaScript function. So here we have the keyword function, the name of the function, and then parameters and the body of the function. And then when it comes to function expression, we skip the name of the function. Only function keyword and the parameters and the function body. Now, when it comes to arrow functions, it becomes more shorter. The keyword function is skipped. Instead, we have this arrow here. So compared to function declaration and function expression, we have a shorter and easy to read syntax here. Now, if you apply some special cases into this arrow function, you could even simplify this function to a single line function like this here. So this is the maximum that we can shorten the function. So let's discuss what are those special cases. For that, I will define this function print hello world. Now let's assign the arrow function into this variable. For this function, we don't have any parameters, so I will just pass an empty pair of parentheses like this. And here we have the arrow and then the function body. Inside the function, we just need to print this hello world. Let's call the function here. So here we have the first special case where you could even simplify this arrow function syntax. Since there is only one statement inside the function, we could remove these curly brackets from here. Now you could even simplify this function to a single line like this. For more readability, I will split them into two like this. Now here we have another function, append currency. For this function we have a single parameter. Inside the function we only have this log statement. Inside that we appended the currency with the amount like this. Here also we only have one statement inside the function, so we could remove these curly brackets here. Now for an arrow function, if there is only a single parameter, we could even remove these parentheses here. So we could only remove the parentheses if there is only a single parameter. If there is no parameter at all, and if the number of parameters is greater than 1, then this pair of parentheses is a mandatory. If there is only a single parameter, we could remove the parentheses like this here. Now with the special cases that we have just learned, let's try to reduce this function syntax here. So here we have the arrow function sum3. Here we have two parameters, so we can't remove these parentheses. Since we have only one statement inside the function, we could remove these curly brackets. So I will just move them into a single line. Now inside an arrow function, we only have a single statement, and which is a return statement. Then we could even remove this return keyword here. So initially we had the complete function like this. Since there is only one statement inside the function, we remove the curly braces like this. Now if the statement is a return statement, we can even remove the keyword return like this. So these are the special cases where you could even simplify arrow function syntax. Now let's compare arrow functions with other ways of declaring functions like function expression and function declaration. Obviously there are differences in their syntax. Let's check other differences between them. So here we have the comparison table between them. First important point, which is hoisting. Function declaration can be hoisted, function expression and arrow function can't be hoisted. We have already discussed this same point with function expression and function declaration in previous video. Same for this arrow function also. Currently we are calling this function sum3, which is the arrow function which we have defined up above here. And that's how we are printing the output from the function 5 here. Now if we try to invoke this function before actually defining the function, we will get the error cannot access sum3 before initialization. So we can't access this function, arrow function, before defining it. But in case of this function declaration, which is possible, which we have already seen in previous video, but it is not possible with function expression and arrow function. Let's try that here. Let's call the function sum1. See, we are calling this sum1 function even before their definition. So that's what we meant by function declaration allows hoisting, and rest of the functions doesn't allow the same. Now let's talk about arguments object. Let's undo the last modifications here. And let me get rid of these two functions. Now in any function, there is a default object called arguments. Let's try to access the same within this function declaration here. So here we have the log statement. Within it, I will print the arguments object, arguments. And let's call the same function here sum1. So see, here we have the arguments object. So basically within this arguments object, we'll be having the values of parameters for the function. So instead of a and b here, we could use this arguments object like this. Arguments, very often this object is called as array-like object, which means in order to access the elements inside the object, we are using indices like we do with arrays. So in order to access the first parameter, we could do this. Actually, this is an object, but we could access the elements like an array. So this will return the first parameter a. And let's do the same for this b also. See, it is working as before. We have called the function with 2 and 3, and the sum is printed here. It will work if there is no parameters defined for the function. It is still working. We are accessing the parameters through this array-like arguments object. So that's how arguments object works. We could access function parameters with these arguments in function declaration and function expression. See, it is working with both function declaration and function expression. Currently we are calling this function expression here, and still it is working. If you try to access the same arguments within this arrow function, it won't work. To do that, first of all, we have to add the curly braces because we are going to have more than one statement. So here it is. Now let's call the arrow function sum3 and we could see the error here. Arguments is not defined at sum3. So arguments object is only available to function declaration and function expression, which is not a big deal. Most of the time we won't be using this arguments object because the normal way of passing parameters a and b like this is more readable than using these arguments object here. So that's not a big difference even though that's the case. Now, naming functions. We can only name functions if we declare them through function declaration or function expression. We can't name an arrow function. Let me show you that here. Let me get rid of this error. See, in function declaration or normal ways of defining a function, we always name the function like this after the function keyword. But when it comes to function expression and arrow functions, we are assigning the function to a variable like this, which is not the name of the function because this variable could be reassigned to another variable. So basically we are not naming the function that we are assigning here. But it is possible to name this function expression here like this. Yes, it is possible to name a function expression. Such types of functions are called as named function expression. We haven't discussed them yet. There are few things to talk about named function expressions. We will cover that in a future session. But it is not possible to name an arrow function like this here. You will get the error right away. So naming function is not possible with arrow function, but it is possible with function declaration and function expression. So you could say arrow functions are made for defining anonymous functions. Function without a name is called as anonymous function. So we are always defining anonymous functions through arrow function. Let's consider this situation here. There is a function in JavaScript called as setTimeout. For this function, as a first parameter, we can pass a function like this and then the timeout, which is the time in milliseconds. If I pass 1000 here, it is treated as a 1 second. So after 1 second, this function will be executed. A function invocation can be delayed with the provided milliseconds here. In these situations, an anonymous function is more suitable because the function that we are providing here, most often we are not going to use this function outside this function here. Let's make it 3 seconds here. Let's reload this. 1, 2, 3. See? So this function invocation is delayed by 3 seconds. So there are a lot of situations where naming a function is not required. Instead of an arrow function, if we were using a normal function declaration, it will look like this. First of all, we have the keyword function, the name of the function, something like print hi, and then here we have the pair of curly brackets. It still works, but this way of defining function is unnecessary if we can do that with an anonymous function like this here. So functions declared through arrow functions are always anonymous functions. Now, there is one more important situation where these functions behaves differently. There is a keyword, this, which behaves differently in these functions here. But in order to discuss that, we have to cover few more prerequisite topics. So we will complete this comparison in future sessions. Before discussing what is an object in JavaScript, let's consider two objects from our real world that we use on a daily basis. First of all, we have a car. We describe it to someone else with these details or attributes: manufacturer or make, model, color, etc. But most often we are more interested in talking about the features it offers. So these are the basic actions or behaviors of a car. First of all, we start the engine, we could change gear, accelerate, brake, and stop. So this is how we describe a real world object. Now we have the second object, computer or laptop, that we use on a daily basis for programming. And here we have the list of attributes or behaviors of it. Brand, model, display are some of the attributes that we often use for describing a computer or laptop. Now under behaviors, we start with turning on the device, and then there are endless of things that we could do with a computer. Some of them are coding or programming, browsing through internet, drawing, etc. and etc. Once we are done, we could shut down the device. So here we have described two real-world objects, car and laptop, with this list of properties and behaviors. Now, when it comes to JavaScript object, it allows us to represent data like real-world entities and treat them as such. I mean, it's not possible to create a car or a computer through programs and make them do what they actually do in real world. Instead, we are copying the concepts of real world entities into programming language. You will get the full picture gradually as we go further. So when it comes to JavaScript object also, we use this list of properties and behaviors. But when it comes to programming, we use different terminologies. Instead of attributes, we call them as properties. And instead of behaviors, we call them as methods. So we'll be describing an object with a list of properties and methods. But these properties and methods are just indicating what the object is consisting of. The whole idea of mimicking real-world objects into programming is not just to describe them with properties or methods like this. It can only be described in terms of object-oriented programming concept, in short, OOP or OOP. We will discuss them later in this course. For now, let's look how to create and work with JavaScript object, and later we will discuss these concepts of OOP. There are different ways of creating JavaScript object, but here we're gonna discuss the object literal syntax. So here we have the object student, and this is how we define an object literal. Everything will be enclosed within a pair of curly braces like this. Inside them we can provide the list of properties and methods. So first of all, we have this property student ID, which is the unique ID provided for the student. Let it be something like this. And after that we have first name and last name. And finally, department. Currently inside this object we have a bunch of properties describing this object student. So here we have a single property inside them. This is student ID, which is called as key, and then we have a colon followed by this value for this key here. So a property is defined with a key value pair, and here we have a list of key value pair and which describe this object student here. While creating this object, we have to separate these key value pairs with a comma like this. As I said, currently inside this object we only have properties. We will add methods into this object later. Now let's print this object student. See, this is how an object is printed to developer console. So here we have the list of properties with their value in ascending order. Now just ignore this prototype object here. It will be there for all the objects in JavaScript. We are going to discuss them under OOP session later. Now let's look how to access properties within this object here. There are two ways to access properties from an object. They are dot notation or dot syntax and bracket notation. So here we have the object. It has these properties. In order to access this first name, we could do this in dot notation. First of all, we have the object name, which is student, and then we have a dot symbol or period symbol followed by the property name, which is first name. In order to access the same property first name in bracket notation, we could do this. First of all, we have the object name, and then within a pair of square brackets like this we could provide the property name, and don't forget to enclose them within quotes like this. So let's do the same here. Console.log, then student.first name. See, it prints the value of this property first name here, which is Kathleen. We could do the same with square bracket notation also. We just need to enclose the property within a square brackets, and let's wrap the same within quotes like this. See, it also works. Even though both of these notations are using for same purpose, dot notation is often preferred over square bracket notation because it is straightforward and easy to write. But there are some limitations to using this dot notation here. If you look at these property names here, all of them are valid identifier, like we name a variable or a function. We have already discussed these rules for naming identifiers. So it should only contain Unicode letters, numbers from 0 to 9, and there is only two symbols allowed in an identifier. They are $symbol and underscore. The identifier can't begin with a number, and finally it can't be a JavaScript keyword as it is. So if these properties names are a valid identifier, we could use dot notation. And this square bracket notation can be used anywhere. There is no limitation for square bracket notation, but in case of dot notation here, if the property name is not a valid identifier, identifier, then we can't use this dot notation here. To demonstrate you the same, create a new property here, age, and let's assign that with 21. This is a valid identifier. Instead of this, I will just use this pound symbol or hash symbol just before the age. Currently you could see this error, unexpected identifier. Actually, it is possible to create properties with a non-identifier name. In order to make it possible, we just need to enclose the property name within quotes like this. So it is possible to create properties with a non-identifier name like this. We just need to enclose them within quotes like this. Now, in order to access this property here, we can't use this dot notation. Let me duplicate this line, student.hashAge. See, here we have an error. In these situations, we can use square bracket notation like this. See, it is working. Here we have the value of this property hashAge. Now let me show you another example. Let's create another property, blood group, and let it be B positive. Now if you remember those rules for naming a valid identifier, it is allowed to have underscore in the name. So this is a valid identifier. So we could access it with dot notation itself like blood group. So here we have the output B positive. Normally we name these properties like this here, first name or last name. So it should be something like this, blood group. But here I'm just trying to show you the limitations of dot notation. It is also possible to leave a space in between blood and group. Since we have a space here, it is not a valid identifier. So we have to enclose this within quotes like this. While accessing the same, we have to use the square bracket notation and also enclose them within quotes like this. Instead of this white space, if we use hyphen like this, it is still an invalid identifier name. So we have to use the square bracket notation like this. So that's the first exception for dot notation. Now there is one more limitation for using dot notation. For example, inside this student object, I just want to save the mark scored in second language. For that, first of all, I will create a variable outside this object like this. Let second language. It would be different for different students. So that's why I save the second language in a variable like this. So let it be English. Now instead of saving the mark earned in this English exam like this, we could use this variable second language. For that, we just need to do this. Just enclose the variable within a square brackets like this. Now let me print this object here, student. Here we have the object printed. See, here we have the property English with the value 98. So while creating properties with a variable like this, we could change the property name through this property when necessary. For example, if the student's second language is Spanish, we just need to update this language here, and the created object will be having the property Spanish like this. See? So this is a dynamic way of creating properties through variables like this. Now back to our limitations for using this dot notation here. In order to access this property here, we can't use dot notation. Let me duplicate this line here. Let's provide second language. Let me get rid of these lines here. So here we have the output undefined from this dot notation here. So it is saying there is no property with this given name second language. So this notation assumes the second language is a property like first name or last name. But it is not a property. The created property name is different, which is there inside this variable second language. In this case, it is Spanish. So in order to access the same, we have to use square bracket notation, second language, like this. See, here we have the output 98. So when we use square bracket notation with variables like this, the actual value is replaced in place of the variable. So that's all about the limitations of dot notation. Now I just want to clear one more thing. In order to use this square bracket notation with a variable, it's not necessary to create the actual property with a variable like this. We can access other properties also if the properties were saved in a variable. For example, let me create a variable x. Inside that, if I save last name, you could access this property last name with this x variable. Instead of this variable second language, just replace that with x here. So here we have the value of the property last name. Now I hope you understood the limitations of dot notation. In all other cases, it is very common to use dot notation. As I said, it is straightforward and very easy to write. So let me get rid of this log statement here. Now, while defining the properties of an object, if we repeat a property name, the previous property will be overwritten. For example, we already have this property student ID. If I repeat the same property here like this with a different value, the previous value will be overwritten. To see the same, let me print this object here. See, here we have the property student ID with the last value that we have provided here. So the property name should be unique, otherwise it will override the previous occurrence. Now let's talk about type of an object literal. So here we have created an object with object literal syntax. Now let's check the type of this object. For that, we could use this operator, type of operator. So here we have the output object. So type of an object is object itself. To be specific, object created through object literal is also an object. So type of any object created through object literal is again an object. See, here we have an empty object without any properties. So it also comes under the data type object. Now inside the object we have a property ID with 0. So if there is no property inside the object, then we call them as empty object. So far inside the object we only created properties. Now let's add methods into the object. Like properties for methods also, we will start with a key like this, something greet, hi, and here we have to provide the method. A method in an object is just a function. So the only difference is that when function is defined within an object, we call them as methods. So that's the only difference between function and method. So in order to create the method here, we'll be using the same syntax as that of the function. So here we have the function expression to be specific, and inside the function we just need to print this message hi. So inside this object we have our first method, which is greet hi. Now in order to call this method, we just need to do this. First of all, we have the object name, then we can access them like properties. Using dot notation we could do this, greet hi, and then a pair of parentheses like this. So here we have the output from the method hi. We could also use square bracket notation for methods also. It is working as expected, but we don't use square bracket notation for methods in a function. In other words, we always name the methods with valid identifiers so that we can use them or access them with dot notation like this. So here we have created a simple method which is just printing this hi message to the developer console. Now instead of this sample method, let's create a method which is relevant to this object student here. So I will name the object as get full name. Now with this function, we just need to return the full name of the student. Inside this object, we already have first name and last name of the student. Now we just need to append them like this, first name plus last name. Now let's invoke the function here, student.getFullName. See, here we have the error, first name is not defined. With this statement here, we are expecting the concat operation of these properties, first name and last name. But JavaScript is looking for variables, first name and last name, defined outside this object. So with this syntax, we can't access properties within this object here. So here's the first way, which is just using the object name like this, student.firstname plus student.lastname. So currently we don't have the error. To see the output, we just need to print the returned value from the function. So I will just call the function inside this log statement here. Let's move this function call to this log statement here. See, here we have the output. So both of the first name and last name are concatenated. We just need a space in between them. So I will just concat the white space here. So here we have the full name Kathleen Jonas. So this is working perfectly, but this way of referring properties within an object is not at all recommended because the name of the object is hard coded here. Instead, we use this keyword this dot first name and this dot last name. Now, in order to access properties of an object within its methods, we have to use this keyword like this dot first name and this dot last name. Now look at this function definition here. We have created this method or function using function expression. Instead of this, you could also use arrow functions like this. But this keyword is not working as we expected. It returns undefined. So this keyword won't work within methods of an object when the function is defined with arrow function syntax. While comparing different ways of creating functions, we skip the discussion related to this topic, this keyword behavior. So this keyword behaves differently in both function expression and arrow function. But I'm not going to complete this comparison here. We need few more prerequisite topics to be discussed before getting into the nitty-gritty things of this keyword. I will do a separate session on this keyword in future sessions. For now, just understand this. In order to access properties in a method, we can use this keyword with function expression. It won't work if the method is defined through arrow syntax. So we always use function expression syntax to add method into an object. To shorten this syntax here, instead of using key value pairs like we do with properties, we could just provide the function like this. So it is similar to defining functions like this with function expression. To shorten this syntax, we just need to do this. Like we have simplified this method syntax without a key value pair, it is also possible to create properties without key value pairs. Suppose we already have a variable with the name student ID. Inside that we have saved this student ID. Let me get rid of this duplicate property name here. So we already saved the student ID here. Now we could use the same variable while adding the property here. Let's provide the variable student ID. If you want to verify that, let's print the object student like this. So here we have the property student ID with the value from this variable here. Now, since this property name and this variable name is same, we could avoid this key value pair. We just need to provide student ID. So when we provide a property like this, then the JavaScript engine assumes to have this key value pair. So we could shorten the syntax like this. You could see the same property here, student ID, with the value from this variable. We already created an object student. Now let's look how to add or modify or delete a property from this object. To add a property into this object, for that you could either use dot notation or square bracket notation. So into this object student, I'm going to add a new property age, and let's assign the value here something 24. So here we have added a new property age into this object. You could see the same here. It is also possible with square bracket notation also. Let's add the blood group here, B positive. So this is how we can add properties into an existing JavaScript object. In order to update or modify an existing property, we could do the same. We are using the same syntax like this here. So student dot, let's change student ID. So we could do this. Student ID is equal to something 1, 2, 3. See here we have modified the value of the property student ID to 1, 2, 3. So when we assign a value to an object property like this, if this property is not there inside the object, then that property will be added to the object like we have done here. Before this line of program, inside this object, we don't have a property with the name age. So a new property with the name age is created and this value is assigned to it. If that property is already there inside the object, then the value of the property will be updated to the new value provided. So that's how we can add or modify properties in an object. Now we have the final operation, which is delete. In order to delete a property from this object student, we just need to use this operator delete. And then after that, just mention that property. So student dot, suppose we just need to remove this property department. So we could do this department. Now let's check whether the property is deleted or not. See, there is no property with the name department. So that's how we delete an existing property from an object. Now finally, as a bonus discussion, I want to show you how to nest objects within arrays or arrays within objects. Currently inside this program we only have a single object student. But in a practical project we have to work with a collection of students. In that case we will be nesting objects within arrays. So we'll be creating an array like this, students. It is an array. Inside that we can have multiple objects like this here. For example, student ID To demonstrate the topic, I will only create two properties inside this object, student ID and full name. So here we have the first object corresponding to the first student. Like this, we can have any number of objects within this array. So here we have the second student. Like this, we could create a collection of students using arrays and objects together. If you want to access the first student, you could do this students, which is the name of the array. In order to access the first object, we could use the index 0. So here we have the first object from the array. If you want to access the first student full name, you could do this. So that's how we deal with collection of objects. Now the reverse is also possible. For example, if you want to save hobbies of the student, you could create a property like this, hobbies, and then we can assign an array like this here. Let me provide a few common hobbies: reading, travel, pets, etc. We could access the array like we access properties. So student dot hobbies. It will return the array that we have provided. Now it is very common to have arrays as a property for the object or creating arrays with objects as a collection like this. So that's all about fundamentals of objects created through object literal syntax. Destructuring or syntaxes like rest and spread are my favorite topics in JavaScript. So in this session, I have explained everything with more practical examples and analogies. In previous session, we have learned JavaScript arrays and objects. Here in this session, we'll be discussing some cool syntaxes and operators to work with them. Let's start with destructuring assignment syntax. As per the MDN official documentation, the destructuring assignment syntax is a JavaScript expression that makes it possible to unpack values from arrays or properties from objects into distinct variables. Let's check how this assignment works. So here we have an array of fruits. Within it we have apple, watermelon and grape. To make it more appealing, I will replace these elements with their corresponding emojis from the website Emojipedia. Now let me declare these variables apple, watermelon and grape. Now in order to assign these elements to corresponding variables here, if there is no destructure in syntax, we will be retrieving these elements from the array using the indices of them and we'll be assigning them into these variables separately like this. Now let's print these variables. See, here we have the values printed from these three variables. Now instead of retrieving and assigning them separately like this, we could use the destructuring assignment syntax. First therefore, we have a pair of square brackets like this. Into it we will assign the array fruits. Now you see the values printed from these three variables are undefined because we have only declared them, not assigned yet. Now to assign values into these variables accordingly, we can provide them like this: apple, then watermelon and grape. See, all of these variables are assigned with their corresponding elements in the array. To avoid this separate declaration here, we can add the let keyword as a prefix here. So here we are creating these three variables and we are assigning them from this array fruits. Now let's check how it works. The destructuring and assigning the values from this array fruits into these variables are happening in the same order as they appear in these array elements and these variables here. The first element apple is assigned to the first variable here apple, and then the second variable is get assigned with the second element from the array and so on. Now if you change the order of these variables in this statement here, the assigned value will also be different. See, the printed order is different. The second element in the array, watermelon, is assigned to the second variable, grape, here, and the last element, grape, is assigned to the last variable, watermelon, here. So the elements from this array is assigned in the same order as they appear in these variables here. Now let's correct this order here: apple, watermelon, and grape. So this is how destructuring assignment syntax works for an array. You can relate this destructuring to the analogy of sharing a pizza like this. Since elements are retrieved in the same order as they appear in this array, if you want to skip any of the elements here, you just need to put an extra comma. For example, to make it more understandable, I will be declaring these variables in advance like we have done before. So here we have declared those three variables. If I want to skip this second element, I just need to put an extra comma like this. So here we have skipped this element, second element from the array, watermelon. So these two variables, apple and grape, is assigned with their corresponding values, and this watermelon is skipped, and that's why we are seeing undefined in place of this variable watermelon. It is still an unassigned variable. Now it is also possible to mention default values for these variables in this assignment. For example, I could assign the default value for this variable grape as none. Now, if the corresponding element in the array is undefined like this, now the default value none will be assigned to this variable grape instead of undefined. You could see the same inside this output here. Now the default value will be useful when there is no corresponding element for the variable. For example, we have another variable mango. Now let's include the same variable into this destructuring, and let's print the same variable print operation here. You see the value inside this variable mango is undefined because there is no corresponding array element for this fourth variable here. In this situation also, this default value will be handy. See? So that's how JavaScript array destructuring works. Now let's try another example. We are going to swap values of two variables. So here we have those two variables num1 and num2. Both of them are initialized with 5 and 8 respectively. Now let's print those variables at the end. So 5 and 8. Now after swapping, 8 should be there inside this num1 and 5 should be there inside this variable num2. Normally, in order to accomplish this task, we'll be creating a new variable temp, and we'll be saving the first variable value into this. Now let's assign num1 with num2, and the previous value of num1 will be there inside the new variable temp. So with these three statements, we are able to swap the values from these variables num1 and num2. We could do the same if we were using destructuring syntax. Let me comment this, and let's do the destructuring here. So here we have the pair of square brackets, and here we are creating a new array with these values num1, num2. Now for swapping, the first element in the array should be assigned to num2. So in this order, I will provide num2 as the first variable and then num1. Boom! It works. We have done the job with a single statement without creating a temporary variable like this. So hope you found this example interesting. Now let's talk about REST syntax. For that, let's consider the previous fruits example. Here we have the array fruits. Within it we have three elements, and we have assigned them to these three variables through destructuring assignment. Now the REST syntax is used to collect or store rest of the elements after destructuring assignment. To show you the same, I'm adding few more fruits into this array like this. Now the destructuring assignment is working perfectly with these three variables here. In order to collect rest of these elements after destructuring, we could use the REST syntax. First of all, we'll be having three consecutive dots or period symbols like this. And then we can provide a variable like rest. Now let me add one more log statement here. Now let's print the rest variable here. See, it is an array containing rest of the elements after destructuring. So this is how REST syntax works. In terms of the analogy of sharing the pizza, the REST syntax is used to collect the rest of the elements after the destructuring. Now, inside this destructuring assignment, the REST variable must be provided after all the variables for destructuring. Okay? And also, when we destructure an array, the REST variable will also be of the type array, as you can see here. And it's not necessary to name this variable as REST. You can name them whatever you want. For now, I will just rename this to something like REST fruits. It still works. So that's how REST syntax works. Now let me show you another context where this REST syntax is more helpful. Suppose we want to create a function to perform multiple operations for a collection of inputs like this. For such requirements, REST syntax would be more helpful. Now let's create the function with REST syntax. I will name this function as operate. And here we have the first parameter operation to pass which type of operation that we want to perform. And then to collect these inputs here, I will be using the REST syntax. So it goes like this. I will name it as operands. Okay, so here we have defined a function operate with two parameters, operation and operands. Now before completing this function body here, let me show you how you can invoke or call this function operate. So here it is, operate, and here we have the inputs for this function. So let me copy paste that here. Now suppose on these variables we have to perform add operation. So this is how we invoke the function. So obviously this parameter operation will have the value add, and rest of the inputs here will be the inside this rest operator operands. To confirm the same, let's print the variables here. First of all, we have operation, then operands. Boom! As you can see, the operation add is the inside this operation parameter, and rest of the inputs here is collected with this parameter operands. See here we have the operands array with these passed inputs. Since we are using this rest syntax in place of a function parameter, most often these types of parameters are called as rest parameter. So this is how a rest syntax works while passing values to a function. Now let me complete this function definition. First of all, I will declare a variable result to store the operation result. And then to iterate through this operands array, we will be having a for loop like this. We have already discussed how for loop works in previous session. Now inside this for loop, we will be having the switch statement to perform the operation based on the operation that we have passed to this parameter operation here. So first of all, we have the add operation. So if the operation is add, we will add each elements inside the array operands. Initially result is 0, and then on each iteration here, elements from the array operands, that is the inputs that we have passed here, one at a time is added to this result variable. Now suppose we want to calculate the average of past inputs. We can have this case within it. We will be dividing the element with the number of elements, and we will add them to this result variable here. So it is another way of calculating the average. Normally we will sum all of the inputs here, 2, 3, 6, and divide by the number of elements. We are doing that in a different manner here. We will divide each element with the number of elements, and then we will add them into this result. And finally, after the iteration, we will be having the average inside this variable result. Now after this for loop, inside this result variable, we will be having the result of the operation that we have passed to this operation parameter here. So I will just print that result variable after the for loop here. So currently we have done the addition 2, 3, 6, which gives 11. Instead of addition, if you want to get the average, just pass average here, and we will get the output here. So average of these 3 elements will be this 11 divided by 3. Now instead of 2, let's pass 3, and we should get the average as 4. So it is working perfectly fine. Now if you want, you can expand this function for further operations like multiplication or finding biggest or smallest number from the given inputs. So this is how we can make use of rest syntax while passing values to a function like this. In this context, this parameter is called as rest parameter. Now that's all about rest syntax. Now let's talk about spread syntax, which exactly looks like these 3 dots here, but it does the exact opposite operation of rest syntax in a different context. So let's look how spread syntax works and how it is different from rest syntax. So first of all, let me get rid of these sample codes here. Now let's consider this array here. Now let me create another array, result. Now I'm going to add an element to this array 1 using the spread syntax, and we will save the result into this variable here. So we could do this result. I will assign that with an empty array like this. Inside this empty array, I will use the spread syntax like this. It exactly looks like the spread syntax, but it does the exact opposite operation. So array 1. Now let me log this result variable here. So here we have the result array with the elements from this array 1 as a result of this spread syntax here. So because of this syntax here, the elements within the array is expanded. Hence, the elements became a part of this new array here. Now here we have the definition from official MDN documentation. In this definition, just focus only the highlighted part here. We will be discussing rest of them in a bit. So spread syntax allows array expression to be expanded in places where 0 or more arguments or elements are expected. We have already used the syntax in an array literal to expand its elements. Now let's check how it is helpful while passing arguments to a function. Suppose we have a function here, say x I will define the function with this arrow function. It has these three parameters a, b and c. Inside this function I will just print the values of these parameters. So here we go, a comma b comma c. Now let's invoke the function x. Now if you intend to pass values from this array 1 here, if you pass the array itself, it won't work. The whole array will be accepted with the first parameter a. That's why rest of the parameters b and c are undefined here. Now it is possible to refer these elements with the index like this. In this, where these values can be passed to corresponding parameters like this. Now the same can be achieved with much less code using the spread syntax like this. Just prefix the array with those three dots like this. So here we are expanding the array elements. See, these parameters are assigned with their corresponding value from these arrays here. Now if you ask, both rest syntax and spread syntax is having the same three dots, how can we tell this is spread syntax and this is rest syntax? It is entirely depend on the context where we use the syntax. If it is used in an assignment statement, then it is a rest syntax. In all other contexts where JavaScript is expecting 0 more elements like these situations here, then we can say it is a spread syntax. Now let me get rid of this function and its invocation. Currently we are just copying this array 1 to this result variable here. Now if you want to add more elements to this copied array here, you could just pass along with this spread syntax like this. It is also possible to add elements after the spread syntax. Now it's not necessary to be the last expression within this array literal, like the rest syntax, where it must be listed after all the variables for the structuring assignment. Now suppose you have another array. If you want to concat these arrays, first of all we have spread the elements within the first array, and then after that we could expand elements within this array too, like this. In this way we merged both arrays, array 1 and array 2. Here we have the result array. Within it we have combined elements from both the arrays here. Actually, for arrays there are functions to do the same. We will be discussing it later, but it can be done with rest syntax also. So these are the applications of spread syntax in terms of arrays. Actually, the syntax is not specific to array only. It is used for expanding iterables such as arrays or strings. The term iterable is referring to a special behavior for some objects like array or string. Objects like array, string, typed arrays, set, and maps are the built-in objects which support the iterable behavior. We already discussed array and string. In future tutorials, we'll be discussing rest of the objects also. So this spread syntax is applicable for iterable objects in JavaScript. Now let me show you the application of spread syntax with a string. Now suppose we have a string name which is initialized with the string codification. Now I'm creating another variable and let's assign that with an empty array like this. Within it I will be using this spread syntax with this string variable name. Now to see what is really happening, let's print the array like this. See, here we have the array with the characters from this string variable here. So when we use spread syntax with a string, the characters within it will get expanded. So far we have discussed destructuring syntax, rest syntax, and spread syntax with arrays. Now let's do the same with objects also. We have been discussing spread syntax with arrays. So let's start with spread syntax itself. As you can see in this definition itself, along with iterable objects, we can also use the spread syntax for object literals also to expand in places where 0 or more key value pairs are expected. So let's check how it works. So first of all, let me get rid of this previous code here. Now suppose we have an object ID card details. Within it we have 3 key value pairs, ID number, name, and department. Now let's check how we can make use of the spread syntax. Here I'm creating a new object, @cogs. Here we have an empty object. First of all, I will try to copy this object here. So we just need to use the spread syntax like this, ID card details. As mentioned, the key value pairs will be expanded. So into this empty object literal, the key value pairs from this ID card details object will be expanded. So all of the properties from this object can also participate in this new object here. Now to confirm the same, let's print the same object. See, here we have have the exact copy of this object. Now, like we have done with arrays, we can also add new entries to this object here. For example, if you want to add a new property, you can do this gender and let's pass the value here. So it is possible to add new properties along with the spread syntax like this. Now if you want, you can merge two objects. For example, here we have another object, address, and let's merge these objects, ID card details and address, into this new object here. So let me get rid of this new property. Instead, let's spread the new object address. See, the resulting object contains properties from both of these objects here. So this is how we can use spread syntax with JavaScript objects. Now finally, let's discuss destructuring assignment and rest syntax with objects. So let me get rid of these codes here. Let's start with this object user. Now here we are going to assign values from these properties to variables outside this object like we have done with arrays. So here we go. In case of arrays, we have used a pair of square brackets. Here we have an object user, so we have to use the curly brace like this. Now in order to destructure these properties here, we could do this ID, username and password. So actually here we have created three let variables ID, username and password, and all of them are initialized with the values from corresponding properties from this user object here. ID, username and password. Now to confirm the same, let's print those variables here. Let me copy the same and pasting here. See, so while destructuring an object, the property name is matched with the variable name that we have given here. While in case of arrays, we have matched the order of the elements. First element is assigned to the first variable, then second to second and third to third. But in case of object destructuring, the property name must be matched with the variable name here. For the same reason, there could be name conflict. For example, if we already have an ID variable, here we have the error because of duplicate let variable name. In order to solve this problem, we can name an alternative name for the variable like user ID. Now in rest of the program, we can use this variable name user ID to get the destructured value from this user here. Now it is also possible to provide a default value. For example, if we are looking for a variable is active like this, and if there is no corresponding property inside this object, this variable will be undefined. You can see the same here, is active. To solve this problem, we can assign a default value here like true. Now if there is a corresponding property inside this object, then that value will be used. If there is no property, this default value will be used. Now that's all about the basics of destructuring an object. Now along with destructuring assignment, we also need to discuss rest syntax also. So let's make this example simple. We have destructure three variables ID, username and password. Now we can use the rest syntax like we have done with arrays to access rest of the properties from this object. So here we go, rest. Now let's print the variable rest. See, here we have an object with rest of the properties here. If we are destructuring an array, the rest variable will be of the type array. If we destructure an object like this, the rest variable will be of the same type object. As you know, the rest variable could be named to anything. In this case, rest of the properties are related to address, so I will replace it with address. Now let's go one step forward. As you can see, these properties are related to address. Now for better readability, I will enclose them within this child object address like this. So here we have created a nested object address within this user. Now in order to destructure a nested property within this address here, just providing the name of the property won't be enough. As you can see here, I'm just trying to destructure this nested property city here. Now let's check these destructured properties. See, the property is not assigned to this city variable. To unpack or destructure this nested object here, we have to mention the path also. So this is how it goes. Address, from that we have to destructure this property city. See, now the assignment is properly working. Here, this address is just referring to the path to this property city. If you look for a variable with the name address, we will get this error, address is not defined. So this address won't create a property, it is just mentioned just for specifying the path to this nested property here. So that's how we unpack nested properties within an object. Now finally, let's check how object destructuring works in case of a function invocation. Let's keep this list of properties minimum. We only have 3 properties here, ID, username and password. Now suppose we have a function login. For the function, we only have a single parameter, current user. Inside the function, to receive these properties here, we'll be creating properties like this. ID is equal to current user ID. Now let's duplicate this line twice. Let's retrieve username and password. So this is how we normally retrieve properties from the object. Inside the same function, let's print these properties ID, username and password. Now let's invoke the function here login. Into it, we will be directly passing the object user like this. See, values from this property are retrieved into these variables and same is printed here. Now it is not possible to spread an object like this like we have done with arrays. You will get this type error like this. So you can't spread an object while invoking the function. Instead of using the spread syntax, we could do the destructuring assignment. Now instead of providing this parameter directly, we could do the destructuring here. So first of all, we have the curly brace. Within it, we can provide the parameters like this: ID, username and password. Now we can get rid of these separate assignments here. See, it is working perfectly fine. So behind the scene, while invoking this function, this argument user is destructured into these variables, which is actually the parameters for this function login. So that's all about the nitty-gritty things of JavaScript destructuring, REST syntax and spread syntax. In this session, we'll be discussing everything you need to know about JavaScript, callback functions and higher order functions. Things like why do we need them in the first place? Everything is explained with proper practical examples. Without further ado, let's get started with the following code snippet. First of all, here we have a function called x, then another function y. Inside this function, I will print this message printing from function y. In JavaScript, we can pass functions as arguments to other functions like we pass variables to a function. So I'm going to pass this function y to this function x. So this function here, y, is called as a callback function because we are passing it as an argument to this function x here. So x, here we call the function x and we want to pass this function y. So let me add a corresponding parameter here, callback. You can name it whatever you want. So I will name it as callback function. So this function y is passed as an argument to this function x. So this is called as the callback function. You see, here we are passing the whole function body with the function name y rather than calling the function and returning the return value from this function as an argument to this function x here. Here the function is not a callback function because we are not passing the function body as it is. So we have to pass y like this. Now inside this function, we have the function body that is passed here. So we can call the function inside this function when necessary. So let's call the function here callback function. So which is actually calling this function y. See, here we have the printed message from this callback function here. So we call a function as callback function when it is passed as an argument to other function. And then the function receive the callback function can invoke the same callback function when necessary inside its body. Do you remember while defining the language JavaScript, we have mentioned the term first-class functions? JavaScript is a lightweight, interpreted or just-in-time compiled programming language with first-class functions. If we are able to pass functions as arguments to other functions like we do with normal variables, then those types of functions are called as first-class functions, in other words, callback functions. So the language JavaScript supports first-class functions. Okay, now you understood what is meant by a callback function. Let's look how it is helpful in our programs. Let me get rid of this existing code here. So first of all, we have an array numbers. Within it, we have these much numbers. Now we want to find the smallest, biggest number from this collection, or finding the sum of the given numbers inside this array, etc. We have already discussed a similar program in our previous session. Now let's define a function to perform these selected operations here. So here we have the function array calculator. For this function, we have two parameters, operation and array. So we'll be calling this function like this. As a first argument, we have passed the operation that we want to perform over this array numbers. To find the biggest number, we'll be passing the argument as find biggest, and for finding the smallest number, we'll be passing find smallest. Now let's complete this function definition here. First of all, we have a variable result into which we'll be saving the result of the operation that we have passed as a first argument here. For that, we have a for loop to iterate through this array here. Then we have a local variable current number to save the element of the current iteration. We are accessing that using the index I here. And we have a switch statement with the operation parameter. So based on the operation, we have separate cases. So first of all, we have the find smallest number. So in this statement, we have a ternary operator. Inside the condition, we will check whether result is smaller than current number. Then the result will be assigned to the result variable here. If current number is smaller than the result, then we will save current number to the result. So in each iteration, the current number will be compared with the result we have here, and the smallest number among them will be saved into the result variable here, and it goes on each iteration, and finally we will get the smallest number from this collection here. And we will do the exact opposite operation inside this case for find biggest number. And finally, here we have the sum operation. First of all, I have initialized the result variable with 0. Here we only declare the variable, so it will be having the value undefined. So with this knowledge operator, if this variable here is null or undefined, it will be assigned with the value provided here. So for the first iteration, the result variable will be undefined, so 0 will be assigned to it. We have already discussed these operators in our operators session. Currently, you could see this red squiggly line here. Don't bother, because this operator, knowledge operator, is a latest addition to the JavaScript. Don't worry, if the browser we are running this program is updated, then this will work. In order to avoid this problem from this IDE, we may need to update our extensions regarding JavaScript. Here we have the compound assignment. So result is added with current number, and the result will be saved into the same variable result. So here we have defined cases for each operation that we have. And finally, after this for loop here, we just need to print the result variable. So I will do this. Boom. Here we have the result 1 for the operation find smallest number. So for the given collection here, the smallest number is 1 among these numbers. Now let's try biggest number, find biggest. As you can see, 16 is the biggest number among this collection. Now let's try sum operation. So here we have the output 30. Now if you want to update this function for further operations like sum of squares, we will be adding more switch cases into this function for each operation we want to implement. But if we redefine this function with callback functions, we can avoid updating this function for operations like these in future. Let me show you how it works. First of all, let me collapse this function here, and we are going to add few more functions for each operation that we want to perform. So here we have the function for finding the smallest number from the collection. It accepts two variables, num1 and num2. The same ternary operator is used inside this function also. In same way, the biggest number from the given two numbers is returned from this function, get biggest. And here we have the final function for adding two numbers, result and value. So first of all, if result is undefined, it will be assigned with the value 0. Then sum of result and value will be returned. Now we can modify this function accordingly. First of all, I will rename this first parameter as callback function. Now we don't need this switch statement anymore, because inside this callback we have already passed the operation that we want to perform. So let's remove this switch statement here. Instead, we just need to call the function callback function. For any of these callback here, we have two parameters. First of all, we'll be passing result and then the current number for the iteration. So I will be passing it directly here. We don't need this variable anymore. So the callback function will be invoked into it, result, and the current element will be passed. And that's what we are expecting inside these functions here. Now we'll be calling this array calculator like this. As a first argument, we'll be passing any of these functions here as a callback function. To get the smallest number, we just need to pass this function getSmallest. That's it. Now inside this array calculator function, after invoking this callback function, all of these callback functions returns the value back to the caller. So we want to save that result into this result variable. See, it is working perfectly fine. If you pass get biggest number, it should return 60. Sorry, we have a problem here. So it is working perfectly fine. Let's try sum. So that's fine. All of them returns the correct result as before. Now, through passing a callback function and invoking the same when necessary makes this function extensible for further operations which works in this same manner, which is looping through an array, one element at a time, and then do some operation on it as specified inside the callback function. At the end of the function, let's print the result like this. For example, sum of squares, cubes, square roots, etc. Now the function which receives a callback function through its parameter is called as a higher order function. In our program here, this function array calculator is the higher order function. And there are functions which can return function back to the caller. So they also comes under higher order functions. So a higher order function is a function that accepts callback function through its parameter, or it returns a new function back to the caller like this here. We have already seen a higher order function which accepts callback function through its parameter. In a bit, we'll also be discussing function which returns a new function back to the caller. Before that, let me minimize the code that we have written here. If these callback functions are not required for rest of our program, then we directly pass the function body as an anonymous function inside this function invocation itself. For example, in order to find the smallest number, we'll be passing a function like this. Let me copy this and pasting here. So as a first argument, here we have the callback function to find the smallest number, and here we are returning the same inside the output. And we can remove this function name from here. So here we have passed the function as an anonymous function expression. We can even simplify this with arrow functions like this. Inside this function, we only have a return statement, so we can simplify this function like this. As a first argument, here we have the arrow function, and second argument as an array. Now we don't need these separate function definition here. So most often this is how we pass callback functions to a higher order function. Now if you want to find the biggest number, just use the greater than operator. Now we have the biggest number from the given collection, which is 16. So it is that simple. We don't have to declare a separate callback function. We can pass an arrow function like this. Now let me remind you with some built-in JavaScript functions. For example, for each, which is used to iterate arrays like we have done with this for loop here. This function also accepts functions as arguments. And there are a lot of other functions like sort, filter, etc. All of them are higher order functions in JavaScript. So we'll be discussing all of them in future sessions. Callback functions and higher order functions are often used in DOM event handling, which is the manipulation of HTML elements. We'll be discussing that in a separate tutorial. Then during HTTP request and response handling, and then frameworks and libraries are made extensible for any situation through exposing higher order functions like this here. All of them will be demonstrated in future sessions or future tutorials. So here we have created a higher order function which accepts a callback function through this parameter. Now let's talk about the case when a higher order function returns another function back to the caller. So first of all, let me get rid of these quotes here. Now consider this function doubler. Like this name implies, this function will double the number that passed to this parameter num here. Instead of returning the multiplied number, I will just print the message inside this function like this. The received number is multiplied by 2. Now we have another function tripler to multiply the number with 3. And here we have the final function quadrupler to multiply the number by 4. Now you could sense similarities between these functions here. All of these functions are multiplying the number by a given factor like 2, 3, 4. These functions or similar functions can be created with a single higher order function. So here we have the higher order function create multiplier. For this function we have a single parameter factor, or you could say multiplication factor. From this function we will return a new function like this, return function. So here we have returned an empty function. In order to see the same, let's call the function inside a log statement like this. See, here we have called the function create multiplier and it is returning this function. You could see the same function here printed inside this dev console. Now let's remove this log statement here. Now let's complete this return function definition here. This function accepts a number, and inside this function we have this console log statement. Within it, we will multiply the number with the factor. Now, in order to create a function to double the given number, we can make use of this higher order function here. So first of all, let me comment this function here and let's create a variable doubler, and we'll be calling this function create multiplier. Into it, we'll be passing 2. So here this parameter is having the value 2, and this statement returns another function with a single parameter num, and inside the function the value of this factor parameter will always be 2. So currently inside this variable we'll be having a function like this. Let me copy this and pasting here. Function is having a single parameter num, and inside this the value of this factor will be 2. So inside this variable doubler will be having a function with this body. From now onwards we can make use of this function doubler to double a number. If we pass 4, it should print 8. If we pass 5, then it should print 10. See, it is working perfectly fine. Now the same higher order function can be used to create functions like these. For example, if you want to create a function to triple a given number, first of all, let me get rid of these functions here. Let's create a function for tripling given number. So tripler is equal to, we'll call the function create multiplier and we'll be passing 3 into it. Now this is a function which multiplies the given number by 3. So let's try that here. Tripler into it, let's pass 3. So it should return 9. If we pass 4 here, it should return 12. So hope you understood this concept. Take your time to understand this concept thoroughly. Try to find examples where creating a higher order function like this will help us to create more functions like these doubler or tripler. For example, try to create a higher order function which can return functions to check whether a given number is greater than 10, 20, 30, etc. In this session, we'll be discussing commonly used JavaScript array methods. I'm not going to throw a bunch of array methods cause there are a lot of them. The truth is that you only need these array methods in real-world JavaScript programming in almost all cases. So learn them thoroughly. We will cover each of them with their most common application along with a basic trigonometric image illustration showing their mode of operation. We have already discussed fundamentals of JavaScript arrays. Now without further ado, let's cover commonly used JavaScript array methods one by one. There are a lot of methods to work with JavaScript arrays. But in almost all cases, you only need to familiar with these array methods here. For better clarity, I have split the methods into 4 categories. So here we have the first category of methods. They modifies the original array. The operations made by these methods will actually modify the original array. Now here we have inspection methods. They are used to inspect or search what is inside an array. And here we have the for each method to iterate through array elements. Now these set of methods return the result in a new array rather than modifying the original. So these two set of categories are just opposite to each other. Now let's start with these 3 methods, push, pop and splice, which are meant to modify the original array. Now consider this array numbers. Now let's print this array here. Now in order to insert a new element, we can use the push method. So numbers dot push.
Inside this function, we can pass the element that we want to push. So I will pass 6 here. So this push method is inserting a new element at the end of the array, and it is done by modifying the original array numbers. Now in order to perform the exact opposite operation, delete, we can call the function pop. So numbers.pop function can be called. See, the newly added element 6 is deleted from the array. With this function, we have inserted the array 6, and with this function we have deleted the last element, which is the 6 that we have inserted here. Now if I comment this, currently the last element is 5. Upon executing this pop function, the last element get deleted. For better understanding, here we have the image illustration. Assume that we are having an array with these 2 circles and a square, and we perform this push operation with this triangle. Then the resulting array will look like this. The new element triangle is added at the end. Here we have the pop operation, same array. After the pop operation, last element, which is the square, is getting deleted. Now I would like to discuss an interesting answer to a question posted on Stack Overflow forum. So here we have the question: how do I empty an array in JavaScript? Actually, this question is not directly related to JavaScript array methods, but it is related to JavaScript basics, right? Now let's see the interesting answer to this question. Let's check the best practices or typical answer to this question. For example, let's say we want to empty this array numbers. So the best practices would be like this: number is equal to an empty array, right? Instead of this, you can also do this. Just update the length with 0. Now let me show you the answer that I found stands out among these best practices. Of course, this answer is not the best practice, but it's a different way of thinking. So here it is. First of all, we have a while loop like this. Now inside this while loop, we are calling this pop method. So let me copy this and pasting here. Now here we have the condition for this while loop: numbers dot length is not equal to 0. That's it. After all, this array became an empty array. Hope you understood this logic here. On each iteration, this pop method will delete the last element from the array, and this will continue until there is no element inside the array, and that's how this length property becomes 0. We can even simplify this condition like this, because when length becomes 0, this entire expression becomes fuzzy in case of this boolean context here. So the element within this array is getting deleted through multiple iterations. So this is not the best practice, but I just want to show you the different way of thinking while solving a problem. Now let's check how this splice method works. Now basically, splice method is used to perform insert or delete operation at a given index. Let's try that here. So here we have the array. Now let's call the function splice. Now let me provide 2 here. So it is referring to this position, 0th index 1, 2. So whatever operation this splice method is going to perform will affect this index onwards. Now if you want to delete 2 elements from this position onwards, you just need to provide 2 here. So the number of elements to be deleted is passed as a second parameter here. So here we have the resulting array 1, 2, 5. These 2 elements are deleted from the array because of this function call. Now if you are not providing a second parameter, it will delete elements after this index given here. So the elements from this position onwards up to the end will be deleted. Only 1, 2 and 3 will be there in the resulting array. So this is how splice method helps to delete elements from a given index. Now let me comment this line here. Now let's try to insert few elements with the same function. So numbers dot splice function can be called. Here the insert operation must occur at the index 2. So I will provide it as the first parameter here. Now if I provide a second parameter with non-zero value, it will delete that much element from this position onwards, right? In order to avoid that, I will just provide 0 here, so no element will be deleted. Now here I can insert elements like this. No element is deleted. 1, 2, 3 and 4, 5 elements from the original array is here, and the passed elements is added at the given index 2. See, 21 and 22. So splice function can be be used to insert elements at a given index. Now let me comment this one also. Now we can combine both of these delete and insert operation for replace. So numbers dot splice, same starting index 2, and I want to replace these two elements 3 and 4. So I will provide 2 here, and I want to replace them with 3 and the word 4. These two elements 3 and 4 is deleted because of the second parameter here, and these two elements are inserted. So in effect we have the replace operation here. So splice method can be used for delete and insert operation. If we can combine both of them, we will get the replace operation. So here it is. Array contains circle, square and circle. Now the splice function is called with the start index 1, and one element should be deleted in that index. So the square is getting deleted. Now here we have the addition. Instead of 1 we have provided 0, so no element is getting deleted. Instead we have to insert new triangle. So this is how the resulting array looks like. And finally we have to combine both of these operations, and we will get the replace operation. This square is replaced with the triangle. So these are the 3 common methods that modifies the original array. Now let's talk about these set of methods used for inspection or searching inside an array. Only these methods modifies the original array, and rest of the discussed methods does not modify the original array. Now let's check each of these methods one by one. For that I will be using a new array called friends. Now I'm going to declare a variable result to store the return value from the methods that we are going to discuss. Okay, so I will just declare the variable here. At the end we will print the value result. Now first of all we are going to discuss these methods index of and last index of. So first of all we have index of method, which is used to find the index of a specific element in the array. So let's try that here. From this array we will call this method index of, and we want to find the index of the element Anna. So I will pass Anna here, and let's assign the return value from the method to this variable result, and the same result variable is printed here. So here we have the index of the element Anna inside this array. So 0, 1 and 2. Now let's try the same for this element Sam. This time we got 1 because the element Sam is present as a second element here, but there is one more Sam here at the end. But this method index of finds the first matching element index from the left hand side. Now if you want to search for the element from the right hand side to the left hand side, you can use another method last index of. So let me copy this and pasting here. Instead of this, just call this function last index of. See, this time we got the index 3, which is pointing to this last element here, because this function looks from this side and this index of method looks from this left hand side to right hand side. In brief, assume that we have an array with these 3 elements, starting with a square, then a circle, then again a square. Now if we call index of method with a square, it will return 0th index, because it will start searching for the element from left hand side to right hand side. Now if you are looking for the element in reverse direction, you can call this method last index of, and it will return the index of the first element found in reverse order. In any of these methods, if the searched element is not present inside the given array, then it will return -1. So if you search for the element Sam123, you will get the index -1 because the element is not present inside this friends array. So both of these functions, if the searched element is not present, both of these methods will return -1. Now before discussing rest of the inspection methods, let's try this exercise here. Remove a specific item from an array. For this exercise, assume that we have given this array friends and we want to remove an item. So let's save the item here. Item is equal to something Anna. How can we solve this problem? We can find the index of this item Anna inside this friends array using any of these methods, index of or last index of. Assume that we want to remove the first matching from left hand side to right hand side. So we can use this method index of. So first of all we could do this. Let index is equal to friends dot index of method can be called, and let's pass the item here. If the item is present, how can we check whether the item is present inside this array or not? Let's check this index. If index is equal to -1, we could say item is not present. else corresponding item index will be there inside this variable index. Now how do we remove the element if we got the index? For that, we can make use of the method splice. As a first parameter, we can pass the index where we want to do the deletion, and then if we pass 1 as a second parameter, only one element at the given index will be deleted. And that's exactly what we want inside this exercise here. Friends.splice method can be called, and we want to do the operation at this index, and we only need to delete the element at this given index, so we will pass 1 here. As we learn, this splice method will make the modification inside this friends array itself. So in order to see the after effect, we just need to print this array friends. Boom, that's it. See, the element Anna is removed from this array. Now, while saving the item inside this variable, if there is a typo like Anna123, we will get this message item is not present. Now, instead of this, let's try Henry. See, the corresponding item is removed from the array. Now, let's try the same with this element Sam. So, the first Sam must be deleted because we are calling this method index of. See, the first Sam is getting removed. Instead of this index of, if you try last index of, the last Sam will be removed. See? So that's all about that problem. Let me remove this exercise from here. Now let's discuss rest of the inspection methods. They are includes, every, and sum. So the next method is includes. This method returns the boolean value true or false based on whether the given item is present inside the given array or not. So first of all, let's assign the return value into this variable result. Now let's call the method includes. Now we want to check whether this name John is present inside this array or not. So we get the output false, meaning the given item is not present inside this array. Now let's try an existing element inside the array. Now we get the boolean value true. Now you should know this by default, any of the JavaScript methods for comparison will be case sensitive as the language JavaScript itself. Meaning even though if I pass the same name with a difference in the spelling, it will not match as you can see here. So remember that these methods are case sensitive. Now let's talk about the methods every and sum. So we could do this. Result is equal to friends dot every function can be called. Now with this function we are trying to check whether a given condition is matching for all of the elements inside this array here. And we'll be specifying the condition with a callback function here. So I will be defining the callback function with arrow function like this. So for any given element inside this array, let it be x, and I want to check the length of the element. So length, I want to check all of the names inside this array is having more than 2 characters. Since it is true for all the elements inside this array, we are getting this result true. Now if I pass 3 here, we will get the result as false because these 2 names here, Sam, is having the length 3. So this condition is not met for these 2 elements here. In order to return true from this method every, all of the elements inside the array must be true for the given condition here. Now you might have got the idea how this method sum works. First of all, let me duplicate this line here. Now let's call this method sum. This method sum will return true if there is at least one element matching the given condition here. Since there are few elements having length more than 3, it is returning the value true. Now even if I pass this condition, we will get the value true because we have 2 elements matching the given condition. Now if I pass 10 here, it will return false because there is no element at all with the given condition. So the method includes will return true if the given element is present inside the array, else it will return false. Now this every method will only return true if given condition is true for all the elements inside this array. Not all the elements inside the array are circles, so we get the false here. Now in case of the method sum, we just need at least one element matching the given condition. Now if you want to see image illustrations or image nodes like these, I will be uploading image nodes like these from our JavaScript beginners tutorial on our Instagram handle @CodeAffection. So please consider following us on Instagram also. So that's how inspection methods works. Now let's talk about the iteration method for each. For that, I will be using a different array colors. As a beginner, if anyone says loops or iteration, we'll be thinking about for loop, right? We can iterate through these arrays using for loop. For example, for loop and here we have the iteration index I, and we'll be providing the array like this. Inside each iteration, for now, let's print the element. So colors, and here we can pass the iteration variable I. So this is how we have been looping through arrays in previous videos. But for array iteration, we have a separate method for each. So this is how it looks like. You can call the method from the array like this for each. Inside this for each function, we can provide a callback function. So here we have the callback function with a single parameter item. Now whatever we need to perform inside each iteration, we can specify that inside this callback body here, and this parameter is representing each of the element inside this array here. So if I want to print the elements like we have done with this for loop here, we just need to print the parameter item. That's it. We don't have to worry about the loop iteration variable or the stopping condition or the increment or decrement operation here. Everything is handled inside this for each method. We just need to specify the operation that we want to perform inside each iteration. Now if you want to access the index in each iteration, you can use the second parameter of this callback. So I will be appending it like this, index. In between them, let's have this colon. Once you become comfortable with this for each method, you won't be using for loop for array iteration. Now let me show you one of the common application of array iteration. Consider this situation. We have given an array of objects. Inside this array, we have objects as the item. Now we want to find an object by a given ID from this array of objects. So back to VS Code, I will paste the same object here. Now in order to find an object with given ID, we can make use of for each loop. So I will do this. For each function can be called, and here we have the callback function with this parameter obj. As I mentioned about, the first parameter inside this callback is representing the elements inside the array. Since the element inside this array is an object, I have used this parameter obj representing an object. Now here we have the ID that we are searching for. So let it be 124, and here we will check if obj.id, if it is equal to the ID that we are searching for, we will just print the same here, obj. See, here we have the output. So this for each loop iterates through the elements inside this array, which is these objects here. Inside the callback, ID of these objects is compared with the ID that we are looking for. If they match each other, we'll just print the same inside the console. After learning rest of the array methods, I will be showing you a simple way of solving this problem. Here we have the final category of array methods that returns new array after the operation. Now first of all, we'll be looking at these four methods here: reverse, slice, concat, and join. So first of all, let me get rid of these examples, and here we have the array to demonstrate rest of the array methods, and here we have the output to save the result from the methods. And finally, we'll be printing the output here. Now first of all, let's look at this method reverse. From the name itself, you could tell it reverses the order of the elements inside the array. So we just need to call the function like this, reverse. Nothing fancy, that's it. Okay, so here we have the array in reverse order. Now let's talk about this method slice. Let me comment this reverse operation. So this slice method is used to retrieve a subset of the array that we have here. So we could do this. Tens dot slice function is called, and here we have the starting index. So from this index onwards, the subset is selected. So if I pass 0 here, the end array will be returned from this slice method. If I pass 1 here, the element starting from this index 1 will be selected. So the index that we are passing here is the starting point for the subset array. Now if I pass 2 here, only the first item at the index 1 is selected. Here we are passing the end index, but for this slice method, the end index will be excluded. So this is the first index, second index. So the end index 2 will be excluded. So if I pass 3 here, elements at the index 1 and 2 will be selected. Element at the end index 3 will be excluded. So that's how slice method works. So here we have the reverse operation, and here we have the slice operation. Here we only have a single parameter, which is the start index. So the selected array will be having the element starting from the index 1 all the way up to the end. If you provide both start and end index, the elements in between these two indices will be selected, excluding the element at the end index. Okay, now let's talk about the concat operation. From the name itself, you could tell it is used to append new array into an existing array. So you can call the function like this, concat, and if you want to append a new array at the end of this array here, you could pass here. See, here we have the resulting array as a result of merging these two arrays in this order. So that's simple. Concat is just used to concat multiple arrays. Now let me show you another method using destructuring syntax. We have already learned the destructuring syntax in one of our previous video. So here we have the tends to. Inside that, I will save this array here. In order to concat these two arrays, we just need to pass the array here. Now let me show you the second way of doing this. Output is equal to, here we have the empty array, and here we will destructure the existing two arrays, tens, and then we will destructure this second array. So this is also a way to merge two arrays. So the method concat is used to merge two arrays like this. Finally, we have this join method. So let me comment these previous operations here. Now let's discuss this join operation. Let's call the method join. Actually, this join method returns a string, not a new array. We can check the same here with the operator type of. See, it's a string. Now what actually this join method does? It joins elements inside this array with a given separator. By default, comma is the default separator. If you want to combine these or join these elements with a period, you could do this. Take this example here. In this array, we have first name, middle name, and last name. In order to generate the full name, we have joined these array elements with a white space, and we get the output John F. Kennedy. Instead of a white space, if you want to join them with an hyphen, we can call the function like this. Now let's try this exercise here. How to reverse a string in JavaScript using the best practice. Actually, for JavaScript string, there is no default method for reverse like we have this reverse method for arrays. So we're going to solve this problem using array methods. So first of all, let me get rid of these. For that, I will be declaring this arrow function string reverse. We have a single parameter input, and let's call the function here with this string JavaScript. Now from this function, we'll be returning the reverse string. Now in order to see the same inside this developer console, we will do this. We will move this function call into this log statement here. So here it is, return. Now in order to use the array methods that we have learned so far, we have to convert this string into an array. For that, we can call this string method split. Actually, this method split this string according to the given separator. For example, if I pass a here, it will split this string by the character a, and the result will be returned in an array like this. Instead of this, we just need to split the array with an empty string like this. So each of the characters inside this array becomes an element inside the array here. Now we can call the array methods. Actually, we want to reverse this string. So first of all, on this array, we will be calling reverse array method. So the elements inside this array will be reversed. Now we want to combine or join characters inside this array. For that, we can call this function join. And we want to join them with an empty string. Boom, that's it. The given string is reversed here. Now let me try the palindrome mom or dad. It's working perfectly fine. A, B, C. So this is the best practice in JavaScript to reverse a string. Now we can even simplify this statement with destructuring syntax. Suppose you have got a string like this. Now if you want to make an array out of this string using destructuring syntax, you could do this. We have already discussed this in our destructuring tutorial. Here we go. So instead of this, we just need to do this. An empty array, inside that we will destructure this string. That's it. In this session, we discuss array methods filter, map, reduce, and sort. I would like to start the discussion with this problem here. Find the difference between two arrays. So we have to find the unique elements from the first array when compared with the second array. In same way, you can find the common elements from these two arrays. Before solving this problem, we need to be familiar with the array method filter.
So let's briefly discuss how to use this array method, and we'll be solving this problem after that. Now assume that we have given an array of numbers like this. Now how do we find even numbers from this array? If you are not familiar with filter method, you will be using any of the iterations like for loop or for each. Let me show you the for each method so that you can understand how much this filter method is helpful. So we'll be doing this. We have this for each method, and inside that we have this callback function with item. Now in order to check whether a given number is even or not, we just need to check the remainder like this. If the remainder is 0 when we are dividing the number with 2, then we can say it's an even number. Now in order to store such even numbers, we'll be creating a separate array like this output. Now when we find even numbers like this, we will push the same into the array. Finally, let's print the array here. That's it. So here we have used the typical way of solving this problem. Now let's try to solve this problem with filter method. You can call the method like this, numbers.filter. Now inside this filter method, we just need to pass a condition for filtering elements from this array here. For that, we can pass this callback function like this. Now here we will specify the same condition, return, and let's check the remainder. Let me comment this code here. So this callback function is just to specify the filter condition, and this function or condition will be executed over these elements one by one. The elements matching this given condition here will be selected as part of this filter operation here. That's what every array method does when they accept a callback function like this. So the given callback function will be called on each element inside the array, and elements satisfying this condition will be selected after the filter operation. Now in order to save the returned filtered array, I will declare a new variable x, and let's print the same here, x. So here we have the same output like before. This time we have just called the filter method with a condition inside it. Actually we don't need a separate variable like this, so let me remove this, and let's move this function call into this log statement here. Now we can even simplify this array method, because inside this function body we only have one return statement. So first of all, let's remove this wrapping with curly brackets like this, and we can also remove this return keyword here. So remember this, the return keyword is assumed here. For now, I will use the complete syntax. When you become comfortable, you can go for the shorter syntax. Now, if you want odd numbers instead of even numbers, you just need to change the remainder in this condition. So that's all about the basics of filter method. Now let's find the solution for this problem, difference between two arrays. So here we have those two arrays, array 1 and array 2. Now how do we find the difference between these two arrays? Or it is also similar to the subtraction between these two arrays, which is finding the unique element in this array when compared with the second array here. We just need to filter elements from this array 1. So we can call the method filter here. Now inside this, we just need to specify the condition for the filter operation. So here we have the callback. So this callback function of filter criteria will be evaluated over each element inside this array here. Now we just need to know each of the elements here is also present inside this array here or not. For that, we can make use of the array method includes, and we will specify the element here. Now this includes method will tell whether this element is present inside the second array or not. If it is present inside this array also, this method will return true, otherwise false. Actually, we need to find elements from the first array which is not present inside the second array. So we will compare the return value from the method with false. Elements satisfying this condition will be filtered out from this first array. Now in order to see the same, I will just wrap this function call with this console log like this. Something went wrong. Yes, we forgot to provide the return keyword here. Boom, that's it. All the elements from this first array is present inside this array 2 except 7 and 8. Now you can even simplify this condition here. We need element where this include function return false, right? But from this condition here, we need to return true for the element to be filtered out. Since we are comparing it with false, we are returning true. So instead of doing this, we just need to use the negate operation here. So if this method return false, this negation will convert the same into true. If you find this confusing, go for the previous version. It is more readable. Now if you want to find common elements from these two arrays. We just need to know whether elements from this first array is also present inside the second array here. So we just need to compare the return result from this include method with true. Now you can even simplify this like this. That's it. The common elements between these two arrays are 3, 2 and 6. Assume that we have an array with these food items and we want to filter vegetables. And here we have the all vegetables filtered out. So if you filter the array with fruits condition, we will get the fruits inside the array. It will be returning all of the fruits inside the array. Now let's try some real world examples. For that, first of all, let me get rid of this existing code here. So consider this array of objects, employees. It contains properties like ID, name, age, designation, salary and phone. And this ID property is used to uniquely identify each of the records inside this array. So rest of the array methods will be discussed with this array of objects, employees. Now let me collapse this array. Now I'll be showing this table corresponding to the array of objects so that you can always see what's inside this employees array here. Now let's retrieve employees who are software developers. For that, first of all, I will wrap the entire filter operation inside this log statement like this. Now we could call this method on this array employees. So here we have the callback with the parameter item. Actually, we need to filter employees whose designation is developer. So the condition would be like this. Designation is equal to developer. Boom, that's it. See, here we have the employees whose designation is developer. So in total, we have 3 software developers inside the company. Now, if you want to filter employees whose age is below 30, for that we can update this condition here, age is less than 30. So here we have got employees whose age is below 30. Now you can even add more condition to this. For example, you want to filter employees whose age is below 30 and they earn about 85,000 per year. For that we can use the AND operator and we could do this item.salary greater than 85,000. So here we have got 2 employees whose age is below 30 and they earn more than $85,000 per year. Hope you are comfortable with this shorter syntax here. If not, try to use the full syntax like this. So this time inside this callback function we have combined 2 conditions. So that's all about the filter method. In previous video I have categorized common array methods into these 4 categories. The last category was returns new array. I want to change this category name to this returns new object because some of the methods are not returning arrays, so I'll have to rename the category to returns new object. So all of the methods inside this category returns a new object, and just opposite to this we have this category which modifies the original array. And also from the previous list of methods I have added a new method find, and which is related to this filter method that we have just discussed. So let's discuss how they are related to each other and how they differ. Both of these methods, filter and find method, is used to return or retrieve or filter elements from an array. This filter method returns all of the array elements or records that satisfies the given condition. But this find method only returns the first record or element satisfies the given condition. Let's check that here. So first of all, I will wrap everything within this console. Now let me copy paste this filter method and let's comment this previous one. Now here I will try to retrieve the software developers. So designation is equal to developer. So in return we got 3 employees. Now let's call the find method over the same criteria. Instead of filter, let's call this find method. See, this filter method returns all of the records that satisfies the given condition. But this find method only returns the first record that satisfies the condition. So this find method is helpful if you are looking for a specific record in the array. For example, if you want to look for an employee with a given ID, you just need to do this. This ID is unique to all employees. So if I am looking for this ID 57, this find method is more appropriate, because as soon as this find method finds a record matching this given condition, it will return the record. At the same time, it will stop looking for other records matching this given condition. But in case of this filter method, it will look through each of the elements inside the array matching the given condition. That's why filter method always return array and this find method returns a single object. Now hope you understood this filter method very well. Now I'll be discussing rest of these methods, map and reducer, using the analogy of making a burger. Now let's check the next array method, map. For that also we'll be using the same employees array. Now you could think of this method as a transformation. This method will return an array with the same number of elements that we already have. So let's start with the log statement here. Now let's call the method map over this employees array. Now this map method will return the same array employees with a transformation inside each of the elements inside it. For example, you want a list of employees with their name. Transformation can be specified with a callback like this. Here also you can use the shortest version without these curly brackets, but I want to make it more readable for everyone, so I will use the complete syntax. If I return item here, we'll be having the same array that we have given here. Now instead of this, if I want only the ID from this array, I can do this. So this time we got an array with only the employee IDs. Now if you want to retrieve the name of the employees, you can specify that here. So this map method will transform each of the elements inside this array here. And the transformation is specified inside this callback here. So this callback function or the transformation will be applied on each element inside the array. Now this time we want to return a contact register, meaning we need to return the name of the employee and their phone number also. For that, let me split this callback function into multiple lines so that you can understand this better. Instead of this item name, if I just return an object like this, the returned array becomes array of objects. Previously we have been returning item name, which is of the type string, right? As soon as we change this to an object like this, all of these objects are in an array, so array of objects. Inside the contact register we need name, so we'll be having this property name. Into that we can assign this property name from the item, and then we have the phone property, so item dot phone. That's it. So here we have the contact register for all of the employees containing their name and phone number. Now here we have the image illustration or analogy for the map operation. Inside the array we have these elements. Now on this array, if we call the method map for chopping, we will get this output. Everything will be sliced and chopped. In a bit after the reduce method, we'll be making a burger out of this. This is an interesting and most appropriate example for explaining map and reduce function. And I have to tell you this, I have got the inspiration for this example from one of the JS config lecture. So based on your requirement, you can specify the transformation here. For example, if you want to return the name and also you want to make it uppercase, you can call this to uppercase string method. We got a list of employee names in capital letters. Now that's all about map method. Now let's discuss this reduce method. Like the name implies, this will reduce a conclusion out of the array elements. Let's start with this small array here, numbers. So let's start enclosing everything within this console.log here. Now the syntax for this reduce method is a little bit different from the previous two methods, filter and map. So here we have the reduce method. Now with this reduce method, we are going to make some conclusion or summary based on our requirement. For example, if you want to find some of these elements here, we can make use of this reduce method. So here we have the callback function. This callback function has two parameters, so that's why we got an extra pair of parentheses here. Accumulator, in short, you can use this ACC, and then we have current value. In short, I will use this. In order to find the sum of elements inside the array, we can do this return accumulator plus current. Now as a second parameter, I will pass 0 here. I know you are confused. Don't worry, sit relax, we'll be explaining everything. First of all, let's check whether we are getting the correct sum or not. So 4 plus 3, 7 plus 5, 12 plus 2, 14. Boom, that's it. We got this sum, right? But how it works actually? You must be shocked if you are seeing this for the first time. Now let's explain everything step by step. As I told you before, all of these higher order functions will execute this callback function on each of the elements inside them. So here we have the array that we are going to work with, and here we have the reduce function that we have applied. Now the callback function of reduce has two parameters, accumulator accumulator and current. The second argument that we have passed to the reducer will initialize the accumulator parameter here. So accumulator initially got 0. Now the second parameter indicates the current value because this callback is going to be invoked on each of the elements here. Now first for this callback, or you can say reducer, this callback function of this reducer method can also be called as reducer. So this reducer will be invoked. At that time accumulator is having the value 0 and the current value is 4, right? Because of the addition that we have specified inside the reducer, we will get the sum as 4 and it is returned though. That return value will be saved into the accumulator. Okay, and then let's move to the next element. Now this time the accumulator is 4 and the current value is 3. As a result of the addition 4 plus 3 we will get 7. It is saved into the accumulator. Now let's move to the next element. This time current is 5. 7 plus 5 returns 12, which is saved to the accumulator. Now let's move to the next element. This time current is 2. As a result of the addition we get 40. Now there is no element left inside this array. The final value returned from the reduce method will be the value of the accumulator. So that's how we got this sum 14 here. Now if you want to verify what we have explained so far, you just need to add this log statement here, accumulator and then current. So the first element 4 is the inside the current value and the initialized 0 is the inside this accumulator. Then the addition result 4 is saved to the accumulator. Then we have 3 as the current value. Both of them added together 7 saved to the accumulator, then 5 added together 12, and finally we have 2, both of them added together to get the result 40. Now if you want to find the maximum number from this given array, you could do this. First of all, we have initialized the accumulator to 0. If accumulator is the greatest among these values, we will return accumulator, else current. So on each iteration, accumulator and the current value is compared and the biggest number among them is returned. So for the next iteration, the biggest number will be in the accumulator and then it is compared with the next element inside this current value, and this will go on up to the end of the array, and finally inside the accumulator we will be having the maximum number. Here we have the final result. 5 is the biggest number among this collection here. So this reduce method will evaluate each of the elements inside the array and then it will make a conclusion or summary based on the criteria that we have given inside this callback here. After evaluating all of the elements inside the array, it will return the reduced value based on the criteria. So back to our image illustration here. Assume that we have an array with these food ingredients. From our previous example here, we have added 3 more food ingredients: chicken, then cheese, and the bun for the burger. As a result of the map operation, which is cut, slice, or chopping, here we have all the ingredients ready for making the burger. And finally we have this reduce method to put all of them into one thing, which is this burger here, which is the topping or stacking all of these items in their proper order. So that's it, we have a delicious burger here. Now let me comment this problem. Now from this employees array, let's find the total employee salary. So everything is trapped within this log statement here. Here we have the array employees and we can call this reduce method here. Inside that we have the callback with these parameters, accumulator and current value. And let's initialize this accumulator with 0. Now inside this callback we could do this. Accumulator is having the value 0 initially, and on each iteration we want to add the employee salary, so we could do this. This parameter is representing the employee object inside the array, current dot salary. That's it, we got the total salary of the employees inside the array. Now it's not a mandatory to name these parameters as it is like this. You could name them whatever you want. For example, let's try to rename this parameter with a meaningful name. For that, first of all select the parameter and then press F2. Let it be sum. This is corresponding to the employee object, so I will name it as EMP. Now if you want to find the average of the salaries, you could do this. I will just divide this salary with the number of employees, so it would be employees dot length. Even though we have both multiplication and division, because of the operator precedence, this operation will be executed first and then the sum. It would be better to rename it as average like this. Now regarding this reduce method, I want to discuss one more thing. For that, I will undo the previous changes and let's stick with this sum of salary example here. For some problems, initialization of the accumulator like this might not be needed. And allow me to explain the benefit of ignoring this second parameter here. Assume that we have given an array with 5 elements. Here we have called the reduce method over this array with initialization. On the right hand side, we have done the same without the initialization of the accumulator. Now what difference does it make? If you initialize the accumulator, in the first iteration, the accumulator will be having the initialized value and the current element will be having the first element value. On the other end, if you call the reduce without initial value, on first iteration, the accumulator will be having the first value and the second value will be inside this current parameter here. Hence, this reduce method does not need the first iteration like we have here. Let me explain the same with these examples. So here we found the sum of the elements inside this array. Now even if I remove this initialization here, we will get the same value. How does that work? To give you a better understanding, let me copy this and pasting here. So this is with initial value and this is without initial value. So now inside the callback, let's do this. Accumulator and current value will be printed. Now let me duplicate this and let's move the same into this second reducer here. So I will initialize the accumulator here. See, this reducer is starting with the accumulator and current value like this 0 and 4. Initial value and the first item. And then it goes like we have explained. And in case of this reducer without initial value, on first iteration itself, the accumulator is initialized with the first element which is 4 and the current value is having the value 3. So starting with 4 and 3 added, got 7 which is then added with the next value, found 12 added together. As you can see here we have 4 iteration, here we only had 3 iteration. So one iteration is saved without initial value. So reducer without an initial value is best to find sum of numbers, given numbers like this. But this is not possible with all problems. For example, consider this problem here, finding sum of salary. If I remove this initialization here, everything will mess up. Let's print both the accumulator and the current value. Here we have the first iteration. So first employee is assigned to the accumulator and the second element is assigned to the current value, which is this EMP here. And then sum is added with the current value salary. It's not possible because this is an object. So in these problems, initializing the accumulator is a must. So hope you understood this reduce method very well. Now finally we have the array method sort. So let me get rid of these codes here except the employee array. So let's discuss this sort method. From the name itself, you know what it does. Assume that we have an array like this. Let's do the sort operation inside this log statement here. So numbers dot sort. Everything is sorted in ascending order. So by default, this sort method will sort the elements in ascending order. Now here we have some problems. This sort method does not work with this employees array. See, because it doesn't make a sense. We are applying this sort on an array of objects. So there comes the necessary of customizing this sort method. This sort method will work perfectly fine if you are working with an array of numbers like this. There also we have a problem. The sort operation will be happened after converting each of these elements into a string. For example, instead of this 5, if I pass 55, you will get the output like this. But this is not what we expect. 55 comes before 7 and 8. How it is possible? As I mentioned, everything will be converted to string, then only this default sort operation works. So 55 will be converted to string 55 and then we have 7 and 8, right? So while comparing these two strings, the first character inside this string will be compared with the first character here. In this sense of comparison, this is bigger than this one here. On the first character itself, this 55 is found less than this 7 here in the sense of string. String comparison will be done by comparing the characters in same position like this. So in these situations, we need the privilege to customize the default sort operation here. For that, we can pass a callback function here, and it is having two parameters a and b. And this callback function is called the comparison function. And this comparison function tells when we compare both a and b, which comes first. Okay, to be honest, when I was learning this sort method, this comparison function was a little harder to understand until I found this MDN documentation here. So here it describes how the compare function should be defined. From our compare function here, we have to return a number. If that number is a positive number, b will be sorted before a. If we return a negative number, a comes before b. And finally, if both of them are same based on the criteria, we can return 0. So there won't be no position change. So let's try the same with this example here. If a is greater than b, then b must come before a. So that's why we are returning a positive value 1. Now here we have the else if a is less than b, we will return -1. When we return a negative value, meaning we want a to come before b. And finally here we have the else condition, meaning both of them are same. In that case, we will return 0. Now let me tell you how this compare function confused me a lot. Let's try to print the value of both a and b like we have done with previous array methods. On first iteration itself, you could see that the value of a is 3 and the value of b is 2. These parameters are not in the same order like we have these elements here. This does not mean this is the first element or this is the second element. The sort algorithm is different. So we can't think like that. Just pretend that both a and b are two random numbers inside this array, and when b is less than a, we want b to come first. So we have to return a positive value. When a is less than b, we want a to come first. So we have to return minus value. When they are same, we just need to return 0, just not to bother changing their position. So that's how sort method works. Now back to our employees collection here. Let's sort them based on the employee name in ascending order. Let me comment this problem here. Here we have the log statement, employees dot sort. Here we have the comparison function a comma b. Think of them as a random employees inside the collection. Now before this, let's talk about comparing two strings. So here we have the log statement. Now if I compare a with b, we will get false. We can think of in alphabetic order itself. B comes after a, so b is greater in that sense, right? Technically speaking, all characters or strings inside the JavaScript language is saved as Unicode characters, meaning all of these characters has a number mapping in Unicode. Well, for example, let's check the Unicode value for this character A. I have mentioned this method char code at in our string tutorial. So in order to find the character code of this string or the character A, you just need to specify the index here. So the character code or the Unicode number or value corresponding to this A is 97. Since there is only one character, we can ignore this 0 here. Value for this character A is 97 and that of EZ is 122. So A is having 97, B is having 98. So when we compare with them, internally they compare these Unicode values. So 97 is compared with 98. So as we go further, C will be having 99, D will be having 100 and so on up to EZ 122. And this Unicode number will be different for the uppercase characters like this. For capital A it is 65 and that of capital EZ will be 90. So when we compare strings like this, you can think of them in alphabetic order itself, but internally they are comparing with Unicode numbers. Okay. Now here we are going to compare the name of the employees. So we could do this if a dot name, if it is greater than B's name. So in sort direction, B should come first. For that, we need to return a positive value here. So just return 1 here. Now let's duplicate this. And this is for else if If A is less than B, A should come first. For that, we need to return a negative number. If both of them are same, just return 0. Boom, that's it. Let's check them in full screen here. See, all of these employees are sorted based on their name in ascending order. Now let me comment this and back to the previous example here. Here we were trying to sort these given numbers. Now when we deal with numbers like this, we can simplify this comparison function here. Let me comment this if-else block here. Instead, we just need to do this. Return A minus B. It's working perfectly fine. You know why? This subtraction operation here is returning a positive, a negative, or a 0 when they should be. It's returning a positive number when A is bigger. That's what we have here. When A is smaller, it will be returning a negative number. If they are equal, we'll be returning 0. That's what we have here. So when we are dealing with numbers like this, we can simplify the comparison operation like this. Now, if you want to look like a pro developer, you can even remove these curly brackets and this return keyword here. That's it. It does the job perfectly fine. Now, let's comment this. Now, here we have the final exercise. We need an array containing only employee names and we want to sort them in ascending order. First of all, we need an array containing only the employee names. How do we do that? We have already done the same with the map function. So we could do this item. Here we will just return the item name. So here we have the array containing only the employee names. Now we want to sort these employee names here. For that, we can chain the methods like this. We have, first of all, we have called this map function. Again, we can call another array method here. You know why? This map method is returning an array here. So if we are invoking another sort method here, in effect, we are invoking this sort method on the array that is returned from this map function here. Everything is sorted as we expected. So the default sort operation works perfectly fine with strings.
In this session, we are going to discuss 3 important methods that you must know when you work with JavaScript objects.
First of all, we have this object here. It is having these properties. So here we have the first method, object.assign. It allows us to copy all enumerable on properties from one or more source object to a target object. For now, you could think of on properties as the properties that is directly added to the object. You can add properties from other objects also using inheritance. We will discuss them later in JavaScript OOP concepts. For now, just think of this object here. Now, this is how we are going to call the method assign. The first argument of this method will be the target object, okay? Target. And then after that, we can pass the source object one by one. In order to illustrate this, along with the student object, let me add one more student here, student2, and let's change these values accordingly. Now currently we have 2 objects, student1 and student2. Now I'm going to assign this object student1 into student2. Then let's call the method assign. Student2 is the target object and here we have the source object student1. Now let's print the second student here. See, the values from these student1 properties is assigned to the student2 properties here. Now before explaining how this method is helpful, let's thoroughly understand how this method works. So in this operation here, student2 is the target and student1 is the source. And that's why student1 property values is assigned to the student2 property values. Now I'm going to add an extra property to the student1 object, which is email. Newly added property is added to the target object. Now let me add an extra property to the target object here. This property is not present inside the source object, which is hobbies. So here we have an array containing different hobbies. Now let's check the student2 object after the assign operation. So here we have the output and you could see the hobbies property unaffected by the assign operation. So the unique property of the target object will be unaffected even after this assign operation here. So that's how this method works. Now let's check the benefit of using this method. So let's clear these statements here. We don't need this student2 object anymore. Now consider we have an object called student3 and we are assigning this object student1 to it. As you know, these object literals are of the type reference type. When we assign a reference type variable to another variable internally somewhere inside the JavaScript engine, this object is saved somewhere and the same address will be mapped to both of these variables student1 initially, and then by assigning this operation here, the same address is mapped to this variable student3. So we have a problem here with this variable student3. If I update any of the values inside this object, let it be student ID, I'll change that to 100. Now if you check the object student3, obviously you could see the updated value student ID 100. Since both of these variables are referring to same object, if you check the student1 object, you could see the same change there also. See, it is because both of these variables are referring to a same single instance of this object in the memory. So there comes the first benefit of using this method object.assign. So instead of this direct assignment, here we are just declaring this variable student3, and here we are calling this method object.assign. Here we have the target student3. Into it, we'll be copying this object student1. Now let's print the object here student3. Now you could see this error cannot convert undefined or null into an object. In order to fix the error, I will initialize it with an empty object like this. Now you can see the output here. Here we have copied all the properties from the source object student1. In order to even simplify the statements here, we could do this. In place of this target object, just pass an empty object like this. Now after this statement here, both of these variables student1 and student3 are having two distinct objects in the memory. So modifying one of the object property won't affect the other. For example, let's update this student1 student ID. Let's change that to 99. See, here we are printing the student3 object and its student ID is remain unchanged. The update operation is only happen inside the student1 object. See, that's it. So this is the common way of copying objects in JavaScript. Now here we have the second benefit of using this method, which is merging two or more objects. Let me comment this log statement here. Consider these two objects obj1 and obj2. The first object is having these two properties a and b, and here we have the second object obj2, and inside the second object we have the properties b and c. In both of these objects, here we have a common property which is b. Now I'm going to create a third object by combining both of these objects. So let's call the method assign. As a target, we can pass an empty object, and here we have the source object obj1, obj2. So these are the two source objects. So inside this object, properties from both of these objects will be merged. Let's look what is happening here. See, here we have the third object which is created as a result of combining both of these two objects here. Property A is having 1, property B is present in both of these objects. So the later object in the collection of source object will override the previous object's properties. Inside the first object, B is having 2, which is overwritten by the second object with the value 4 that you can see here. And this property is only present inside the second object. So here we have the resulting object with these property values. Now if you change the order here, you could see B is getting the value from the first object here because of its order. So that's how this method works, object.assign. Now let me tell you this, here we are only discussing most important frequently used methods. So pay attention closely, you will definitely benefit from this session. Now before discussing the next method, we want to get familiar with these iteration statements for in and for off. So let's check them in action. Now consider this new object student having properties student ID, name and email. Now let's check how for in statement works over this object. So here we have the syntax for, then a pair of parentheses. Inside that we have an iteration variable, let it be key because we are going to iterate over the keys of this object here. So let key in the object student, and here we are going to have a block of statement to be executed in each iteration. For now, let's print this iteration variable key. See, here we have the name of the properties in this object here, student. Now if you want to see the corresponding key value along with the key here, you could do this concatenation here, student. Inside that we can use this key here. Now let's separate them with a colon like this. So that's how this for in statement works.
Now you could use the same statement for other object types like arrays. Let's use this for in statement for an array. Let key in the array. I will directly pass the array here. Inside this block of statement, we only have one statement, so I will just ignore this block here and let's print the iteration variable key. See, here we have the output. In case of an array, its key will be its index, array index. So this is how for in statement works. It allows us to iterate over the key names in the object. So this is for in statement. Now let's talk about for of statement. As per the definition itself, it creates a loop over iterable objects. Since these object literals are not iterable, we can't use this statement for of on these object literals on them. Let's check what happens if we execute this statement over the object literal. So here we have the iteration variable, let it be item of student, and here we have the block of statement. You see, here we have the error student is not iterable. Now instead of this object literal, let's pass the array here. Inside the iteration, let's print the iteration variable item. As you can see, it is printing the values inside the object that we have here, 2, 3, 4. You could use the same statement over string also, because characters inside them is treated as an iterable thing in JavaScript. So in each iteration, it is retrieving character by character from this string. So that's all about for in and for of statement. Let me comment both of them. Now let's discuss the next method, object keys. It is similar to this for in statement here, but instead of iteration, it is returning an iterable array containing name of these properties here. It is more helpful when we have a custom requirement rather than just looping over them. Let me elaborate. So we could do this object dot keys. Inside the method, we just need to pass the object student. So this will return an array containing the names of the keys inside the object. In order to see them, let's wrap them with the log statement. So here we have the array containing the key or property names. Now you can play with them however you want. If you want to iterate through the keys like we have done here, we could do this. Basically, it returns an array. On that, we are going to execute this for each loop. Inside that, we have the arrow expression, and inside that, I will just print the key. So here we have the keys. You can append the corresponding key value like we have done with the for in statement. Now suppose you have a custom requirement that you need to show these key value pair in a sort order. Just before this for each loop, you just need to call the sort function here. That's it. See? The keys are in sorted order. So that's the advantage of using this keys method. Now here we have the last method, object values. Now from the name itself, you could say the difference between them. Here we are iterating over the collection of values inside the object. So we are going to discuss about object.values. Now before getting into that, let me tell you this method keys can be used for other data types, object data types, like we have discussed or shown with the for in statement here. It can be used for arrays also, but for arrays, the keys, corresponding keys will be indices itself. So most commonly, iterating through the indices of an array is not helpful. Most often, we use this method over objects and object literals. Now let's move to the object values method. So here we go, object.values method can be called. Inside that, we can pass the object. So this will return the values inside the object here in each properties. Since we have an array here, we can use the for each. Here we have the arrow expression with the parameter value. Inside that, let's print the value. So that's it. Here we have the values from the corresponding properties, as you can see here. In order to distinguish them from each other, let me have this log statement with some separation. So the method values returns an array containing the property values. Now let me show you a practical example where you can benefit from this method values. With that, I will just comment this object keys method. Now into this object, I'm gonna add one more property, marks, containing marks earned in different subjects. Now let's say you want to find the total marks earned by the student. First of all, let me comment this values statement. So here we go. object.values. Inside that, we can pass the student, so it will return the values of these properties. Just to confirm the same, let's print them again. So here we have the array returning the values from the object here. So this is the value from student ID property, then name, email, and here we have the value inside this property marks. Now instead of calling this values method over the student, if we call this method over this marks property here, we get an array containing the values inside the object here. So actually this is representing an array containing all the marks earned by the student. Now it becomes very simple. We just need to iterate through the array and just add them one by one. If you are not familiar with the array method reduce, we'll be having an outside variable sum, and we are going to iterate the array with the for each loop. Here we have the arrow expression. On each iteration we will add the mark into the variable sum. At the end we will get the total mark. See? That's it. Now you can even simplify this with the compound assignment. Now like I mentioned, if you know the array method reduce, you could do this. Reduce, inside that we have an arrow function with these two parameters, accumulator and current. We have already discussed this array method before. So we just need to do this return, and accumulator is getting added with the current element, and you could initialize the accumulator here with 0. So on each iteration the mark is getting added to the accumulator and it will be saved again into the accumulator. After going through each element, at the end the value of the accumulator will be returned and we can save that into the sum. So that's it. Since we are adding few integers here, we can even skip initializing the accumulator.
Here we are concluding the fundamentals of JavaScript. Now what is next? Before getting into that, please let me know if I missed any important topics related to JavaScript fundamentals or basics. If there is any such missing important topics, we'll be discussing it later. I would like to thank you all for watching this series to the end. Let me know your feedbacks and your valuable constructive criticism about this whole series. The image notes or cheat sheets from this course will be uploaded on our Instagram handle here. Now what should we learn after JavaScript fundamentals? Object-oriented programming or OOP concepts in JavaScript, then HTTP request and response handling with JavaScript, and DOM handling or manipulation of HTML website elements with JavaScript. These are important topics too. If you want to be confident and excel in other JavaScript projects involving frameworks like React or Angular, etc., these topics are really crucial. So all of these topics will be discussed under separate playlists like this. Before starting these discussions, in next video we want to discuss important JavaScript concepts like recursion, execution context, what happens in JavaScript engine, JavaScript closure, etc. in great depth. So please watch that first before getting into the advanced topics. And also please be subscribed to this channel to get notified when I upload such videos. See you soon. Once again, thanks for watching these videos. Happy coding.